Welcome to Ancient Heroes, Theseus versus Romulus, from Plutarch's Lives, Volume 1. In this video, we're diving deep into the defining qualities of these two legendary figures to see who truly stands as the greater hero. You might know Theseus as the slayer of the Minotaur or Romulus as the founder of Rome. But beyond the myths, what can we learn about their leadership, their flaws, and the very different paths they forged? Plutarch, the renowned ancient biographer, meticulously compared their lives, revealing surprising insights into their decisions and legacies. For example, why did one hero act purely for glory, while the other was driven by sheer terror? We've transformed this classic text into a clear, engaging narration, preserving the historical depth while making it accessible for modern ears. Discover the hidden truths and often overlooked details that shape these icons of antiquity. Ready to uncover the surprising verdict? Let's begin. Don't forget to like this video, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe for more journeys into classical history. Plutarch's Lives, Volume 1. Life of Theseus. Sacius Senecio. Just as geographers, when they reach the limits of the known world, fill the edges of their maps with vague notes. Here lie deserts full of wild beasts. Here lie swamps untraveled. Here the cold of Scythia reigns, or a frozen sea. So I, in my parallel lives, come to places where history is solid and trustworthy. Beyond that line, all is uncertain, the haunt of poets and myth-makers, fabulous tales rather than truth. After writing the lives of LYKURGUS, the lawgiver, and NUMA the king, it seemed natural to turn also to Romulus, whose time lies so near theirs. And when I recalled the words of Aeschylus, "Against this chieftain who can best contend? Whom shall I match in fight, what noble friend?" It came into my mind to compare Romulus, the founder of unconquered Rome, with Theseus, the founder of glorious Athens. So, setting aside what is purely myth, we shall examine his story. Wherever the tale resists reason, I ask the listener to show indulgence for the traditions of antiquity. In many ways, Theseus resembles Romulus. Both were said to be the children of gods, though born out of wedlock. Both were powerful warriors, wise as well as strong. Both were founders of cities, Romulus of Rome, Theseus a joint founder of Athens, each among the most illustrious of all cities. Both, too, seized women by force, and both suffered troubles within their own households, ending their lives in conflict with their own people. As for birth, Theseus traced his lineage on his father's side to Erechtheus and the firstborn children of the Attic soil, on his mother's side to Pelops, the greatest of the princes of the Peloponnesus, who fathered many children, married his daughters into the noblest houses, and made his sons kings. One of those sons was Pythius, grandfather of Theseus. Though he ruled the small state of treason, Pythius was renowned above all men of his age for wisdom and eloquence. Some of his sayings, like those of Hesiod in the Works and Days, long survived. One, recorded by Aristotle himself, ran, "To friends, let promised pay be duly paid." Euripides, too, calls Hippolytus the child of holy Pythius, bearing witness to his reputation. King Aegeus of Athens, longing for children, consulted the oracle of Delphi and received the reply, "Great leader, do not loose the wineskin's foot until you safely reach the height of Athens." Perplexed by this riddle, he sought counsel in treason from Pythius. Pythius, perceiving the oracle's hidden meaning, contrived that Aegeus would lie with his daughter Aethra. When Aegeus left for Athens, he hid beneath a great hollow stone his sword and sandals, telling Aethra that if a son were born who, when grown, could lift the stone and recover these tokens, she must send him secretly to his father in Athens. For Aegeus feared the powerful sons of Pallas, who despised him as childless and plotted against his throne. When the child was born, Some wrote that he was at once named Theseus, from the tokens hidden beneath the stone. Others say he took the name later, when Aegeus acknowledged him in Athens. He was raised by Pythius and taught by a tutor named Conidas, whom Athenians long after honored with sacrifice before the festival of Theseus. When the boy came of age, as was the custom, he offered the first cutting of his hair to the god at Delphi. Yet he cut only the front in the fashion of the warlike Abantes, so that enemies might not seize it in battle. It was for this that his style of hair was long remembered as the Dachshund cut. For a time his true paternity was concealed, and the Troezenians believed that Theseus was son to Poseidon, their patron god, whose trident marked their coinage, whose temples first received their offerings. But when he grew in strength and judgment, Aethra revealed the truth. She brought him to the stone. With ease he rolled the weight aside, claimed the sword and sandals, and was urged to sail by sea to Athens, a safe and easy journey. Yet he refused. The overland road was dangerous, filled with bandits who made war on travelers. Pythius tried to deter him, naming each outlaw and describing his cruelty. Still, Theseus held firm, for in his heart he longed to rival Perikles, whose courage and deeds he had heard praised since boyhood. Just as in later years, Themistokles confessed that the trophies of Miltiades would not let him sleep, so too the fame of Perikles gave Theseus no rest. Though urged to avoid peril, he resolved to face it, proving his noble blood by brave exploits rather than by heirlooms alone. So he set out on a long and perilous road to Athens, vowing no harm to the innocent, but stern vengeance on any who dared to wrong him. On his journey toward Athens, Theseus first came to Epidaurus. There he met Periphetes, a savage man armed with a great club. This robber, known as the club-bearer, barred Theseus from the road and dared him to pass. Theseus struck him down and, taking a liking to his weapon, kept it for his own. From that day he bore it always, just as Perikles bore the lion's skin, trophies that proved the greatness of the foes they had conquered. At the isthmus he encountered Cenes, the pine-bender, who had slain many travelers by binding them to bent trees and then hurling them to their deaths. Theseus seized him, and with the same cruel device put him to death. Thus he showed that true courage can prevail even without practice in villainy. Cenes left behind a daughter, Perigon, tall and beautiful. At her father's fall, she fled and hid among a thicket of wild asparagus, begging the plants in her fear to shelter her. When Theseus called her out and pledged to protect her, she came forth and later bore him a son, Melanippus. From him sprang a line whose descendants long afterward held sacred the asparagus plant, never burning it, but revering it for their ancestress' prayer. Leaving the isthmus, Theseus turned out of his way to destroy the great wild sow of Crommyon, called Phia. It was no common beast, fierce and difficult to master. Theseus went against it not by compulsion, but of his own will, for he declared that while a brave man need only punish men when they challenge him, he ought to seek out and quell wild beasts for the safety of all. Some, however, say Phia was in truth no beast, but a murderous woman, whose foul life made her known as the sow Theseus, they say, put her to death. Near Megara, he faced the notorious Sciron. Tradition tells that Sciron forced travelers to wash his feet at a cliff's edge, only to hurl them down into the sea. Theseus seized him instead and cast him down. Yet others tell a different tale, that Sciron was no brigand, but an upright man, kinsman of noble houses, even ancestor to Peleus and Telamon. In this account, he fell later, when Theseus captured Eleusis by treachery and slew him there. So runs the tradition on both sides. From there, Theseus came to Eleusis and wrestled with the Arcadian Circean, killing him in fair combat. Pressing onward, he met Damastes, called Perikles. This robber forced travelers onto a bed, stretching them if they were too short, lopping them if they were too long. Theseus gave him his own medicine, fitting Perikles' body to that same cruel bed, and so sprang the proverb of Perikles' bed. In this, too, he imitated Perikles, who met each oppressor with the very same wrong he had done to others. Thus Theseus purged the land of its terrors, punishing men by the measures of their own crimes. At last he reached the river Cephisus. There he was kindly received for the first time on his journey by the Phytolids, who purified him of blood guilt and entertained him at their homes. After so many dangers, it was the first true welcome he had seen. It was on the 8th day of the month, now called Hecatombeon, that he entered Athens. But within the city he found turmoil. Aegeus's house was thrown into disorder, for Medea, lately exiled from Corinth, lived with a king and promised her drugs to give him heirs. She, quicker than Aegeus himself, recognized Theseus. Fearing he might supplant her, she urged Aegeus to invite him to a feast, and there prepared poison for him. Theseus came to the table. Wishing his father to discover the truth himself, he said nothing of his name, but drew his sword as if to carve the meat. At once Aegeus knew the weapon. Striking aside the cup of poison, he cast his eyes upon his son, embraced him, and brought him before the people. Declaring him heir, Aegeus was cheered, for the citizens already admired Theseus for his boldness and the victories he had achieved. The sons of Pallas, 50 brothers who had long expected to inherit Athens when childless Aegeus died, were enraged. They rose in arms. While some advanced openly upon the city under Pallas, the rest lay in ambush at Gargetus, planning to strike from 2 sides. But a herald named Laos betrayed their scheme to Theseus. He fell swiftly on those in hiding and destroyed them all. At this news, their companions dispersed. From that day the townships of Agnes and Pullyne would not intermarry, and heralds never began proclamations with the words here, O Laos, for the name was hated, recalling the treachery of that man. Eager to win further honor and to serve the people, Theseus next sought out the bull of Marathon. This beast long tormented the countryside. He mastered it alive, drove it through the city for all to see, and then sacrificed it to Apollo. On his journey against the bull, he was received by an old woman named Hecale, who feasted him kindly and promised sacrifice to Zeus if he returned in safety. But she died before his return, and in gratitude Theseus ordered that a sacrifice be performed in her name, calling her affectionately by the diminutive Hecaline. Soon afterwards, the ship from Crete arrived once more to exact its terrible tribute. The 7 youths and 7 maidens of Athens, demanded every 9 years by King Minos. For when Minos' son Androgeos had perished in Attica, the land was cursed with famine and plague until Athens made peace on cruel terms. The children sent were cast into the labyrinth, shut within its endless twisting halls, where they were devoured by the Minotaur, half man, half bull, or else perished of hunger, unable to find the way out. Thus was Athens brought low by grief, until Theseus resolved to change her fate. Not all agreed in telling the tale of the labyrinth. Philochorus wrote that the Cretans did not believe in a monster at all, nor that the children were devoured. The labyrinth, they said, was simply a prison from which no escape was possible. King Minos, in honor of his fallen son Androgeus, held games. The youths of Athens, locked away until then, were brought forth as prizes for the victors. The champion was his general, Taurus, a harsh and arrogant man, who mistreated the captives and won every crown. Even Aristotle, in his study of the Bactrians, denied that the children were slain. Instead, he reported, they grew old in slavery until long after they were dedicated as colonists to Delphi, then wandered to Italy and at last to Thrace, calling themselves the Bactrians. Their maidens still recalled their Athenian origin, singing during sacrifice, "Let us go to Athens." But whatever the truth, on the day the third tribute was due, sorrow fell once more upon Athens. Fathers without heirs drew lots, and bitterly reproached Aegeus, blaming him as the cause of their misery. He, they cried, had burdened them with the loss of sons, yet left as his heir a foreigner and bastard. At this, Theseus came forward. Refusing to remain apart from the sorrow of the people, he offered himself to sail to Crete without waiting for the lot. The people marveled at his courage. Aegeus begged him to relent, but his resolution was firm. Tradition tells that the Athenians furnished the ship, but were forbidden to send the youths armed. Always before, it carried a black sail, a sign of certain death. But Theseus gave hope to the city. To the steersman he handed a second sail, white in color, and he charged him, if Theseus returned alive, to set it upon the mast, but if not, to spread the black in mourning. Simonides, however, writes that it was not a white sail at all, but scarlet, dyed with the juice of holm oak, and that this was the chosen signal. In any case, the pilot was Perikles, son of Amarcius, or, in another version, Nausithous steered and Phaeax served as lookout, both honored later with shrines at Phalerum. When the lots were complete, Theseus gathered the chosen youths, and at the Prytaneum led them to Apollo's temple. There they offered the sacred olive bough, wrapped in white wool, as supplicants, praying for deliverance. On the 6th day of the month Munician, they set sail, the same day when maidens still bring offerings to the Delphian Apollo. Some tell that the god himself promised Aphrodite would guide him, and when he sacrificed a goat by the shore, it turned into a he-goat, so that she was called Aphrodite Epitragia, the goddess of the he-goat. When they reached Crete, poets say Ariadne loved him at once. From her he received the thread to guide his steps. With it Theseus passed into the labyrinth, slew the Minotaur, and led forth the captives. Pherecydes adds that he staved in the hulls of the Cretan fleet to prevent pursuit. Others say the savage General Taurus fell to him in a naval battle. Philochorus tells how Theseus fought him in the games before Minos himself, under the eyes of Ariadne, who rejoiced at his strength and beauty. At Taurus's defeat, Minos relented, released the children, and freed Athens from tribute forever. Yet even here the stories divide. Some say Ariadne was abandoned, hanged herself in despair. Others, that Theseus left her upon Naxos, where she became the wife of a priest of Dionysus. Still others claimed she bore Theseus' sons, Staphylos and Enopion. In Cyprus, they told yet another tale, that Ariadne, heavy with child, was left ashore, fevered and faint from the sea, while Theseus was driven back upon the waves. The women of the island comforted her, wrote letters as though from Theseus, and tended her in childbirth. But she died, and they buried her there. Theseus, returning, grieved and founded rites in her honor, setting up bronze and silver images. At their festival one youth lay on the ground and mimicked the cries of a woman in labor, as part of the sacred remembrance. Some of Naxos even told of 2 Ariadnes, one wedded to Dionysus and honored with great revels, the other abandoned by Theseus and remembered with more solemn rites. After leaving Crete, Theseus touched Delos. There he dedicated to Apollo the statue of Aphrodite, given him by Ariadne. Together with the rescued youths, he danced a winding, intricate measure around the altar, imitating the paths of the labyrinth. The Delians call it the crane dance, and they say Theseus first awarded a palm of victory at games he founded there. At last he neared Attica, but in joy he forgot the charge he had laid upon the sail. No white or scarlet was hoisted. The black still hung upon the mast. Aegeus saw it from the cliff, and believing his son slain, cast himself into the sea that still bears his name. Theseus came into harbor and sacrificed at Phalerum, fulfilling the vows he had made. A herald ran to announce his return. On his way some crowned him with garlands, while others, still mourning for the king, struck up a wail. The herald, unwilling to wear conflicting signs of joy and grief, set the wreaths upon his staff instead. Even now, in the rites of the Oschophoria, it is the herald's staff that bears the crown, not the messenger himself. After burying his father, Theseus offered thanks to Apollo on the 7th day of Pioneption, the day when the returned youths entered the city. It was said they pooled together their remaining food, simple boiled pulse, and feasted upon it in fellowship. So on that day still, the Athenians boil a common pot and bear about the Iresian, the olive bough wreathed in wool and decked with fruits, singing for figs, bread, oil, and wine, to banish want and bring gladness to the land. And thus ended the greatest of Theseus's journeys, which not only rescued his people from terror, but gave him a place among the foremost heroes of Greece. The Athenians preserved the very ship in which Theseus returned with the rescued youths. It was a vessel of 30 oars. For centuries they renewed its planks piece by piece as they decayed, replacing the old timbers with fresh. Thus the ship of Theseus became a famous problem for philosophers, who asked, was it the same vessel, though all its parts had changed, or a different one altogether? Theseus also established the festival of the Oschophoria, or carrying of the boughs, which the Athenians keep even now. He had not, in truth, taken with him all the maiden victims appointed by lot. Instead, he chose 2 of his closest friends, young men delicate in form yet stout of spirit, and by tending their skin and hair, teaching them to walk and speak as maidens, disguise them to deceive the eye. In their return procession, he and these disguised youths bore branches, dressed much like those who carry them at the Oschophoria still today. They honored Dionysus and Ariadne in memory of the voyage, but also because their return came at the season of harvest. The women called supper carriers joined a rite, imitating the mothers who once brought food to their doomed children. Old tales were told along the way, even as once mothers comforted their little ones with stories against fear. Theseus consecrated a sacred precinct for himself, and the families whose children had once been sent as tribute were commanded to make sacrifices there. The duty of this rite he entrusted to the clan of the Phytalids, who had shown him hospitality when first he approached Athens. After the death of King Aegeus, Theseus undertook his greatest design, the land of Attica, till then divided into many villages and townships, often at strife among themselves. He united into a single state. Visiting each tribe, he won over the poor with promises of equality, and persuaded the nobles that their dignity and privileges would remain secure. Then he abolished the separate councils and offices of each township, built one common prytaneum or council house upon the Acropolis, and named the new city Athens. To bind it together, he instituted the great Panathenaic festival, common to all, and created another festival for resident foreigners on the 16th of Hecatombean, a rite observed even now. Faithful to his word, he laid down the title of king and gave Athens a commonwealth, himself serving only as general in war and guardian of its laws. The Delphic oracle had promised him, son of Aegeus and of Pythius maid, my father has within thy city laid the bounds of many cities. Let not thy soul be cast down, the bladder may be dipped, but cannot drown. So Athenians learned that their city, like a buoy, might sink beneath the wave, but always rise again. To enlarge the citizen body, Theseus proclaimed rights to strangers, calling Athens a home for all peoples. Yet he preserved order by dividing the state into 3 ranks: the nobles who oversaw religion and law, the farmers who sustained the land, and the artisans who supplied craft and trade. In this way, each would excel in its proper sphere, the one in honor, the other in usefulness, the third in numbers. Aristotle declares that Theseus was the first to incline towards democracy and to strip monarchy of its name. And Homer himself, when reciting the Greek host at Troy, names only the people of the Athenians. Theseus struck coinage with the figure of a bull, perhaps recalling the bull of Marathon or Minos General Taurus, or else to honor agriculture. By conquest he annexed Megara, and on the isthmus raised a pillar dividing east from west. To the east it read, "This is not Peloponnesus, but Ionia." To the west, "This is Peloponnesus, not Ionia." And there, in rivalry with Perikles, he established the Isthmian Games. Some said the festival honored Melicertes, once celebrated by night and mystery. Others, that it propitiated Sciron or Cenes, kinsman slain by Theseus. Whatever the truth, he ordained them in Poseidon's honor, and arranged with the Corinthians that Athenians attending should always have the place of honor, marked by a sail stretched on the ground from their public ship. Later, Theseus sailed with Perikles on the expedition to the Euxine, or, as most say, mounted one of his own. There he captured Antiope. Some call her Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. At least one story claims he seized her by treachery. The Amazons welcomed his ship without suspicion. He lured her aboard with gifts, then set sail with her captive. In time he founded a city, Pythopolis, near the river Solois in Bithynia, named after the Pythian Apollo, and in grief for a young Athenian companion who had perished in hopeless love for the Amazon queen. Thus began the famed Amazonian War. For soon the warrior women invaded Attica itself, advancing so far that they encamped within the city. Some deny they crossed the Bosporus on the ice, as others say, but the tombs around Athens and the names of places bear witness they fought there. For months, both sides held back. At last, after sacrificing to the god Phobos, Theseus gave battle. The Amazon left wing held ground at the place now called the Amazonium, and their right reached up to the Nyx. From the Museum hill the Athenians issued forth. Fierce fighting raged along the road to the Pyrrhic Gate, where tombs of the fallen still stood. On one flank the Amazons pressed the Athenians back to the very temple of the Furies. Yet on the other, driven by the Athenians from the temple of Pallas, they were beaten back to their camp. After 4 months of struggle, peace was made. Some say Antiope herself brought about the treaty, others that she died in battle by her lover's side, struck down by her own companion Malpadia. Whatever the truth, the Athenians long honored the Amazons in sacrifice, joining their festival to that of Theseus, and burial places of the warrior women were pointed out not only in Athens, but at Megara, at Chaeronea, and as far north as Thessaly, lasting signs of their valor and of the greatness of the struggle they waged in Theseus's day. Here is your audiobook-style adaptation of this closing, fateful portion of the life of Theseus, narrated in clear and natural language, but retaining Plutarch's gravity and dignity. Such, then, is all that is worth telling of the Amazons. As for the tale found in the THESEUS, that Antiope raised her warrior women in vengeance against Theseus for his marriage to Phaedra, and that Perikles himself slew them, this is clearly an invention. After Antiope's death, Theseus married Phaedra. By Antiope he had a son, called Hippolytus, though some say Demophon. The unhappy fate of that house is told alike by historians and the tragic poets, so there is no reason to doubt it. Elsewhere, legends whisper of marriages less creditable, tales never acted upon the stage, that he ravished Nassau of treason, and forced the daughters of Cenes and Circean whom he had slain, that he wedded Peribia, mother of Ajax, and later Pharibia and Iope, the child of Iphicles. It was, too, for the love of Egle, daughter of Panopeus, that he deserted Ariadne, a shameful and infamous deed. Worst of all, he was said to have carried off Helen, still a child, and for that outrage Attica was plunged into war, and Theseus was driven to exile and ruin. Yet many great proverbs sprang from his name, for he was a companion to many heroes in their enterprises, whether in the Caledonian hunt, the voyage of the Argonauts, or the war of the Lapids and Centaurs. And so men said of any gallant deed, not without Theseus. And when he alone achieved labors equal to Perikles, the saying rose, "Here is another Perikles." Together with Adrastus, he recovered, by truce and covenant, the bodies of the fallen chiefs before Thebes, thus giving to the dead the first recorded honors ever obtained from foes in battle. The rank and file they buried at Eleutheræ. The leaders, by his favor, lay interred at Eleusis. His famous bond with Perikles began in this way. Perikles, famed for valor, once raided the cattle of Marathon. When Theseus armed himself and pursued, Perikles turned to face him. Each, struck by admiration of the other's courage and beauty, withheld his blows. Perikles offered his hand, declaring he would submit to whatever penalty Theseus imposed. And so, instead of enemies, they swore eternal friendship, sealed by an oath. Soon after, Perikles took Theseus to Thessaly for his own marriage feast with Didymaea. At that banquet the centaurs, overcome with wine, laid hands upon the women. In the struggle that followed, Theseus fought beside the Lapids, who slew many and banished the rest from their land. Some tell differently, that Theseus met Perikles on his way and thereafter often associated with him, joining in holy rites and purifications. In later years Theseus, now 50, carried off Helen of Sparta, herself no more than a child. Some writers, unwilling to burden him with such dishonor, claim the deed was done by Idas and Lynceus, and that they merely placed her in his keeping. Others even say Tyndareus gave her to him for safety. But the common story runs thus. Theseus and Perikles together seized the maiden as she danced in the temple of Artemis. The pursuers came no farther than Tegea. Confident, the two friends agreed on who should possess her. Theseus won, yet because she was not of age, placed her in the keeping of his mother at Aphidne, charged to guard her secretly. Then, to repay his oath of friendship, he followed Perikles on a far more daring and impious quest, to snatch Chore, the daughter of Hades, king of the Molossians. All suitors of his daughter were required to face the monstrous hound Cerberus, and the victor should wed her. Learning that his guests came not as suitors, but as ravishers, the king cast them into prison. Perikles he slew at once by that savage beast, but Theseus he held bound. About this time Mnestheus, son of Peteus, first practiced the arts of the demagogue. He courted the nobles, who long had hated Theseus for taking away their local powers when he unified Attica. To the people he whispered that they had not gained liberty in the new state, but had exchanged their ancient laws and ancestral rights for subjection under one foreign tyrant. And while he thus subverted the city from within, fortune struck from without. The sons of Tyndareus, Castor, and Pollux came against Attica to recover Helen. At first they sought her return. When the Athenians replied that they knew not where she was held, the brothers raised arms. It was Academus who revealed the truth, that Helen lay hidden at Aphidne. Therefore the Spartans always honored him, and even in later invasions they spared his grove, the Academy. The Dioscuri marched, took Aphidne in battle, and with it Helen and Theseus's mother Aethra, whom they carried into captivity. So deep ran the memory of this war that towns were named for the heroes who fell, Marathon and Alkis. Afterward, persuaded by Mnestheus, the Athenians welcomed the twins as friends, for they demanded nothing more than the rites of initiation, claiming kinship with the city, as Perikles had once done. They were honored with divine titles as the Annex, guardians and kings. Meanwhile, Aethra, mother of Theseus, remained enslaved, and the poets tell that she was carried even to Troy in Helen's train. As for Theseus himself, he lingered in prison until at last Perikles passed that way. The king Hades was then his host, and Perikles begged him to release Theseus, sparing his life though Perikles was already gone. So Theseus returned to Athens. But he found his people changed. The sites once consecrated to him had been rededicated to Perikles. When he sought to rule as before, the nobles no longer feared him, and the people, corrupted by flatterers, no longer obeyed. He tried to master the state by force, but a faction overwhelmed him. Thus began the decline and ruin of the hero of Athens. When Theseus tried once more to secure his rule by force, the faction overcame him. Despairing of success, he secretly sent his children away to Euboea, entrusting them to Eliphaner, son of Chalcodon. As for himself, he stood at Gargetus, what is still called the Aratyrion, the place of curses, and there invoked solemn maledictions upon the Athenians. Then he set sail for Skyros, believing himself among friends, for he held inherited lands upon that island. At the time, Lykumedes was king. Theseus asked that his estate be restored to him, that he might dwell there in peace. Some say he even sought the king's aid against the Athenians. Yet Lykumedes, either fearing the great fame of the man, or eager to please Mnestheus, who ruled Athens, betrayed him. Under the pretense of showing him his lands, Lykumedes led him to the highest mountain peak and cast him headlong from the cliffs. Others tell he fell by accident, stumbling in his after-supper walk, as was his custom. Thus perished Theseus, forsaken. No one honored his passing. Mnestheus reigned in Athens, while the sons grew up as private men under Eliphaner. They followed him to Troy, and only on Mnestheus's death returned to reclaim their city. But in time, Athens remembered. At Marathon it was said the ghost of Theseus appeared, clad in gleaming arms, leading the charge against the Persians. Greater honor came still later, for after the Persian wars, when Phaedo was archon, the Delphic oracle commanded that the bones of Theseus be brought home and revered. Cimon conquered Skyros, and seeking the hero's tomb, saw an eagle pecking at a mound of earth. Digging there, he found the coffin of a giant man, with a bronze spearhead and a sword beside him. These relics he carried on his trireme to Athens. The people received them in solemn procession, with sacrifices, as though Theseus himself had returned. They buried him in the heart of the city, near the gymnasium, and decreed that his tomb should forever be a sanctuary for slaves, for the poor and oppressed, since in life he had been their champion and avenger. His chief festival was held on the 8th of Pyaneption, the day he returned with the rescued youths from Crete. Yet each month, on the 8th day, Athenians also honored him. For 8 was sacred to Poseidon his father, the steadfast upholder of the earth, and so it became the number of the sun as well. Thus Theseus was reckoned not only a king, but a hero, a founder of Athens and protector of her people, honored in death with the love and reverence denied him at his end. Life of Romulus. The beginnings of Rome, famed throughout the world, are told in many and conflicting tales. Some say that the wandering Pelasgi, who subdued many nations, finally settled there and named the city for their own strength in battle. Others relate that, after the fall of Troy, exiles were carried by storm to the Tuscan coast and found refuge on the Tiber. There, weary of the sea, their women, led by one of noble blood named Roma, burned the ships, compelling the men to settle on the Palatine Hill. Their anger gave place to gratitude when they found the land fertile and the neighbors kind. They named the city for Roma. From this, they say, comes the Roman custom of women kissing their kinsmen, for the women who had burned the ships thus embraced the men and soothed their wrath. Others tell that Roma was daughter of Italus, or of Telephus, son of Perikles, and wife to Aeneas, or else a daughter of his son Ascanius. Still others say the founder was Romanus the son of Odysseus and Circe, or Romus the son of a Mathian sent by Diomedes, or Romes the Latin, who expelled the Tyrrhenians from a land. Even those who hold to the more rational tale, that Romulus founded the city and gave it his name, dispute his birth. Some say he was the son of Aeneas by Dexithea, and that he and his brother were set adrift when their ship alone was saved from floods. Others claim that Roma, daughter of that Trojan line, bore him to Latinus, son of Telemachus. Others give his mother as Aemilia, daughter of Aeneas and Lavinia, begotten by Mars himself. And still others tell most marvelously that in the house of Tarchetius, king of Alba, there arose from the hearth a strange, divine image. An oracle declared a virgin must be given to it, and from her a son would be born surpassing all men in valor. Tarchetius commanded his daughter, but she sent her maid in her place. From her were born twins, cast away at his order, suckled by a wolf, and fed by birds until a shepherd found them. These children grew to slay Tarchetius, so Pantheon records in his history of Italy. But the tale most credited, told first in Greece by Diocles of Peparethos and followed by Fabius Pictor, recounts the line of Aeneas at Alba Longa, how it came to Numitor and his brother Aemilius. Aemilius seized power, making Numitor's daughter a Vestal virgin, lest she bear sons who might avenge her house. She bore twins nonetheless. By Mars, it is said. Aemilius doomed them to death, but they were laid by the swollen river, and in the shade of the fig tree Riminalis, a she-wolf gave them suck, and a woodpecker watched over them, both creatures sacred to Mars. Shepherds brought them up, and from Acca Laurentia, foster wife of Faustulus, they learned the ways of men. Thus the divine twins, Romulus and Remus, came to manhood, and from their noble bearing, their boldness, and their strength, all foretold that destiny had marked them to found a city which would not only bear their name, but rule the nations of the earth. Faustulus, the humble swineherd of Aemilius, kept the foundling brothers safely hidden from all suspicion. Some say Numitor already knew the truth and even shared the cost of their upbringing. In time, they were sent to Gabii, learning letters and all the training befitting sons of noble birth. They were called Romulus and Remus because they were first seen clinging to the she-wolf. Even in youth, their noble origin betrayed itself, in their stature and beauty, and later in their courage and strength. Of the two, Romulus was judged the more prudent, shrewd in counsel and born to command, while Remus was fiery and daring. They despised the king's officers, fearing them no more than any common foe, and won the love of fellow herdsmen and the poor by defending the land against brigands, hunting down marauders, and avenging the harmed. So they grew renowned. A quarrel then broke out between the herdsmen of Aemilius and those of Numitor. Cattle were carried off, and in the fight that followed, Aemilius's men prevailed, swelling their band with desperate men and slaves. In one of these skirmishes, while Romulus was away at sacrifice, for he was much given to rites and divination, Remus was taken alive. He was led before Numitor. Numitor, struck at once by the youth's great size and dauntless spirit, restrained himself. He feared his brother, yet he saw in Remus something of destiny. He questioned him gently. Remus, emboldened, confessed, "I will hide nothing from you, for you seem more like a king than Aemilius. As for us twins, we long believed ourselves sons of Faustulus and Laurentia. But strange stories have come to us, that we were cast forth as infants, suckled by a wolf, and fed by a woodpecker. The cradle with brazen bands still exists. Whether these things be true or not, We now stand on the edge of discovery or of death. Hope stirred Numitor's heart. Calculating Remus's years, weighing the signs, he saw in him the nearer hand of Providence, and longed to confer secretly with his imprisoned daughter. Meanwhile Faustulus, hearing that Remus was in Numitor's keeping, hastened to Romulus and told him all, that they were the grandsons of Numitor, set forth to die, preserved by miracle. With trembling haste he carried the ancient cradle to Numitor, but the king's guards detained him. One, who had been present long before at the exposure of the babes, recognized the vessel by its workmanship. Brought before Numitor, Faustulus confessed little, fearing Aemilius's wrath, yet he hinted truth enough, that Ilia had always longed to see her children's cradle, which he carried beneath his cloak. Aemilius, seized with fear when the rumor began to stir, sent hastily to Numitor to learn if the youths still lived. But by then the affair had run beyond his control. Already Remus had roused men within. Already Romulus gathered a stout force without, dividing them by companies, each 100 strong, each led by a man who carried a bundle of sticks and straw upon a pole, called manipulus by the Latins. From this the Roman maniples took their name. Romulus attacked the palace from without, Remus set fire within, and Aemilius, taken in the midst, was slain, unable to act or devise escape. So ended the tyrant who opposed the blood of Aeneas. Fabius Pictor and Diocles both tell this tale as the birth of Rome. Some doubt it for its theatrical form, yet chance often lends marvel to history, and what empire ever grew more wondrously than Rome? After Aemilius's fall, the twins restored kingship to their grandfather Numitor, providing also for their mother. But they themselves would not reign in Alba. Proud and restless, with bands of outlaws and wanderers clinging to them, they resolved to found a new city near the place where they had been nourished. At first, the band was more a rabble than a citizen body, fugitives, slaves, debtors, men of broken fortunes. To rule them was either to scatter them uselessly or to weld them into one. So they declared the new city would stand as a sanctuary. Slaves would not be returned to masters, nor debtors to creditors, nor exiles to their judges. The city, they proclaimed, is asylum sacred by oracle. Thus its hearts filled swiftly with households, no fewer than 1,000, they say, at the start. But the brothers quarreled at once over the site. Romulus preferred the Palatine, the square hill they later named Roma Quadrata. Remus favored the height of the Aventine, which men long remembered as the Ramonium. So they sought an omen from the sky. Each sat apart to watch the flight of birds. To Remus 6 vultures appeared first, then to Romulus 12. Some said Romulus tricked his brother, claiming the greater omen after seeing none. Others, that the 12 truly came, but after Remus had first sight of 6. And so the Romans, to this day, count especially the vulture as a bird of augury, rarely seen, seldom nesting before mortal eyes, yet harmless to the living, feeding only on the dead, as if sent from another world to mark the will of heaven. Thus judgment of fate inclined to Romulus, and the strife of brothers, once concealed, now moved forward to its destined end. When Remus discovered the trick in the augury, he grew bitter. While Romulus marked out the city's walls with trench and plow, Remus mocked the work. In scorn, he leapt across the furrow. At that moment he was struck dead, whether by Romulus himself, enraged at the insult, or by Celer, one of his companions. Faustulus, their foster father, too was slain in the strife, together with his brother Pleistinus, who had aided him in rearing the twins. Romulus buried Remus and their foster parents at the place thereafter called the Remurium. Then, with rites taught to him by men of Etruria, he consecrated the new city. A trench was dug around the Comitium, filled with first fruits of all that sustains life. Each settler brought earth from his native land and mingled it upon one common heap. This sacred pit they called Mundus, heaven and earth in one. Around it Romulus traced the circle of the walls. A brazen plowshare was set in a plow drawn by bull and cow, and Romulus himself guided it, his attendants turning each clod inward to mark the sacred boundary. Where a gate was intended, they lifted the plow across, for the wall was deemed holy, but gates must admit the necessities of mortal life. Thus, on the 21st day of April, the city was founded. Ever afterward the Romans hallowed that date as the birthday of Rome. At first they kept it pure, stained by no blood sacrifice, as the day of a holy birth. The Greeks, counting otherwise, say it was on the 30th, and that an eclipse of the sun marked the founding, a wonder recorded by Antimachus the poet. In later times Varro and his friend Terutius, a master of astrology, even reckoned the very hour of Romulus's conception and birth from the fates of his life, with elaborate calculations that may delight the curious more than they persuade the wise. Once founded, Romulus formed into legions all the young men able to bear arms. 3,000 feet, 300 horses. The rest of the citizens became the people or populace. From the noblest, he enrolled 100 elders as a council, named fathers or patricians. Some say the name came because they were true fathers of households, others because they were men who could name their fathers, whereas in a city of fugitives and outcasts few could. More likely, he meant them to stand as patrons, guardians of the people, so that the multitude might not hate their superiors, but regard them as fathers to whom reverence was due. And indeed the senators were ever after addressed as conscript fathers. In this way Romulus bred mutual duty between patrons and clients, the wealthy to defend and advise, the poorer to honor and support, even helping their patrons pay debts or portion daughters. So strong was this bond that not even law compelled a patron to bear witness against his client, nor a client against his patron. For months after the founding came the most daring and infamous deed, the carrying off of the maidens. Some blamed Romulus's own love of war, saying he meant to provoke a quarrel with the Sabines. But the truer cause lay in necessity. His city, full of men and strangers, lacked wives. Despised by neighbors, they could win no brides in peace. So he turned violence into policy, planning that wrong done would yield alliance when reconciliation came. Romulus therefore proclaimed games and sacrifices at the altar of the hidden god Consus, whom some call the equestrian Neptune, others the god of counsel. Many tribes gathered to watch the spectacle, unsuspecting. Romulus sat in a state robed in purple, with armed men beside him. At the appointed signal, he rose, drew his cloak about him. The Romans rushed forward with shouts, seizing the maidens. Only maidens, they say, save one married woman, Hersilia. Valerius writes that more than 500 were carried off, Juba 683, but the symbolic number given was 30, from whom the tribes were named. By this restraint some defend the deed, saying truly it was not madness nor lust, but the forced making of wives to bind the races together. As for Hersilia, some record that she became wife to Hostilius, one of Rome's first men, others that Romulus himself married her, by whom he had children, a daughter called Prima, and a son Aelius, later named Avilius. Thus, with both bloodshed and sacrament, with outrage and necessity together, was Rome brought into being. Among the ravishers, it is told, there were some men of humble rank who seized a maiden of striking height and beauty. When nobles tried to take her from them, they cried out that she was destined for THESEUS, a young man of noble family and of good repute. At this all applauded. Many even escorted them, calling out his name in acclaim. From this, in marriage rites to this day, Romans cry aloud THESEUS, as the Greeks call upon Hymen. Some supposed Romulus himself gave this as a signal for the seizure, while others linked it to talasia, the word for wool spinning, since the Sabine treaty later required their women to work no task for their husbands except the spindle. Hence the jest remained on marriage days, that a Roman bride's one duty was to spin. So too the custom arose that she was carried over the threshold, not stepping in of her own will, for the Sabine maidens had been carried by force. Even now, the parting of a bride's hair with a spear recalls that Rome's first marriages were taken by war. The seizure happened on the Feast of Consualia, the 18th day of Sextilis, what we call August. The Sabines were a hardy people, unwalled, proud of their Spartan descent. Yet when their daughters were held hostage, they came first offering terms, that Romulus return the maidens and renounce the outrage, and so friendship might continue. Romulus refused to give them back, but bid them instead to accept alliance through these enforced unions. While the Sabines delayed, weighing their reply, Acron, king of the Senonites, inflamed with anger, declared war. Romulus advanced to meet him. Single combat was proposed, army watching army. Romulus vowed to Jupiter that should he slay his enemy with his own hand, he would dedicate the spoils. He smote Acron and killed him, routed his army, and took the city. Then, with mercy, he made the conquered join Rome as equals, their city demolished, their lives preserved. Thus began Rome's policy of absorbing the vanquished, a custom that made her empire great. To fulfill his vow, Romulus hewed down a tall oak and set upon it the arms of Acron, each piece arranged. Turning the tree into a living trophy, he crowned his head with laurel, girded himself, and bore it upon his shoulder, marching in triumph with his army behind him, singing hymns of victory. This was the first Roman triumph. The spoils he dedicated to Jupiter for Retreus, for the Romans called the blow Ferire, and Romulus prayed Jupiter grant him the stroke. These spolia opima, the richest spoils, could only be dedicated when a commander slew a commander with his own hand. Only 3 in all Roman history were so honored: Romulus, Cornelius Cassus, and Claudius Marcellus. But Romulus, unlike the later generals who rode in chariots, entered the city afoot, and so his statues never depict him. Having humbled the Senonites, Romulus faced new foes. The men of Fidene, Crustumerium, and Antemne rose against him, but all were defeated in battle, and their lands divided among Roman citizens. Yet he allowed the fathers of the stolen brides to keep their holdings, a gesture at reconciliation. The Sabines, angered, chose Tatius as their king and advanced against Rome. The citadel, the capital, was key to the defense. Tarpeius was its commander, and his daughter Tarpeia, greedy for the gold bracelets she saw upon the Sabines' arms, bargained to betray the gate. She asked as her price what they bore upon their left arms. Tatius agreed. In the night she opened the way, but the Sabines crushed her under their shields, as well as their gold. So she perished, the traitor loathed by traitors. From her name the hill was called Tarpeian. Even when her body was removed and Jupiter's temple razed, the cliff remained the Tarpeian rock, down which traitors were flung. When the citadel fell, Romulus raged, challenging Tatius to open battle. Tatius agreed, ensuring that, if beaten, his men could retreat into the heights. The armies met on low ground, marshy from the recent floods of the river. There Curtius, a Sabine champion, rode far ahead on horseback, but plunged into the swamp and narrowly saved his life, giving his name to the Curtian pool in the forum. Then battle was joined in earnest. Fighting raged. Hostilius, husband of Versilia, was slain. Many others too fell. At one moment Romulus, struck on the head by a stone, was nearly felled, and the Romans, losing heart, fled up toward the Palatine. Romulus, recovering from the blow, tried to rally them, but they heeded him not. In desperation, he lifted his arms to heaven and prayed aloud to Jupiter, god of Rome, not to let his new city perish before his eyes. It is said the prayer was answered. The fugitives halted in awe, ashamed before their king. There they rallied, on the spot where afterwards stood the temple of Jupiter Stator, the stayer of flight. Regaining their courage, they turned and fought once more, driving the Sabines back as far as the Palatine and the shrine of Vesta. Thus the struggle, fierce and still undecided, set the stage for the most famous reconciliation of all. As the Romans and Sabines braced themselves to resume the slaughter, a strange and awe-inspiring sight arrested them. From every quarter rushed the Sabine women, the very maidens once carried off, now wives, now mothers. Their hair fell loose, their garments disheveled. Their cries mingled with shrieks and lamentations. Some bore infants pressed to their breast, others clung to little children at their side. They threw themselves between the ranks, weaving in and out among the fallen. They addressed fathers and brothers on one side, husbands on the other, pleading, reproaching, weeping. "Why this cruelty against us?" they cried. "First we were torn from our families by force. Yet you, our kin, when there was time, did nothing to reclaim us. Now that we are bound by marriage and motherhood, you would sunder us again, wives from husbands, mothers from children. We suffer more in this war than in the first outrage. If the quarrel is about us, then carry us off together, husbands, children, and all, but do not divide us anew. Do not make us captives twice over." So Hersilia, wife of Romulus, spoke at length. The other women added their entreaties with tears. The soldiers of both armies melted and fell back, leaving space for the trembling women between the lines. A murmur of pity ran through the host. Sorrow drowned the thirst for vengeance, and the chiefs met in conference. There the women pointed out fathers to their sons-in-law, brothers to their brothers-in-law, children to grandsires who had come against them. They ministered to the wounded, fetched food and drink, and showed that in Rome they were mistresses of their households and honored by their husbands. Their testimony softened all hearts. Peace was agreed upon. The women were to stay with their new husbands, relieved of all toil save the spinning of wool. The Romans and Sabines would dwell together as one, the city retaining the name of Rome, but the people to be called Crites, after the Sabine city of THESEUS. Romulus and THESEUS would reign side by side, equal in command. The place of this treaty was then called the Comitium, from quar, to meet. The state was doubled, its senate increased by 100 Sabine elders. The legions now numbered 6,000 on foot and 600 horses. 3 tribes were formed, the Rhamnenses from Romulus, the Titianses from THESEUS, and the Lucerenses from refugees once admitted by Romulus under the sheltering grove called Lucus. Each tribe was divided into 10 centuries. Some say named for the abducted women, though more likely after places. The women gained lasting honors. Men must yield them right of way on the streets, utter no shameful word in their presence, nor appear unclothed before them, under penalty of trial. Their children wore the bulla, a golden charm hung at the neck, and the bordered robe of purple known as the praetexta. The 2 kings held councils separately with their own senate, then assembled together. THESEUS dwelt near the hill of Juno Moneta, Romulus near the steps to the circus. There a sacred cornel tree once grew, springing from a spear cast by Romulus, whose iron head took root and budded, growing into a living tree revered as holy. So sacred it was that, when it later withered after Gaius Caesar's workmen damaged its roots, the people lamented its death, as though it were a citizen. From the Sabines the Romans adopted new rites, shields, and months, while preserving their own festivals. New feasts were added. The Matronalia, honoring the women for ending the war, and the Carmentalia, in memory of the prophetess Carmenta, wife of Evander. As for the Lupercalia, it is still held in the month of purification, February. In this ancient rite, goats are sacrificed, and 2 noble youths are touched upon the brow with a bloody knife, then cleansed with wool dipped in milk, upon which they must laugh. Clad only in goat skins, the Luperci run about striking those they meet with thongs, a blow believed to aid women in fertility. A dog is sacrificed too, whether as part of the purification, as the Greeks once did, or in memory of the wolf that nursed Romulus. No one can be certain. Thus out of war and treachery, of blood and lamentation, unity arose, and Rome, born by violence, was tempered also by reconciliation. Some say it was Romulus, not Numa, who first ordained the sacred fire of Vesta and the order of holy virgins who keep it. Certainly Romulus was a man deeply religious, skilled in augury. He bore with him the crooked staff, the lituus, to mark out the heavens for the watching of birds. Long preserved in the Palladium, it was lost when the Gauls took Rome, yet later was found unharmed, lying beneath the ashes, while all else had been spoiled. He made laws also. The harshest was this, that a wife might not divorce her husband. A husband might put away his wife only for grave crimes, poisoning of children, counterfeiting of keys, or adultery. For any lesser cause he decreed that the husband's goods be divided, half to the wife, half to the temple of Ceres, and that he himself must sacrifice to the dark gods below. He named all murder parricide, as though killing one's parents were so monstrous as to include any shedding of blood. And for many centuries no parricide was known at Rome, until after Hannibal's wars. In the 5th year of joint rule, kin of King Tatius attacked ambassadors from Laurentum. Romulus urged punishment, but Tatius shielded the criminals. Before long, while both kings were sacrificing at Lavinium, relatives of the slain fell upon Tatius and killed him. Romulus, untouched, was honored for justice. He buried Tatius with due dignity on the Aventine, near the Armilustrium. Some whispered he was glad to be quit of his colleague, for he sought no vengeance, saying blood has been atoned by blood. The Sabines did not rise against him, but remained loyal, revering his power and believing him heaven's chosen. Other Latin peoples too sent embassies and sought alliance. Romulus waged war. Fidini took, either by swift assault with cavalry cutting down their gates, or else by ambush in reprisal for their raids. He planted the place with Roman colonists. A plague then fell, afflicting both city and countryside, and a rain of blood struck terror into men's hearts. It was deemed the gods were wroth for the unavenged deaths of Tatius and the ambassadors. Only when the guilty were punished, on both sides, did the plague lessen. Even so Camirium dared attack, thinking Rome too sick to fight. Romulus overran them, slew 600, transplanted half their survivors into Rome, and settled twice as many Romans again in Camirium. Thus Rome grew. 16 years only since its founding, yet already the city teemed with citizens. Spoils from Camirium included a brazen 4-horse chariot, which Romulus dedicated to Vulcan, setting atop it an image of himself crowned by victory. Soon after, mighty Veii tested him. They demanded Fidini, claiming it theirs. Romulus answered proudly that they had let Fidini fall to ruin, and now begged for what Rome had rebuilt. Battle followed. At first the Romans fell at Fidini, with heavy loss. But later, Romulus won a second battle by strength and swiftness that seemed divine. He marched on Veii itself, and the beaten city sued for peace, 100 years' alliance, the surrender of lands and saltworks, and 50 noble hostages. For this triumph Romulus celebrated procession through the city, his third. Among the captives was the general of Veii, mocked as foolish, led in boy's garb. Even now in sacrifice for victory, Romans lead an old man through the forum in a child's robe and bulla, crying Sardinians for sale, in memory of that day. Yet after glory came arrogance. As with all who rise beyond measure, pride altered his ways. Romulus assumed a king's pomp, purple tunic, bordered toga, audiences taken reclining, and always guarded by the band of swift youths called sellers. For the first time lictors walked before a Roman ruler, rods in hand. When Numitor died in Alba, though Romulus might have claimed the throne himself, he left it to annual magistrates, as if to please the people. But in Rome itself, he disregarded senate and nobles alike. He parceled out land by his own will, released hostages without their counsel, and gave command as though the fathers were only shadows, summoned to hear his decrees. Thus suspicion fell upon him when, not long after, he vanished suddenly. It was on the nones of Quintilis, July, as we call it. Some say the senators slew him in the temple of Vulcan, dismembered his body, and hid the parts beneath their cloaks. While he addressed the army near the Goat's Marsh, a storm of thunder, wind, and rain engulfed the place. Darkness fell, with portents in the sky. When the storm cleared, Romulus was gone, vanished, body and raiment alike. The nobles proclaimed he had been caught up among the gods. "Trouble not yourselves," they told the people. "Worship him, pray to him. For now Romulus is no longer a king among men, but a god, protector of Rome." Thus the founder of the city, born of arms and augury, by his last mystery became divine, and Rome received her first king as Quirinus the god. The Romans, when told that Romulus had been taken to the gods, departed from the field rejoicing. They prayed to him now with confidence and hope. Yet some, less credulous, suspected darker things, and whispered that the senators themselves had slain him, and cloaked their crime in a fable. Then came Julius Proculus, reckoned among the noblest of patricians, an early colonist from Alba, a friend and companion of Romulus himself. In the forum he swore upon oath, touching what was most sacred, that Romulus had appeared to him. He said, "As I walked upon the road, Romulus came to meet me, majestic, taller and more glorious than ever before, clad in shining arms. I was struck dumb in wonder. At last I dared ask, 'O king, why have you left your people in suspicion and grief? Why abandon Rome, the city you founded?' He answered, 'It pleased the gods, Proculus, that I should dwell among mortals so long, and after founding a city of great dominion, return once more to heaven, whence I came. Tell the Romans, by courage and self-restraint shall they rule all nations. And know this, henceforth I am your god, Quirinus, guardian of Rome.' The oath and bearing of Proculus persuaded all. Reverence seized the crowd, and every tongue was silenced. They dismissed their suspicions, and prayed to Romulus now as to Quirinus, a kindly deity. Such tales recall the legends of Greece, of Aristides of Proconnesus, whose body vanished though travelers afterwards saw him on the road, of Cleomedes of Astypalaea, who hid in a chest from which no hand could bring him forth, until at last it lay open empty, the oracle naming him last of the heroes. Of Alcmene, too, whose body when carried to the grave was found turned to stone. Stories such as these confound the body with the spirit, raising both to heaven, contrary to reason. Virtue, surely, is of the spirit. As Pindar says, death claims the body, but a living spirit remains, an immortal image drawn from heaven, either returning when freed and purified. This, says Heraclitus, is the fire that flashes through the body like lightning through a cloud. It is folly to believe the flesh ascends to dwell with gods, but it is right to believe that noble souls, purified of mortal stain, pass into the company of heroes, from heroes into guardians, and from guardians, if wholly cleansed, to divine blessedness, not by empty decree of senate, but by the nature of their virtue itself. As for the name Quirinus, some say it is Mars. Others say it derives from a spear, once called Quiris by the ancients. Juno leaning on her spear is therefore Juno Quirites, and the spear in the Regia is addressed as Mars. Others hold it comes from the Romans themselves, called Quirites from their union with the Sabine Quirium. His temple stood on the Quirinal hill, and the day of his translation was kept as the feast of the people's flight, the Noni Capitini, when Romans went forth to the Goat's Marsh. There are two versions of that feast. One says they commemorate the panic of the day Romulus vanished, when men fled calling to one another by name. The other tells of later war with the Latins after the Gauls, and of the slave woman Philotis, who with her fellows tricked the enemy and raised a torch by a fig tree. So the Romans fell upon their foes at night and won victory. In either tale the Nones are called Capertini from the fig tree, and women, free and slave alike, take part in the feast beneath its branches. Romulus, they say, was 54 years of age, and in the 38th year of his reign, when he passed from the earth, whether by treachery of men or by translation to the gods. Comparison of Theseus and Romulus. We have now gathered all the memorable particulars of Theseus and Romulus, and may set them in comparison. First, consider their beginnings. Theseus, heir to a throne in treason and free to rule with ease, chose instead a life of risk and heroic deeds, seeking glory of his own accord. Romulus, by contrast, an exile and threatened with death, was driven to bravery by necessity. As Plato says, fear made him bold, for dread of slavery and punishment forced him into exploits. Romulus's most significant act at first was the slaying of a single man, Aemilius of Alba. Theseus's early victories were greater in scope. He slew Cenes, Sciron, Procrustes, and Periphetes, scourges of Greece, whose cruelty devastated the land. By removing them, Theseus delivered others from evils they had never dared confront themselves. Moreover, Theseus might have sailed safely by sea to Athens, avoiding hardship, yet he courted danger by land, battling evildoers not for his own sake, but for the common good. Romulus and Remus endured Aemilius quietly, until he struck at them. And while Romulus fought bravely against Acron and the Sabines, Theseus likewise matched himself against the Centaurs and Amazons. Greater still was his courage when he offered himself for the Cretan tribute, sailing with the doomed youths and maidens, ready to die for his city. Whether to the Minotaur or the sacrificial tomb of Androgeus, or to slavery under Crete, he faced it freely. His daring was sustained by the passion of Ariadne, a love heaven seemed to send for his deliverance. Both men were born to rule, but neither showed himself a true king. Theseus leaned too far towards democracy, Romulus too far towards despotism. A king must balance his powers, neither surrendering them nor pressing them too harshly. In this matter, one erred out of indulgence, the other from arrogance. As for their misfortunes, both stand accused. Romulus in the killing of his brother, Theseus in the loss of his son Hippolytus. Romulus's act, in the midst of public deliberation, seems harsher. Theseus, though blinded by slander, jealousy, and love, inflicted only words and curses, while the youth's death came by chance. There, Theseus deserves the gentler sentence. Yet Romulus achieved more out of less. Born with nothing, branded a slave son, he freed his people, restored his grandsire, slew a tyrant, and founded a city from nothing. Theseus, with inheritance awaiting him, abolished other men's kingdoms to make Athens one, but Romulus built Rome from the dust. He spared the conquered and turned them into citizens, welding nations together. Theseus, by his unions with women, sowed strife. Ariadne abandoned Antiope's war, Helen's seizure, and enmity with Sparta. Romulus carried off many women, yet held only Hersilia as wife, and through wise treatment and just custom, turned outrage into alliance. From his act unity was born marriage sanctified, and for centuries no Roman was divorced from his wife. From Theseus's unions, Athens gained only quarrels, wars, and lasting enmities. Romulus honored his mother, restored his grandfather, and took no vengeance on kindred. Theseus, through neglect of the fateful sail, brought his father to despair and death, a fault hardly less than parricide. Lastly, we may judge by the favor of heaven. To Romulus, the gods gave aid and signs of destiny. To Aegeus, the father of Theseus, the oracle spoke darkly, warning against foreign unions. It seems to bear witness that the birth of Theseus was not by divine approval, but against it. Thus, while both performed deeds worthy of memory, Romulus was the greater in fortune, in founding dominion from nothing, and in winning for himself not only kingship, but at last a place among the gods. Tonight, prepare to drift into the deepest sleep of your life, guided by ancient whispers. If you're here to finally find peaceful rest with a truly unique historical journey, you're in the right place. Forget generic sleep sounds. We're about to unlock the profound peace found within Plutarch's Lives, Volume 1. Imagine settling into slumber as the wisdom of legendary figures like Lykurgus of Sparta and NUMA Pompilius of Rome gently washes over you. This isn't just a story. It's a meticulously crafted experience designed to calm your mind and soothe your soul. But what secrets did these ancient leaders hold that could possibly guide your modern mind to rest? How did the fierce discipline of a Spartan lawgiver or the tranquil piety of a Roman king create blueprints for peace that transcend millennia? Tonight, we'll journey through their extraordinary lives, comparing their paths to discover the surprising truths that can quiet your inner world. This isn't just an audiobook. It's an invitation to a different kind of relaxation. So dim the lights, get comfortable, and let's begin your tranquil journey. If you're ready for deep sleep, please give this video a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you don't miss our next historical escape. Life of Lykurgus. With Lykurgus the lawgiver, nearly everything about him lies in dispute: his birth, his travels, his death, and most of all, his legislation. Even the dates assigned to his life do not agree. Some say he lived in the time of Iphidus, and together with him established the Olympic truce. Among these is Aristotle, who points to a discus at Olympia, bearing the name of Lykurgus, as proof. Others, such as Eratosthenes and Apollodorus, by reckoning the reigns of Sparta's kings, argue that he lived many generations earlier than the first Olympiad. The historian Timaeus took another view, that there were two lawgivers of that name, born in different centuries, and their legacies were merged into the legend of one man. The earlier of the two, he believed, lived close to the age of Homer. Indeed, some even claimed that he met Homer in person. Xenophon, for his part, calls him a man of deep antiquity, placing him among the earliest descendants of Perikles. Troubled though these accounts may be, let us follow the most consistent traditions and the best authorities. The poet Simonides once claimed that Lykurgus's father was not Eunomus, but Prytanes. The majority, however, say this: that Su, son of Perikles and grandson of Aristodemus, fathered Euripus. Euripus fathered Prytanes, and Prytanes begot Eunomus. Eunomus had two sons, Polydex by his first wife, and Lykurgus by Dionysa the second. By this reckoning, Lykurgus was sixth in descent from Perikles, and 11th from Perikles. The most notable of his ancestors was Su, under whom the Spartans subdued the Helots and seized much of Arcadia. One story tells of Su trapped by the Clitorians in a fortress without water. Pressed by thirst, he agreed to surrender disputed territory if he and his men could drink from the nearest spring. When brought there, he declared that any of his soldiers who could refrain from drinking should inherit his crown. No one succeeded. They all drank. Only then did Su himself approach, sprinkle his face with water, and march away without drinking. By that act, he refused to honor the treaty, claiming not all had drunk. This won him fame, yet it was his son Eurypon, not Su, who softened the rule of Sparta's kings. From him, the royal house took the name Eurypontidi. But this easing of authority stirred in the people a desire for greater freedom. Disorder spread. Some kings resisted and became hated, others gave in and seemed weak. In these troubled times, Lycurgus's father Eunomus was killed when attempting to part two quarreling men, struck down by a cook's chopper. The crown passed to his elder son Polydex, but after Polydex died childless, it should have fallen to Lycurgus. He did reign, but only until it was discovered that his brother's widow was expecting. At once he declared that, should the child be a boy, the crown would pass to him, and he himself would only serve as guardian. Among the Spartans, such a guardian of a royal orphan was called a prodigus. The queen, however, secretly proposed that they kill the infant, and that she and Lycurgus rule together as king and queen. Though horrified, he concealed his disgust. He told her not to harm her body by abortion, but that he himself would arrange to remove the child. In truth, he only sought to preserve its life. When her time came, he set guards to watch. If it was a girl, the child would remain with the women. If a boy, it must be brought directly to him. As chance had it, he was dining with the city magistrates when the infant was born, a son. The servants carried him in. Lycurgus took the child, laid him on the royal seat, and said, "Spartans, a king is born to you." They named him Charalaus, meaning joy of the people. Lycurgus had ruled as king only 8 months, and when he laid aside the crown, his reputation for justice grew greater still. The people obeyed him out of respect for his virtue rather than his official power. Yet envy rose against him. The queen mother's relatives resented him, calling his actions a humiliation to her. Her brother went so far as to accuse him openly, hinting that if anything happened to the child, the blame would fall upon Lycurgus as the usurping uncle. Distressed and wary of suspicion, he resolved to leave Sparta until his nephew came of age and fathered an heir of his own. He sailed first to Crete, where he studied the laws and lived among the foremost statesmen. He admired some Cretan institutions while rejecting others, and persuaded a distinguished man named Thales, known at the time only as a poet, to travel with him to Sparta. Beneath his verse lay a master of political wisdom. Through his songs, Thales softened the rifts among Spartans, encouraging concord and honorable pursuits, preparing the way for reform. From Crete, Lycurgus traveled to Asia Minor, drawn, it is said, to compare the frugal life of the Cretans with the luxury of the Ionians, much as a physician studies both the healthy and the diseased. There he first discovered the poems of Homer, preserved in full by the house of Creophilus. Others had glimpsed fragments here and there, but Lycurgus was the first to collect them, recognizing in Homer not only delight, but also instruction for politics and virtue. Some say he also went to Egypt, where he admired the caste of warriors excluded from labor and trade, and brought back the idea of separating citizens from common workers. A few Greeks confirmed that influence, though tales of his journey to Libya, Iberia, or even India, where he was said to have spoken with the naked philosophers, the gymnosophists, are mentioned only by aristocrats of Sparta. While he was away, the Spartans came to regret his absence. They sent embassies pleading for his return, saying their kings bore only the name of royalty, while Lycurgus alone had the spirit and power to rule. Even the kings themselves desired him back, hoping he might strengthen their authority and restrain the insolence of the crowd. On his return, Lycurgus resolved not to reform Sparta by halves. Like a physician treating a deep disease, he would burn or cut away the source of corruption and make the city begin anew. To confirm his purpose, he went to Delphi. The oracle greeted him as beloved of the gods, as almost divine, and promised that the laws he would establish would become the best constitution the world had seen. Thus emboldened, he gathered the noblest men, speaking first in private, then banding together more and more allies. When the moment was ripe, he ordered 30 of them to appear in the marketplace at dawn, fully armed, to overawe resistance. Chief among them was Archimedes, his truest partner in the work. At first young King Charalaus, alarmed by the sight, fled to Athena's temple in fear of revolt. But reassured by solemn promises, he returned to join their cause. He was a gentle ruler, almost too gentle. His fellow king, Archelaus, once remarked with sharpness, "How can Charalaus be a good man when he cannot bring himself to be harsh, even toward the wicked?" Of the many reforms of Lycurgus, the first and most important was the creation of the Council of Elders. Plato writes that this council cooled what he called the fever of royalty. With its equal vote alongside the kings, it brought caution and balance to their decisions. The Spartan state, once swinging recklessly between monarchy and mob rule, now found firm balance. The elders supported the kings against the people when democracy grew unruly, yet sided with the people against the kings when power threatened to turn despotic. Aristotle says the council originally had 28 members. Because of the 30 companions of Lycurgus, 2 lost courage and withdrew. Others maintain it was 28 by design. Some claim the number had mystical significance. 7 multiplied by 4, the first perfect number after 6, equal to the sum of its parts. Yet the most practical reason was this: together with the 2 kings, the council made a ruling body of 30 in all. So devoted was Lycurgus to this institution that he even brought back an oracle from Delphi in its support, called the Rhetra. It said, "When you have built a temple to Zeus and Athena of Greece, and divided the people into tribes and obes, you shall found a council of 30, including the kings. And from season to season you shall summon the people in assembly, and lay measures before them for their decision." The tribes and obes were divisions of the people. The term Apolasian, to summon, linked the whole constitution to Apollo. The assemblies were held not in grand buildings, but in the open air between a river called Nakion and a bridge called Babyca. Lycurgus thought that fancy architecture distracted the mind, filling it with spectacle instead of sobriety. The people gathered there in the open were not to introduce or debate proposals, but only to approve or reject measures laid before them by kings and elders. In later years, however, the people began altering those motions, twisting their meaning or inserting additions. Kings Polydorus and Theopompus then added a new rule: if the people should make a crooked decision, the chiefs and elders shall set it right. This change, they claimed, was also ordained by Apollo, and the city believed it. Tertius, the poet, praised this settlement in verse, saying that in Sparta the kings should govern first, then the elders, and the people last of all. Though Lycurgus designed this balance, later generations placed another check upon it: the office of the ephors. The ephors appeared some 130 years later, under King Theopompus. When his wife reproached him for passing to his children a crown weaker than the one he had inherited, he replied, "No, more valuable, for it will last longer." Stripped of absolute power, the Spartan king was safe. Kings in nearby Argos and Mycenae, who clung to despotism, were soon overthrown. Sparta endured, and the wisdom of Lycurgus proved itself against the revolutions that destroyed her neighbors. The second and boldest reform was the redistribution of land. In Sparta, wealth had collected into very few hands, while many citizens fell into poverty. Lycurgus persuaded the landowners to yield up their estates. In their place he established an equal division of land, removing once and for all the envy, arrogance, and misery bred by extremes of wealth and want. Henceforth, Spartans strove to surpass one another not by riches, but only by courage and virtue. The countryside was divided into 30,000 equal lots for the perioikoi, and 9,000 lots for the full Spartan citizens. Each allotment was measured so that a man's share would produce 70 bushels of barley, his wife's share 12 more, and oil and wine in like proportion, enough for health, but not for luxury. Years later, when harvest made the field stand in neat equal rows, Lycurgus smiled and said, "All Laconia has the look of brothers sharing the land." To erase inequality further, he next attacked wealth itself. He abolished gold and silver coinage, replacing it with iron money, heavy, bulky, and of little value. 10 minas required a room to store and oxen to carry. Quenched in vinegar, the iron was brittle and useless for craftwork. With such money, theft and bribery disappeared. What thief would trouble to steal what could not be hidden or spent? Nor would foreign merchants sell their wares for it. So luxury and costly imports vanished from Sparta. Sophists, fortune-tellers, and goldsmiths, professions thriving elsewhere, found no market there. Tools, furniture, and necessities alone were valued, and Spartan artisans gave their finest skill to useful things. The field cup of the Spartans, invented in this age, was prized for soldiers, shaped to make foul water look clean, and designed so dirt settled at the bottom, while the drink above seemed pure. Yet the greatest of Lycurgus's reforms was the common dining table. No Spartan was to live soft and idle in private homes, pampered with feasts and luxuries. Instead, men were to share simple meals together, with a fixed allowance of food. Rich and poor ate side by side, and differences of wealth could find no expression at the communal board. A man who dined in private and came later was ridiculed as weak and self-indulgent. The wealthy resisted this reform most bitterly. In one uproar, they hurled stones at him in the market, and he fled for refuge. All but one pursuer dropped back. A fiery youth named Alkindor caught him, struck him with a staff, and put out his eye. Lycurgus, bloody and blinded, did not curse or retaliate. Standing firm, he showed his wound to the people. Shame and remorse silenced them. They delivered Alkindor into his hands, to punish as he pleased. But Lycurgus sought no revenge. He took the youth into his household and dismissed his servants, making Alkindor attend to him daily. Living close to him, the impulsive boy saw with his own eyes the lawgiver's steady temper, his simplicity, his tireless devotion to the state. He was transformed by that example, from a reckless and insolent youth to a moderate and disciplined man. After his injury, Lycurgus built a temple to Athena, whom he named Optolytus, for in the Dorian tongue, optylo means eyes. Some writers, including Dioscorides in his account of the Spartan constitution, claim he was merely struck in the eye and not blinded, and that the temple was a thanksgiving offering for his recovery. In any case, from this incident the Spartans gave up the habit of carrying staffs during council meetings. The institution of common meals, known among the Cretans as undreia, the men's repast, was in Laconia called Phoenicia. The name was said to derive either from philia or friendship, since comradeship ruled their tables, or from Phaedo, frugality, since the meals bred moderation. Some believed the word once meant simply food. The men ate in dining groups, usually of 15. Each member contributed a monthly share, a medimnus of barley, 8 measures of wine, 5 minas of cheese, half that of figs, and a small sum to purchase fish or other relishes. Nothing more was permitted. except that when a man brought back a portion from a sacrifice or successful hunt, he could add it to the common table. If absent, he had to explain his tardiness, and only sacrifices or hunting were accepted excuses. This practice endured for centuries. Once, after victory over the Athenians, King Agus wished to dine at home with his wife and sent for his share of the public meal. The officers refused, and when in anger he failed to offer sacrifice the next day, they fined him. Boys, too, were brought to the dining messes. The tables served as schools of discipline, where they learned politics, manners, moderation, and wit. Spartan humor was sharp but never base. One was expected to bear a jest with grace, but if a man asked, the matter went no further. As each entered, the eldest pointed to the door, reminding them, no tale passes beyond this threshold. Candidates for admission to a mess were elected in a peculiar fashion. Each voter cast a pellet of bread into a bowl carried on a servant's head. Those in favor cast it whole, those opposed crushed it flat. If a single flattened piece was found, the man was rejected, for harmony was deemed essential. The bowl use took the name catechis, and rejection came to be called so as well. The fare was simple, yet one dish became famous above all, the black broth. Old men prized it over meat, which they passed to the young. Tradition tells that a king of Pontus once ordered a Spartan cook to prepare this broth. Finding it unpleasant, he reproached the cook, who answered, "O king, to eat this broth with pleasure, one must first have bathed in the Eurotas." For those raised to it, it was the taste of Sparta itself. After their meal and modest wine, the men departed without torches, for it was forbidden to walk with a light. The lawgiver intended they grow accustomed to moving fearlessly through darkness, as in battle. Lycurgus gave no written laws. One of his retras, or divine ordinances, strictly forbade it. He believed that the most vital principles of his constitution must be fixed not on tablets, but in the habits of the people. Citizens, trained from youth, would follow them by choice, not compulsion. What was small or temporary could be adapted by future generations, provided they were educated in the Spartan spirit. In truth, habit was their law, and through it each Spartan became in himself a living lawgiver. The retras touched many matters. One forbade elaborate expenditure. The roofs of houses must use beams cut only with an axe, the doors shaped with a saw, and no finer tool. In homes so plain, luxury found no place. A man could not, set silver-footed couches or golden bowls in a peasant's hut. Thus the house kept men's pride level. It was said that the elder Leotychides, dining in Corinth beneath a paneled ceiling, asked slyly whether the trees there grew square. Another retro warned against waging too frequent wars against the same foes. Less practice make them dangerous. This lapse was later blamed on King Agesilaus, who by repeated invasions of Boeotia made the Thebans a match for Sparta. Above all else, education was to Lycurgus the noblest duty of a lawgiver. He shaped it from the very start, regulating marriages and even childbirth. Aristotle once claimed he tried to rule the women and failed, but this is untrue. The liberty of Spartan women came from necessity. Their husbands were always away at war, leaving them as stewards of the household. Yet Lycurgus did legislate for them. He decreed that young girls exercise in running, wrestling, and throwing the discus and javelin, that they might grow strong, bear healthy children, and endure pregnancy with vigor. He abolished their cloistering, sending them to join public processions, to dance and sing before the young men. Their playful songs mocked faults and honored virtues. Those praised by the maidens found themselves admired, while those ridiculed felt the sting of public reproach. Nakedness in their festivals carried no shame, only modesty and honesty, encouraging simplicity and pride and strength. Thus Spartan women became renowned for their candor and spirit. When a foreign lady remarked to Queen Gorgo, wife of Leonidas, that Laconian women alone ruled their men, she replied, "Yes, for we alone bring forth men." Sparta's marriage customs carried the same discipline. Husbands carried off brides as if by force. These were not children, but grown women fit for marriage. Afterward, the bridesmaid shaved the woman's hair, dressed her in a man's cloak and sandals, and laid her on a bed in the dark. The groom, without pomp or banquet, came quietly to her only after dining at his public table, and then left again to join his companions for the night. This went on until husband and wife had children, sometimes before they had ever truly seen one another by daylight. Shame and secrecy kept desire sharpened and discipline unbroken. Jealousy was subdued in the same spirit. Adultery in the lawless sense was forbidden, yet older husbands with young wives might share them with youths of fine birth, and raise the children as their own. A man who clung jealously to exclusive rights over his wife was ridiculed as foolish and small. The aim was not disorder, but vigor in the race, and freedom from selfish passions. It was even permitted in Sparta for a virtuous man, if he admired the noble qualities of a married woman, to ask her husband's consent to beget children with her, on the principle that fine seed in good soil should not be wasted. For Lycurgus did not regard children as belonging chiefly to their parents, but to the state itself. He wished Spartans to be born of the strongest and best stock, and he mocked the inconsistency of other peoples, that they paid dearly for the breeding of fine horses and dogs, yet shut up their wives in jealous seclusion, content to have children by themselves alone, even if diseased, weak, or foolish. So while men might lend their wives for worthy offspring, adultery was considered impossible in spirit. The Spartans simply did not accept it as a crime that could exist among them. Gerades, an aged Spartan, was once asked by a stranger what punishment they gave to adulterers. He answered, "There are no adulterers in Sparta. But if one were found, pressed by the stranger, then he would be fined a bull so large he could stand atop Mount Taygetus and drink from the river Eurotas below." The stranger laughed. "Where could anyone find such a bull?" "Where," replied Gerades, "could anyone find an adulterer in Sparta? Even when children were born, they did not belong to the whim of the father. Each newborn was carried to a place called the Lesh, where the elders of the tribe examined it. If well-formed and healthy, the baby was approved and a plot of land in the citizen's allotment assigned to him. But if deformed or weak, it was left in a wild glen of Mount Taygetus, called the Exposure. For they believed that a life begun without strength would bring only harm to itself and the state. Spartan women, too, were famously rigorous. They washed newborns not in water, but in wine, to test their constitution. The sickly would convulse or shrink. The healthy were steeled and strengthened. Nurses raised these infants without swaddling, freeing their limbs. From the start they were to be hardy, unfussy about food, unafraid in darkness, fearless when left alone. Foreigners prized Spartan nurses, and even Alcibiades of Athens once had one. But unlike Athens, Sparta allowed no child to grow as his father wished. From the age of 7, boys were claimed by the state. At that age, Lycurgus enrolled them in companies, where they ate and lived together. Overseen by a superintendent chosen for bravery and noble birth, they elected as their boy leader the smartest and fiercest in play or fight. They learned to obey absolutely, and even their games became tests of strength, endurance, and courage. Reading and writing were taught only as much as necessary. The whole of their education aimed at one goal: to cheerfully endure toil and hardship and to win wars. As they grew older, the discipline grew harsher. Their heads were shorn. They went barefoot, and from their 12th year wore only one garment through summer and winter. Luxuries were almost unknown. Baths and oil were denied except on festival days. At night they slept together in their companies. On beds of reeds they gathered from the banks of the Eurotas, plucked with their bare hands. In winter they mixed in the herb lykophon for warmth. Their education never ceased. Elders constantly hovered over them, watching even their play, listening to their sharp conversations, and correcting faults like stern but watchful fathers. Boys were grouped under leaders known as irones, young men in their 20th year. Each iron commanded his troop in play fights and exercises, and in daily life ordered them to fetch wood, gather herbs, or serve him at meals. The boys also had to steal food. Some raided gardens, others the public dining tables. If they were caught, they were scourged mercilessly, not for stealing, but for being clumsy. The scarcity of food was meant to sharpen their wit, toughen their bodies, and teach resourcefulness. One tale tells of a boy who had hidden a live fox under his cloak to smuggle it away. While in hiding, the creature tore at his belly with teeth and claws. Yet the boy never revealed it, and let himself be ripped open rather than confess. Many Spartans, even in later ages, it is said, suffered scourging at the altar of Artemis Orthia until death, with pride, not despair. After their austere dinners, the iron would stretch out and command one boy to sing, another to answer a question. Who is the bravest man among us? Or, why is such a law good? In this way, they were taught from childhood to think about virtue and politics. Boys who could not answer wisely and briefly were considered dull of spirit. Brevity was prized, wit sharpened. Those who rambled were punished by a bite upon the thumb. The iron had full authority to strike or punish, but afterward elders judged whether he had acted justly, whether too harsh or too weak. Even in matters of love, discipline, and honor ruled. Older men formed bonds of admiration with promising boys. The boy's honor was the lover's honor. If the boy behaved cowardly in battle or uttered a shameful word, the man who cared for him was fined. Yet this love was never meant to be corrupt. It was to inspire, to urge one another onward. Above all, Lycurgus cultivated a speech as lean as their lives, sharp, compressed, and memorable. Just as heavy, oversized iron coins had little value, yet filled much space, so Laconian words were small but full of weight. The Spartan tongue became famous for its brevity. To an Athenian who mocked their tiny swords as fit for stage jugglers to swallow, King Agis replied, "And yet with these little daggers we reach our enemies." So too with Lycurgus himself. His sayings were short, but keen. Asked why he forbade rich and costly sacrifices, he answered, "So that we may never cease to sacrifice." To one who urged democracy, he replied, "Begin first by making a democracy in your own household." His laws of action and of speech were alike, simple, austere, and unyielding. In his letters, Lycurgus gave answers of the same concise kind as in speech. When the people asked how best to keep their enemies at bay, he replied, "By remaining poor, and by not each man striving to be greater than the other." Asked about the strength of city walls, he said, "That town is not unwalled which has courage for its defense, instead of brick and stone." Whether these letters are truly his is uncertain, but his style of brevity is consistent. The Spartans detested long and idle words. Once, when someone delivered a useful discourse at an unfit time, King Leonidas remarked, "Stranger, you speak of what is wanted, when it is not wanted." Charalaus, the cousin of Lycurgus, was asked why Sparta had so few laws. He answered, "Because men who say little require few laws." In the same spirit, King Archidamidas defended the silence of a sophist at dinner. He who knows how to speak knows when to speak also. Their wit was often sharp. Demaratus, pestered by a fool asking repeatedly, "Who is the best man in Sparta?" replied. "He who is least like you." When some praised the justice of Hellenes, who ruled the Olympic Games, King Agus answered, "What is so great about men being just only once in 5 years?" Another stranger boasted he was known at home as a lover of Sparta. Theopompus said dryly, "It would bring you more honor to be called a lover of your own city." Pleistoanax, son of Pausanias, told an Athenian orator who mocked Spartan ignorance, "It is true, we are the only Greeks who have not learned mischief from you." And when Archidamidas was asked how many Spartans there were, he said simply, "Enough to keep out bad men." Their jokes were like their lives, short, cutting, and purposeful. A man who was invited to hear another imitate the nightingale replied, "I have heard the original." When shown an epigram praising men who died to quench a tyrant's pride, a Spartan sneered, "They deserve to die, for they should have let it burn itself out." When offered fighting cocks said to battle until death, a young Spartan answered, "No, give me cocks that will kill their enemies." In such sayings, one sees why philosophy was thought more Spartan than gymnastics. Their poetry and music, too, were carefully guided. Their songs were not idle verses, but calls to arms, praising those who died for their country, condemning cowards, and exalting courage. At festivals, 3 choruses performed. The old men sang, "We once were strong and brave." The young replied, "We are still so, try us." And the children declared, "One day we shall be stronger than you." Such lines revealed Sparta's soul, poetry wedded to valor. Their war songs sung to the flute brought this power into battle. Terpander himself praised Laconia as a land where youth is bold with the spear, the muse sings clearly, and justice is revered. Pindar too praised them, where old men are wise, the young brave in fight, where song and dance are honored. Their own poet said it plainly, "The sword with song well combines." It is told that even before battle, their kings sacrificed to the Muses, to remind their men of noble deeds worthy of remembrance. In war, they allowed more freedom than in peace. Young men were permitted fine shields, braided hair, polished armor. For as Lycurgus taught, long hair lends grace to the comely and terror to the ugly. Gymnastic labors grew light. So for Spartans alone, war was easier than preparation for war. Before battling, the king sacrificed a kid, crowned the army with garlands, and ordered the flutes to play the hymn of Castor. Garlanded, they sang their paean and advanced in time to the pipes. It was a sight both terrible and magnificent, warriors moving in perfect order, without shout or tumult, but with cheerful calm. Neither reckless nor timid, they marched straight into the enemy, believing heaven itself was with them. It was their custom that a Spartan with an Olympic crown marched at the king's side. One such athlete, when bribed at Olympia to lose, refused. With great struggle he threw his foe, and when asked, "What have you gained by your victory?" the man smiled and answered, "The honor of standing in front of my king in war." Such honors meant far more to Spartans than gold. When they conquered, they pursued only so far as to secure the victory. They did not cut down the fleeing or slaughter the defenseless. This sparing of the beaten was both noble and useful, for their foes, knowing surrender brought survival, often chose to turn and flee rather than fight to the death. As for Lycurgus himself, some claimed him a warrior who devised even the cavalry order of 50 called the Alamos. Others, like Demetrius of Phalerum, denied that he ever fought, saying he wrought his reforms in peace. The Olympic truce he held was shaped by such a peaceful mind. One legend speaks of him standing in the crowd at Olympia when a mysterious voice urged him to join Iphitus in reforming the games. Believing it divine, he obeyed, helping shape the festival into the enduring grandeur it became. The training of Spartan youth did not end with adolescence. Even into manhood, none lived for himself. They regarded life as a camp, their meals, duties, and leisure all dictated for the good of the state. Work and trade were forbidden. Helots farmed the land, leaving the citizens free for training, hunting, festivals, and conversation. Commerce and lawsuits vanished. With no wealth to quarrel over, suits fell away, and equal discipline reigned over all. Men under 30 did not appear in the marketplace, and the old were ashamed to linger there too often. Instead, leisure was spent in gymnasia, or in the leschae, the public halls of talk. There, with wit and sharp satire, they praised the noble and mocked the base. Lawsuits were gone, but frank speech corrected all faults. Nor was Sparta all severity. So Sibbius says that Lycurgus himself set up an image of the god of laughter, to remind his people that joyous mirth had its place in wine and gathering. They were trained not to live for themselves, but for their city, like bees around a hive. This spirit shone in their sayings. Paeterides, when not chosen among the 300 picked warriors, went away rejoicing that Sparta had 300 better men than himself. Polycratides, asked by Persian generals whether his embassy came as private men or ambassadors, answered, "Ambassadors if we succeed, private men if we fail." In every line, the spirit was clear. The Spartan had no private life. He was wholly his country's. When citizens of Amphipolis once came to Sparta, they visited Argiliones, the mother of Brasidas. They asked if she rejoiced in the greatness of her son, and spoke of him as the bravest of men. But she answered firmly, "Speak not so, strangers." Brasidas was noble and gallant, but Sparta was much better than him. Lycurgus himself formed the Spartan Senate, choosing those few who had shared his cause. Thereafter, he ordained that its vacancies be filled by the most worthy men over 60 years of age. This was counted the highest of prizes, yet also the hardest to win, for it did not go to the swiftest runner or strongest wrestler, but to the one judged wisest and best among wise and good men. Its reward was the authority to guard the morals of the state, with power even over life and death. The election of elders was no less unique. Citizens gathered in assembly. In a nearby building, unseen judges listened to the cheering of the crowd as each candidate silently walked through in turn. They wrote down whose applause was loudest, never knowing the man's name, only his order of appearance. The one who had stirred the greatest acclamation was declared chosen. He crowned his head with a garland, offered sacrifice, and was followed home by youths in celebration and women in song. Even so, he made no display, but returned to eat at his usual mess. Only his doubled rations marked the honor, and these he passed on to a woman of his own household, declaring that he gave her as his prize what the city had given him. Equally wise were Lycurgus's laws on funerals. He abolished superstition and fear. The dead could be buried within the city walls, in tombs beside the temples, not hidden away, but placed where the young grew accustomed to such sights, feeling neither horror nor pollution. Nothing was buried with the body. They were laid to rest in a purple robe and olive leaves. No name was inscribed, except for warriors fallen in battle or women who had served as priestesses. Mourning was limited to 11 days. On the 12th, sacrifices to Demeter ended grief. For in Sparta, nothing was left without rule. All of life's acts were linked with ceremony, training citizens and city alike in virtue. He was wary, too, of foreign influence. He forbade indiscriminate travel abroad, lest Spartans learn strange and ill-disciplined habits. Strangers who offered no benefit were sent away, not, as Thucydides suggested, because Lycurgus feared they would imitate Sparta, but because he feared corruption of her virtue. To him, a dangerous custom was worse than a plague. Here his legislation seemed free of injustice. Yet one institution, the Cryptia, if indeed it was his creation, would trouble later ages. Aristotle claimed it was his. In it, the boldest youths were sent out armed, by day hidden, by night roaming the roads. They murdered any helots they found, and often targeted the strongest of them as a warning. At other times, those helots once rewarded as brave by crowns of freedom were suddenly made to vanish, in their thousands, none knowing how. Aristotle records also that new ephors, at their yearly oath-taking, declared war on the helots, making it lawful to kill them. They were compelled to debase themselves before the citizens, drunken in public, singing low and shameful songs, and forbidden to touch the nobler music of Terpander or Alcman. Thus it was once said, in Sparta, the free man was the freest of all, and the slave the lowest and most wretched. And yet, I cannot count this savage practice among the works of Lycurgus. His spirit was of moderation and justice, shaped by heaven. The harshness of later years was born of fear during revolts and earthquakes. When at last Lycurgus saw the city ordered by his design and the laws in firm operation, he resolved, like a divine craftsman, to make it eternal. He assembled the citizens and said, Sparta is now rich in laws for happiness and virtue, but one blessing is yet withheld, which only Apollo can bestow. He would travel to Delphi to seek it. Until his return, they must swear to alter nothing. They swore, kings, elders, and citizens alike. At Delphi, he inquired of the god whether his laws were sufficient. The oracle declared them good, promising Sparta will remain renowned if she keeps the order of Lycurgus. He sent this prophecy home, but unwilling ever to release his people from their oaths, he chose to die there. He ended his life by voluntary starvation, believing a statesman's death should serve the state, not merely close a private life. Thus he secured his city forever, for they had sworn to keep his order until he returned. And never would he return. Not in vain was his vision. For 5 centuries, 14 kings held to his laws, and Sparta was the most celebrated of Greek states. The ephorate, far from weakening the system, held it stable by a balance between people and kings. Only in the reign of Agis did gold enter Sparta, carried home in triumph by Lysander, who, though incorruptible himself, sowed corruption in his country. With money came luxury, selfishness, and the slow undoing of the old order. Before this, with her staff and her plain cloak, Sparta ruled Greece as Perikles had ruled the world with his lion skin and his club. She deposed tyrants, decided wars, and quelled factions, often without raising an army, but only by dispatching a single commissioner, obeyed at once, like bees assembling at the sight of their queen. Such was Sparta, trained in obedience, perfected in discipline, simple in life, and great in spirit. And thus it was rightly said, Sparta's safety lay not in her kings learning how to rule, but in her citizens learning how to obey. The Spartans never tolerated an unfit commander. Their obedience itself was a lesson in leadership, for only a good ruler could draw forth such willing followers. As a horsebreaker trains a beast to be tractable, so a Spartan leader's task was to instill discipline and obedience in men. And so, other cities desired not Spartan wealth or armies, but Spartan leaders. They sent embassies to Lacedaemon asking for a single man. With him they found strength, as the Sicilians with Gylippus, the people of Chalcidice with Brasidas, and Greeks in Asia Minor who followed Lysander, Callicratidas, and Agesilaus. These men were named regulators and peacekeepers, and their city itself was seen as a living school of order and a model of government. Even in jest this reputation was acknowledged. Stratonicus quipped that Athens ought to manage mysteries, Elis the Olympic games, and Sparta be punished if others did not govern rightly. Yet Antisthenes, the Socratic philosopher, spoke in earnest when he said of the Thebans, rejoicing in their victory at Leuctra, that they were like schoolboys delighted at having beaten their master. For mastery was never Lykurgus's aim. He did not labor so that Sparta might rule others, but that her people might rule themselves. He believed, as Plato and Zeno later wrote, that happiness depends on virtue, self-reliance, and self-control. Yet where philosophers only wrote, Lykurgus built an entire city living the philosopher's life. It was this that gave him renown above every other lawgiver. Aristotle himself observed that though the Spartans held his memory in reverence, worshipping him with a temple and yearly sacrifices as a god, he was yet less honored at home than he deserved. Indeed, when lightning struck his tomb, it was counted as a sign he stood among the special favorites of heaven. Few men of note were so marked, save Euripides long after. As for the place of his death, some say he died at Syra, others in Elis, and still others in Crete. Aristoxenus claimed the Cretans showed his tomb on the road called the Stranger's Way. He is said to have left one son, who died childless, so that his line also perished. His companions, however, and their descendants long held meetings called the LYKURGUS. Aristocrates, son of Hipparchus, relates that he himself wished to die abroad, and so ordered his body burned and the ashes cast into the sea. He feared lest, if they were brought home, the Spartans might think themselves freed from their oath and dare to alter his laws. Such is the story of Lykurgus. Life of NUMA. On NUMA too, opinions greatly differ. Some genealogies trace to him with care, but Clodius, in his book on chronology, declared the truth lost when the Gauls sacked Rome, and that later men forged noble descent for themselves. It is said that NUMA was a disciple and friend of Pythagoras. Others deny it, saying either that he needed no Greek philosophy, being born to wisdom, or that he learned from barbarian teachers. Still others insist he lived generations before the Samian Pythagoras was born. They offered another tale, that Pythagoras the Spartan, victor in the Olympic stadium race of the 13th Olympiad, traveled into Italy, met NUMA, and guided him in lawgiving. By this route, they explain, Rome's constitution bore likeness to Sparta's. Another tradition declared NUMA Sabine by birth, and since the Sabines boasted descent from Lacedaemon, Rome thus carried a Spartan strain. The truth is uncertain, for the reckoning of Olympiads itself rests on Hippias of Elis, whose tablets lacked firm foundation. But let us offer now not the disputes, but the worthy accounts. Romulus had reigned for 37 years. On the 5th of July, what the Romans now call the Noni Capertini, he was offering sacrifice outside the city at the Goat's Marsh. The Senate and people were gathered, when sudden storm clouds enveloped all, with thunder and tempest. The crowd fled. Romulus disappeared. His body was never found. Many whispered that the senators, wearied of his harshness, had slain him. Alarmed by such suspicion, they declared instead that he had been taken up into heaven. Proculus, a man of high rank, swore he had seen Romulus rising in full armor, and heard a voice naming him Quirinus, a god. After this, strife arose over the next king. Rome itself was still divided. The old colonists of Romulus resented the claim of the Sabines, lately admitted as fellow citizens. The Sabines, for their part, insisted on their turn, since they had yielded before to Romulus's rule alone. Both claimed justice. Meanwhile, fearing anarchy if the throne stood empty, the Senate devised the interregnum. Each senator in turn assumed the royal insignia, sacrificed by day, judged by night, and surrendered them after a set time. By this, power was shared and jealousy avoided. Yet suspicion grew. Men muttered that the patricians aimed to make an oligarchy, cheating the people of a king. To still discord, they called a compromise. One person must choose the king, but from the other's race. That way, he would be trusted by both, favored for his blood and for the choice bestowed. The Sabines yielded the right of choice to Rome. The Romans, fearing worse if ruled by their own, selected by Sabines, chose instead a Sabine themselves. In council they named NUMA Pompilius. He was not like those Sabines who had already settled in Rome, but a man widely known for wisdom and virtue. The Sabines, on hearing his name, rejoiced even more than the Romans who had proposed him. Thus, with one mind, both parties sent their envoys to entreat NUMA to accept the throne. NUMA belonged to the Sabine city of Cures, from which the union of Romans and Sabines later took the proud name Carites. He was the son of a respected citizen named Pomponius, and the youngest of 4 brothers. In marvelous coincidence, he was born on the very day Romulus founded Rome, the 10th day before the calends of May. From youth, his nature was good, further chastened by sorrow and nurtured by study of philosophy. He rose above not only common vices, but even that barbaric worship of brute force, teaching instead that true courage lies in mastering one's own passions. He banished all luxury from his home, gained repute as a faithful friend and sound adviser, and devoted his leisure not to money or pleasure, but to the service of the gods and to reflection on their powers. His virtue and wisdom were so well known that King THESEUS, joint ruler with Romulus, gave him his only daughter Tadia in marriage. Yet NUMA was not puffed up by this honor. He continued to live quietly in Cures, caring for his aged father, while Tadia too preferred a private life to regal pomp. She died in the 13th year of their marriage. It became NUMA's habit to withdraw often into the countryside, wandering in sacred groves and lonely places. Such solitude gave rise to legends. Men said he was not estranged from human society through madness, but elevated by communion with higher beings, that he conversed with the divine, and learned wisdom from the nymph Egeria, who loved him. This tale resembled many myths, Attis among the Phrygians, Endymion among the Arcadians. Yet in its heart lay a noble truth, that the gods, caring for virtue above all, might favor just men with a guidance akin to love. Whether metaphor or reality, the story marked him as one whose wisdom sprang from heaven. Some philosophers held another view, that when men like NUMA or LYKURGUS claimed divine voices as their guides, it was no more than policy. For when instituting great and difficult reforms among stubborn peoples, a cloak of divinity gave safety and authority to their laws. It was in NUMA's 40th year that envoys came from Rome offering him the crown. They were Perikles and Valesius, both nearly kings themselves, one favored by the party of Romulus, the other by the followers of THESEUS. They made their offer in brief words, supposing he would eagerly accept. But NUMA resisted. In the presence of his father and his kinsman Marcius, he spoke, "Every change is perilous. A man who has no want nor discontent runs mad to abandon a life at once secure and peaceful for one uncertain and full of danger. Kingship is no prize, but a burden. Consider Romulus himself, suspected both of plotting against THESEUS and, in turn, slain by those who should have upheld him. They call him a child of the gods, saved by miracles in his youth. But I am of mortal birth and known parents. My virtues, if such they be, are ill-suited for rule, love of rest, a mind for inquiry, devotion to the gods, detesting war. Yet war is the very breath of Rome, and her people thirst for conquest. They would scorn me when I counseled reverence for the gods and justice among men. They want not a king of peace, but a general of war." But the Romans pressed him all the more, fearing civil discord unless he consented. In his absence, his father and Marcius urged him likewise, "You may spurn wealth and dismiss the name of royalty as vain, but see greater than either, the chance to serve heaven. To rule Rome in righteousness is duty, not ambition. You may turn a people weary of wars towards peace, religion, and justice. And if Rome must still have wars, better her fury be guided by your hand than by another's. So entreated, and with omens reported favorable, NUMA at last gave way. He sacrificed to the gods and set out for Rome. There he was met with universal joy. Senators and people greeted him with affection. Matrons came out to welcome him. Temples resounded with sacrifices of thanksgiving. All rejoiced, as though they themselves had gained not a king, but a kingdom. When brought into the forum, the interrex, Spurius Vedius, asked the question, and the whole people chose NUMA for king. Yet he refused the insignia of sovereignty, wishing first to have his rule confirmed by heaven itself. Led to the Capitol, then called the Tarpeian Hill, he stood with the chief augur. Facing south, his head veiled, he received the augur's hand upon his hair, while prayers were spoken and signs sought throughout the heavens. A great silence filled the forum as the people waited. At last auspicious omens were observed. Only then did NUMA accept the royal robes and come down among the citizens. He was received with cheers as the most pious of men, beloved of the gods. His first act as king set the tone. He disbanded Romulus's bodyguard, the 300 sellers, declaring he would not distrust loyal people, nor command a disloyal one. Next he added a third high priest, beside those of Jupiter and Mars, in honor of Romulus. To him he gave the title Flamen Quirinalis, the priesthood of Quirinus. From then on, he set about filling Rome with the service of the gods, and rooting all law and custom in piety, discipline, and peace. After winning the goodwill of the people, NUMA turned to his greater task. He sought to transform Rome from a city forged in war to one governed by justice. At that time the Romans were, as Plato says of such nations, a people inflamed and angry. Their very existence owed to reckless daring and ceaseless campaigns. Like timber fastened tighter with every blow, Rome's power only grew from its dangers. NUMA understood how difficult it would be to bend such iron into gentler form, to soften a people trained in conquest, and to teach them the arts of peace. He sought aid not through armies, but through the gods. With solemn sacrifices, processions, and choral dances, rituals he designed himself. He awed and drew the Romans toward reverence. Where fear might soften the ferocious, he spoke of omens, of secret voices, of dire portents, bending their zeal into superstition that served harmony. In this use of religion as the foundation of law, he showed himself the true disciple of Pythagoras. Like that philosopher who used marvels and signs to impress the crowd, NUMA cloaked his own teaching in the story of divine converse, with the nymph Egeria and with the muses. He even named one of the muses Techida, the silent, honoring Pythagoras's reverence for silence. His legislation against images reflected Pythagorean thought as well. He forbade the Romans any likeness of man or beast in their temples, teaching that God is invisible, to be comprehended only by thought. For the first 170 years, they raised shrines without statues, believing it wrong to fashion the imperfect in the image of the perfect. Their sacrifices, too, were bloodless, simple offerings of meal, wine, and olive oil. Stories abound of links between NUMA and Pythagoras. Some said the Romans themselves enrolled Pythagoras as a citizen. NUMA even named one of his sons Mamercus, after Pythagoras's own child, and from that line arose the noble Aemilian family. Yet most of these sayings were easily disputed, and Plutarch himself treated them with little faith. To NUMA is also ascribed the creation of the pontifices, the high priests of Rome, with NUMA himself reckoned among the first. As for the name, some said it came from potens, the powerful gods whom they served. Others, from the idea of doing all that lay within human power, while acknowledging the limits of mortal hands. A more popular, if simpler, explanation was that the pontifices were bridge builders, guardians of the great wooden bridge sacred to the gods, made entirely of wood, without iron. Any change to it would bring divine wrath. Above them all was the Pontifex Maximus, who not only oversaw public ceremonies, but even guided the sacrifices of individuals. He prescribed the right way to worship and to pray, guarding tradition, and presided also over the holy maidens known as the Vestals. It was NUMA who consecrated the first Vestal virgins, entrusting them with the eternal flame. Some explained this as fire's purity and incorruptibility given into unstained souls. Others, as virginity's affinity with fire, both barren yet eternal. In Greece, such duties belonged to widows beyond marriage, but in Rome, NUMA decreed virgins alone must tend the flame. Should the fire go out, it could not be lit from another hearth, but must be kindled anew with mirrors that gathered the pure rays of the sun into a single burning focus, igniting fresh life as though from heaven itself. At first, only 4 Vestals were consecrated: Gigania, Verenia, Canulia, and Tarpeia. Later, Servius raised the number to 6, which became the fixed order. Their service lasted 30 years, 10 to learn, 10 to serve, 10 to instruct. At the end, they might marry if they so wished, but few chose it, and fewer still found happiness. So strong was their longing for the life they had left behind. They enjoyed high honor. They could make wills even in their fathers' lifetimes, were given the escort of lictors, and if they encountered a condemned prisoner by chance, his life was spared. When born in a litter, none might pass beneath it, on pain of death. Yet the laws concerning their fault were as dreadful as their honors were high. A Vestal who broke her vow was punished by the most fearful of all deaths. She was walled alive in a vault beneath the Colline gate, with only a bed, lamp, and trifles of food, so that Rome might not bear the guilt of starving one consecrated to the gods. The city sank into silent mourning on those days, as the Pontifex Maximus sealed her away beneath the earth. It was NUMA too who built the Temple of Vesta to house their eternal fire. Its round form imitated not the earth, but the universe itself, in whose center fire was thought to dwell. The Pythagoreans called this central fire Vesta, around which the earth revolved in humble orbit, not fixed, not central, but subordinate. Even Plato, in his later years, seemed to agree with this doctrine. Thus NUMA's temple reflected the deepest philosophies, that fire was the heart of all, divine, eternal, and the source of order. The pontifices also gave instruction in the rites of funerals. NUMA had taught that death brought no pollution, and that instead of revulsion, men should honor the gods below, for into their keeping passes the noblest part of all who die. Chief among them was Libitina, goddess of funeral rites, whom some believed to be Proserpine, but learned Romans took for Venus herself, as she presides alike over birth and death, over all entrances and exits of life. NUMA also defined the periods of mourning. For infants under 3, none was allowed. For older children, mourning lasted months equal to the years of life they had reached, but never beyond 10. The longest mourning was 10 months, and when that span had passed, widows were free to remarry. If they married before, they must sacrifice a cow with calf. Of his many institutions, 2 shine brightest for their spirit of justice: the priesthoods of the Salii and the Fetials. The Fetials were guardians of peace. They ensured Rome never rushed to arms without first seeking justice. They acted as ambassadors, pleading with states that had done wrong to reconsider. If refused, they called the gods to witness, invoked curses upon themselves should Rome fight unjustly, and only then declared war. Without their sanction, no Roman, even a king, could rightly take up arms. And men remembered later, when the Gauls sacked Rome, that this office had been neglected. The Salii, or leaping priests, originated in the 8th year of Numa's reign, when plague ravaged all Italy. At that time, a brazen shield was said to have fallen from heaven into the king's hands. Numa proclaimed it a gift for the city's salvation, but commanded that 11 more should be fashioned to match it, lest thieves could not be sure which was the divine original. The best craftsman, Veturius Mamurius, made them so perfectly alike that even Numa himself could not tell them apart. These 12 sacred shields, called ancilia, Numa entrusted to the Salii. Each march, they marched the city in scarlet tunics and bronze helmets, carrying the shields, dancing their armed dance with light leaps and whirling steps, striking rhythm with small daggers. Their name, some said, came from salire, to leap. Others tied it to other myths, but their dance and their shields became one of Rome's most ancient rites. To honor Mamurius, the craftsman, his name was woven into the Salii's chant, though some insisted the phrase meant not Veturius Mamurius, but Veterum Memoriam, ancient memory itself. Numa, having arranged all ceremonies, built the Regia near Vesta's temple, a royal house devoted not to luxury, but religion. There he spent his time in sacred duties, instructing priests or waiting, it was said, for converse with divine beings. Another home stood on the hill of Quirinus, where traces were still shown in Plutarch's day. In Numa's processions, heralds went first through the streets, bidding all men cease from work. He judged it irreverent for laborers to catch sacred rites half-heartedly, hammers ringing and shops bustling, while sacrifices were performed. He required silence, attention, and minds wholly given to the gods. A faint echo of this remains in the Roman ritual cry, Hoc age, do this thing, to still the crowd before a sacrifice. Many of his customs bore the hidden wisdom of Pythagorean law, forbidding libation with wine from unpruned vines, requiring all sacrifices include flour, directing worshippers to turn as they prayed, and to sit after their prayers. Each, though obscure, bore symbolic meaning, teaching men that rituals were not to be rushed nor mingled with ordinary tasks, but performed with calm, deliberate reverence. So deeply did these practices impress Rome that people believed the wildest legends of his power. Once it was said, he invited citizens to dine and placed before them humble wooden bowls with plain food. Then, as they prepared to eat, he declared his goddess had arrived to visit him. At once the tables were seen covered in golden vessels and costly fare. The strangest tale spoke of his meeting with Jupiter himself. On the Aventine, then outside the city wall, Numa ensnared 2 rustic deities, Faunus and Picus, by mixing honey and wine in their spring. Captured, they revealed prophecies and taught him charms against thunder. Other versions tell how they conjured down Jupiter, who angrily demanded fearful sacrifices. But each time he named something terrible, human heads, living victims. Numa, guided by Egeria, substituted something harmless, onions for heads, hair for victims, sprats for the living. The god, appeased by this pious wit, relented, and from then on lightning was warded off with a charm of onions, hair, and sprats. The place was called Elicius, from Jupiter's descent. Thus in tales both solemn and wondrous, Rome believed Numa had bound even the powers of heaven to the service of peace. These legends, some fantastic, some solemn, only showed how deeply the Romans had come to regard the gods. Numa, indeed, placed all his hopes upon religion. It is said that when news came to him that enemies were approaching, he only smiled and replied, "And I am sacrificing." The first temples he founded were those of Fides, or faith, and of Terminus. Fides enjoined upon the Romans the greatest of all oaths, still used in their most solemn vows. Terminus, guardian of boundaries, was honored both publicly and privately at the marking of estates. In Numa's time, These sacrifices were bloodless, for he argued that a God of peace and justice must abhor bloodshed. He was also the first to set boundaries to Rome's territory, which Romulus had enlarged only by conquest. NUMA divided the land among the needy, removing the cause of violence and turning the citizens' minds to agriculture. He believed farming not only brought prosperity, but instilled a love of peace, as men who labor for their own land fiercely defend it, yet have no wish to despoil their neighbors. He also divided the countryside into districts, called pagi, and appointed for each a head and a guard. Sometimes he inspected them himself, judging men's character by the order of their fields, rewarding the diligent with honors, reproving the negligent to make them better. Another measure much admired was his division of the people, not by race, but by trades. Rome had been split between Romans and Sabines, forever quarreling in their double origin. NUMA reflected that hard materials may be fused together only when broken small. So he broke the people into many guilds by occupation: musicians, goldsmiths, builders, dyers, shoemakers, carriers, coppersmiths, and potters. All other trades he combined in one. Each guild had its privileges, festivals, and patron deity. By this device, men forgot whether they were sons of Romulus or of THESEUS, and instead were bound by unity of work. It was also NUMA who reformed the harsh law that allowed fathers to sell their married sons as slaves. He abolished it, holding it monstrous that a woman, who had married a free man with her father's consent, should find herself wife to a slave. NUMA reformed the calendar as well. Under Romulus it had been in disorder, months of 20 or 35 days, and a year of only 360. NUMA studied both lunar and solar reckonings, and judged that the sun exceeded the moon by 11 days. He doubled this number and added an intercalary month of 22 days every second year, called Mercedinus. This was but a partial solution, but a step towards order. He further changed the sequence of months, placing March 3rd and making January the 1st. In Romulus's time, March began the year, sacred to Mars. By beginning with January, sacred to Janus, the opener, NUMA signaled that government and peace were ranked before war. Some said he himself added January and February, as earlier Romans had reckoned but 10 months. Proof of it remained in the names: Quintilis, the 5th, Sextilis, the 6th, though by order they were the 7th and 8th. Each month also carried meaning. April was sacred to Venus, or, as some said, to the opening of buds, Apiaire, hence its name. May was for Maia, June for Juno, others thinking they meant age majors and youth juniors. The last months bore only their numbers: September, October, November, December. Later ages honored men. Quintilis renamed Julius for Caesar. Sextilis renamed Augustus. But under NUMA, their sanctity came from the gods. So too Janus, ancient king or god, who turned men from savage life to civil polity, was set in the first month. His statues bore two faces, for he looked to both past and future. His temple stood in Rome with double gates, opened in war and shut in peace. Rare indeed was the sight of those doors closed. But in NUMA's reign they never once were opened, and for 43 years the city knew no war. So great was his power of peace that not only Romans but their neighbors, as though some calm and healthful air spread from Rome, turned to tilling the earth and raising families in quiet prosperity. Festivals flourished, cities blended in fellowship, and all Italy seemed lifted into harmony by the holiness of one man. No war, no revolution, no attempt on the crown stained his reign. Fear of the gods, reverence for the king's virtue, and perhaps heaven's favor itself kept the people innocent, their lives pure of strife. Poets who tried to capture that time spoke of cobwebs on shields, of rust upon swords, of trumpets fallen silent and sleep undisturbed. Plato, ages later, said that men escape misery only when philosophy and power are joined. In NUMA, such a combination was seen, a king who ruled more by example than by law, showing his subjects that true sovereignty is to teach justice and love among men. As to his family, historians disagreed. Some say he married only Tatia and had but one daughter, Pompilia. Others give him 4 sons, whose names later noble houses claimed for ancestors, the Pomponii, Pinerii, Calpurnii, and Mamerci, all styled Rex for their royal descent. Some believed these pedigrees were a later invention, but all agreed that Pompilia married Marcius, son of the noble who had urged NUMA to take the crown. Their grandson Ancus Marcius became Rome's king after Tullus Hostilius. NUMA died not by sudden stroke, but by gentle age, a little beyond 80 years. Blessed even in death, he was borne to burial by senators, followed by priests, and mourned by all as though each buried his own dearest friend. His body was laid, not burned, in a stone coffin on the Janiculum Hill, beside it another coffin containing the books he had written, but had forbidden to be made public, lest men follow the letter instead of the spirit. 400 years later, when floods exposed the tombs, the coffin of his body was found empty. The books were read, judged too holy for men to use, and burned. Thus NUMA passed from life, king, priest, and sage, who more than any other showed that a city may be ruled by reverence, and that peace, not war, is the true foundation of greatness. All good and just men win their highest praise after death, for their unpopularity dies with them, or even before them. So it was with NUMA. His glory grew greater when measured against the unhappy reigns of those who came after. Of the 5 Roman kings who succeeded him, the last was expelled and died in exile. Of the other 4, none passed away naturally. 3 were slain by conspirators, and the 4th, Tullus Hostilius, who mocked NUMA's ordinances, deriding piety as laziness and religion as effeminacy, urging instead the restless pursuit of arms, was struck down in sickness, haunted by superstitious terrors, and, according to tradition, perished by a thunderbolt. Comparison of NUMA and LYKURGUS. Now that we have traced their lives, let us compare them. Much they shared, self-control, reverence for the gods, and power to mold their peoples through law and education. Yet the mark of NUMA's greatness lies in his acceptance of the crown, while the mark of LYKURGUS lies in his abdication. NUMA, though a private man, and not even a Roman, was chosen to rule. LYKURGUS, though born king, laid down his crown for righteousness' sake. To gain a crown by virtue is noble. To relinquish one for virtue's sake is nobler still. Their tasks also differed. NUMA inherited an excitable city fired with war. He needed only to loosen their tension, bend their spirits from violence to justice. But LYKURGUS met a people lax, idle, and disorderly. His task was to tighten and restrain, to tear from them luxuries, gold, silver, soft furniture, banquets, and feasts, and press them into hard labor, training, and arms. NUMA could lead his people to ceremonies and processions without resistance, but LYKURGUS faced stones and blows, sustaining danger to his life before his reforms prevailed. His path was harsher, but his constitution endured far longer. The two also differed in humanity. If we count the Cryptia and Spartan cruelty to the Helots as part of LYKURGUS's design, then NUMA was clearly gentler and more civilized. For it was he who began the Saturnalia, allowing slaves to feast with masters, remembering the primeval age of Saturn, when no man was master or slave, but all kinsmen together. Both, however, instilled independence and self-restraint. Yet their highest virtues diverged. LYKURGUS valued valor, NUMA justice. NUMA abhorred injustice, and so refrained from war. LYKURGUS trained for war, but Sparta might not be wronged. NUMA's reforms favored the people, dividing them into guilds, mingling races, and removing strife. Lycurgus exalted aristocracy, forbidding his citizens commerce or crafts, reserving for them only spear and shield. To the Romans, NUMA allowed wealth to grow unchecked. Inequality spread quickly after his time. Lycurgus, by contrast, leveled all to equality of land and fortune, founding his laws upon that evenness. Here NUMA failed, for he did not restrain the encroachments of wealth when opportunity lay before him. On marriage, too, their customs reflected their differing tempers. Among Romans, a man might give away his wife through lawful divorce to a childless friend, modestly veiling what was hard to endure. Among Spartans, a husband might even invite another man to beget children with his wife, without dissolving the marriage, showing Spartan indifference where Romans showed uneasy modesty. So with the women of each city, NUMA trained Roman maidens to modesty and silence, not even to speak safely in their husband's presence, and matrons lived with reverence and discretion. Spartan girls, under Lycurgus, trained openly, their loose tunics revealing thighs, their voices bold in public, and even over their households. Poets mocked their freedom as shamelessness. Yet his intent was strength for childbearing and maturity for marriage, while Romans gave their daughters in wedlock at 12 years for purity of body and mind, if not for friendship and partnership in life. In education, however, Lycurgus far outshone NUMA, for he took all youth into common discipline, drill meals, training exercises, so that Sparta was one mold, one shape of virtue. NUMA left education to father's will, to whim and chance, as though Rome were a ship whose crew pulled different ways until the storm forced them into unity. This was the deepest difference between them. Lycurgus made his laws lasting by planting them in the youth, forming minds to love the state. His laws endured 500 years. NUMA's peace perished the moment he himself was gone. The temple of Janus, which he had kept closed as if war itself were locked within it, was flung open at once, and Rome rushed again to arms. Which was better? Rome gained greatness by departing from NUMA, while Sparta collapsed when she departed from Lycurgus. If one praises wealth, empire, and dominion, Lycurgus seems less to have accomplished. But if one praises innocent lives and justice, then NUMA was truly a philosopher king. Most glorious of all is this: NUMA was a stranger invited, and ruled a mixed people without army or force, prevailing only by his wisdom and equity. Lycurgus, born to rule and armed with force, had to fight against his own people before he prevailed. Thus each lawgiver, though different in path, aimed at the same end, virtue of their citizens. But where Sparta was hardened into equality and lifelong discipline, Rome was softened into piety and peace. NUMA tamed warlike men into order. Lycurgus trained idle men into warriors. Together they stand as the two great mirrors of law and kingship, each revealing that the highest power lies not in conquest or crowns, but in the art of guiding men's souls. Ready to leave sleepless nights behind? Tonight, immerse yourself in the calming narratives of ancient lawgivers. If you're seeking a unique path to deep, peaceful sleep, guided by historical wisdom, then your search ends here. We're opening Plutarch's Lives, Volume 1, to uncover the serene yet powerful stories of Solon of Athens and POPLICOLA of Rome. But how could the laws and reforms of these ancient statesmen, figures from bustling Athens and nascent Rome, possibly help you find peace today? We'll explore their contrasting yet equally profound contributions, revealing insights perfect for unwinding your mind. Prepare for an exceptionally calming experience. Dim the lights, get comfortable, and let these ancient voices guide you to dreamland. If you're ready for true rest, please like this video, share your thoughts below, and subscribe for more historical journeys to sleep. Life of Solon. Didymus the grammarian, in his commentary on Solon's laws, quotes one Perikles, who claimed Solon was the son of Euphorion. Yet all other authorities agree his father was Exechastides, neither wealthy nor powerful, but of noble descent, tracing his line back to Codrus, the last king of Athens. Heracleides of Pontus tells us Solon's mother was cousin to the mother of Pisistratus. The two boys, it is said, were friends in their youth, and though they later opposed one another in politics, they never allowed their rivalry to extinguish the flame of their early affection. Indeed, Pisistratus even dedicated a statue of Eros, the god of love, in the academy, where runners lit their torches for the sacred race, as a memorial of the bond between them. Hermippus records that Solon, seeing his father's fortune much reduced by generosity, was ashamed to live in want, since he came from a family more accustomed to give than receive. He therefore turned to trade. His friends pleaded that they would provide for him, but Solon refused. Some claim he traveled less to make money than to gain experience and learning. And indeed he confessed, even as an old man, "I grow old, yet ever learning." Though not greedy for riches, he was not indifferent to them either. He wrote, "The man is rich who has but clothes and bread, a wife, and youthful vigor in his bed." Yet in another place he warns, "I long for wealth, but only wealth unstained, for curses cling to riches basely gained." It was no disgrace in those days, as Hesiod reminds us, to labor with one's hands or even to be a merchant. Trade was honorable, civilizing barbarian tribes, binding kings in friendship, and granting knowledge of distant lands. Some merchants even founded great cities, Protes, for instance, who settled Massalia among the Gauls by the Rhone. Thales and Hippocrates were both said to have traded. Even Plato funded his journey to Egypt with profits from his own oil trade. Solon, therefore, while a merchant, lived at times extravagantly, surrounding himself with pleasures. His poems reflect this life, not philosophical, but worldly. Some said it was the necessary balance for the risks he endured at sea. Yet he counted himself more among the poor than the rich. His poetry began as a pastime, then became a means to express philosophy and politics alike, to justify his actions, rebuke his fellow citizens, or rouse them to courage. Some claim he even tried to cast his laws in epic verse, beginning with lines such as, "To Zeus I pray, great son of Cronos, grant thy favor to my laws." Of philosophy, he loved especially the ethical and political kind. Of natural science he knew little, and his verses on thunder, snow, wind, and waves show how crude the knowledge of his age remained. Only Thales of all the 7 sages showed deeper understanding of nature. The rest were famed chiefly for their wisdom in public life. The 7 sages met, it is said, both at Delphi and again at Corinth, welcomed by Periander. Their fame spread further from a strange story of the golden tripod. Fishermen of Kos hauled it up in their nets. Milesian traders, who had purchased the catch, disputed the prize with them. Each city took up the quarrel, fighting bitterly over it, until the oracle ordered the tripod given to the wisest. First it came to Thales, who yielded it to Bias, saying Bias was wiser. It passed around through the circle of sages, until at last it was dedicated to Apollo himself, proof of their rivalry in humility, each refusing and honoring the other. Around this time, Solon is said to have met Anacharsis the Scythian. The story goes that Anacharsis knocked at Solon's door and asked for friendship. "It is best sought at home," replied Solon. "Then you must welcome me," said Anacharsis, "for you are at home." Solon admired his wit, received him, and they grew close. Anacharsis laughed at Solon's attempt to bind men by written laws. "They are like spiders' webs," he said. "They catch the weak, but the strong break through." Solon replied, Men keep agreements when it is in both their interests. I have framed laws suited to my countrymen, so that in obeying them, each finds advantage. Even so, events proved closer to Anacharsis' words than Solon's hopes. On another occasion, Solon asked Thales at Miletus why he had never married. Thales gave no answer, but a few days later he arranged for a man to tell Solon that a young Athenian of great promise had died, son of a revered citizen, whose father had been traveling abroad. Solon, full of grief, feared it must be his own son, and only then did Thales reveal the tale was fiction. This grief which so overwhelms you is why I never married nor begot children. Solon, however, judged this fear no true reason to renounce the natural bonds of love and family. In politics, Solon earned his greatest fame through Salamis. Athens, after a long struggle with Megara, had decreed that anyone who even urged renewing the claim to the island should die. Solon, ashamed of his city's cowardice, and seeing the young eager to fight but silenced by the law, feigned madness. He burst into the marketplace in a felt cap, mounted the herald stone, and recited his poem, beginning, "A herald I am from fair Salamis. My verse will tell you what should there be done." The 100 lines of this poem so stirred the Athenians that Pisistratus seconded his appeal. The law was repealed, and Solon was made general of the renewed war. Some tell the tale differently. When women of Athens were gathered at Callias for the rites of Demeter, Solon dressed young beardless men in women's garb, armed them, and set them by the shore. He then tricked the Megarians into believing Athenian maidens could be seized. Rushing in, they were cut down to a man by these disguised youths, and so the island was taken. Others add that Solon first sought the gods' favor, receiving from Delphi an oracle, appeased the sacred dead who near Aesopia sleep, whose tombs look westward, guardians of the deep. He sacrificed to the heroes, then raised 500 Athenian volunteers, granting them full possession of the island if they conquered it. With fishing craft and a single galley of 30 oars, they sailed. By stratagem, they captured a Megarian ship, filled it with their own men, and seized the city while the battle raged outside. Thus Salamis won, and Solon's fame with it. The capture of Salamis was long remembered in an annual ceremony. A ship would sail across to the island, silent at first, then breaking suddenly into martial cries as it neared the shore. Armed men leapt to land, one running up the Sciradian hill to meet others arriving by land. Nearby stood the temple of Ares, built by Solon, in thanks for victory, in which he defeated the Megarians and sent away survivors under truce. Yet war smoldered on. To end it, both sides agreed to let the Spartans arbitrate. Most writers say Solon brought Homer to his side by adding, some claimed, a verse in the Iliad. Ajax from Salamis 12 ships did lead, and placed them near where stood the sons of Athens. The Athenians insisted this was slander, and that instead Solon proved that Ajax's sons, Phyleus and Eurysakes, had been enrolled as Athenian citizens and yielded the island to Athens. Indeed, Attic tribes claimed descent from Phyleus, Pisistratus among them. Solon also pointed to the island's tombs, the dead buried in the style of Athenians, not Megarians, though Hyrieus of Megara denied it, claiming otherwise. Oracles too he cited, in which Delphi called Salamis Ionian. The Spartan judges, Critolaidas, Amampharidas, Hypsicades, Anaxilos, and Cleomenes, awarded the case to Athens. This triumph raised Solon's reputation even higher. He gained greater renown across Greece when he urged the Amphictyonic League to defend Delphi against the arrogance of Kyra. His eloquence moved the League to declare the sacred war, though records name Alcmaeon, not Solon, as Athens' general in that struggle. At home, Athens still bore the curse of Cylon. His conspirators, once besieged on the Acropolis, had sought sanctuary in Athena's temple, clinging to a thread tied to the shrine. As they came down, the thread snapped near the temple of the Furies. The Archon Megacles and his fellows took this as the goddess's rejection, seized the supplicants, stoned some, slaughtered others even at the altars. For this, the Archons were called accursed. Their guilt split Athens into factions, and hatred lingered. In this strife, apparitions and uncanny signs terrified the people. Prophets said the city was polluted. So Athens summoned Epimenides of Crete, famed for holiness and prophetic power. By rites, sacrifices, and the founding of temples, he cleansed the city and softened the people's spirit for law. He tempered mourning, forbade barbarous rites of grief, and fixed new ceremonies. A seer, it was said, gazed upon Munichia hill and murmured, "Blind are men to the future." If Athenians knew what mischief this hill will one day cause, they would devour it stone by stone. For his gifts, Epimenides asked for nothing but a sacred branch of olive. He became a friend and counselor to Solon. But as the curse of Cylon passed, new dangers rose. The state was torn by factions, the mountaineers longing for democracy, the plainsmen for oligarchy, and the coast dwellers for a mixed constitution. Above all was misery born of poverty against wealth. Debtors ruined had either to pay 1/6 of their produce to great landlords and be known as hectomoroi, the sixth men, or else pledge their bodies as security, becoming bondslaves or sold abroad, sometimes even selling their children. The poor called for revolution, liberation of debtors, redistribution of land, an end to their chains. The rich would have resisted to the last. Solon alone stood between them, wealthy enough to be trusted by the great, moderate enough to be trusted by the poor. Both factions looked to him as arbiter. Some say he deceived them, promising the poor equality of land, the rich preservation of security. Solon himself wrote that he entered unwillingly into power, hemmed in by the greed of the one and the despair of the other. Elected Archon after Philombrotus, Solon received power to frame a settlement. The people, hoping for equality, expected him to make himself despot. His friends urged it too. They reminded him that Pittacus of Mytilene had ruled honorably as the chosen monarch. Solon answered that monarchy is indeed a fair station, but one with no safe exit. He even set down in verse to his friend Phocas, "I spared my country, though my hand held power. I would not rule by tyranny and stain my glory. In this alone, I think, I surpass all men." The common crowd mocked him as timid, saying he had netted power but would not draw it ashore. Solon answered with dignity, "Better to save Athens with justice than win it for a day in the wrong." And so, refusing kingship, he set about reform. Some laws he left untouched, fearing their uprooting would unmoor the state. Others he reformed boldly, by persuasion where possible, by force when it must be. In his own words, "I gave my people justice and her might. I tempered force with law, and law with right." Asked later if his legislation was the best possible, he said, "The best they could endure." His first and greatest reform was called the Sysaxthia, the relief of burdens. He canceled all debts that mortgaged a person. No Athenian henceforth could be sold into slavery to pay a creditor. Some say he merely lowered interest and revalued the coinage, making 73 drachmas equal to 100, and so easing debt while saving creditors from loss. But most agree he abolished all securities outright and freed the land of its mortgage stones. In his own lines, he proclaimed, "I set the people free, I broke their chains, I banished debt, and silenced slavery's pains. Those sold abroad I brought from distant lands, and gave back Athens to her children's hands." Thus he made the land and the people free together, and Athens, purged and renewed, looked to Solon as her lawgiver. Solon's greatest trouble, it is said, came with the relief of burdens. While he was drafting the measure, he spoke to some close friends, Conon, Cleinias, and Hipponicus, explaining that he meant not to divide the land again, but only to abolish all personal securities of debt. They immediately took advantage. Before the decree appeared, they borrowed heavily, bought vast estates, and, when the reform was published, they kept both lands and loans. The people suspected that Solon himself was an accomplice. Yet he silenced the suspicion at once. He forgave a large debt owed to him personally, said to be as much as 5 talents, or even 15. But his careless friends gained a permanent title, the swindlers. By this act, Solon pleased neither party. The rich were bitter at losing their securities, the poor angrier still that land was not redistributed, and that, unlike Lycurgus, he had not imposed absolute equality. Lycurgus could, for he was a descendant of Perikles and long established as king of Sparta, strong in authority and prestige, and he was even struck and maimed in the eye before his people accepted such a radical measure. Solon had no such birth or title. He was but a respected citizen, armed only with his people's trust. He did all that he could, within these limits. The Athenians at first thought themselves betrayed. Solon wrote, with some sorrow, "They hoped for blessings great, now coldly they call me traitor." And yet he reminded them that had another been in his place. First of all, he repealed the laws of Draco, except those on murder. The rest he abolished for cruelty. Draco, it was said, punished all offenses with death, whether sacrilege or idle loitering, whether theft of herbs or outright murder. Someone jested later that Draco's laws were written, not with ink, but with blood. Draco himself had said that minor crimes deserved death, and for greater he knew no heavier punishment. Solon next restructured the constitution, wanting to leave magistracies in the hands of the wealthy, yet grant the people real power. He introduced a property census. The highest class, the pentakosio metamnoi, were those whose produce reached 500 bushels yearly. Next were the hippias, or knights, able to maintain a horse, with 300 bushels. Then came the zugetai, with 200. Last were the des, with only the right to attend assemblies and serve as jurors. At first this seemed little, but in time the juries became all-powerful, for appeals lay ever to the people, and Solon's vague wording of laws often compelled disputants to seek verdicts from a jury rather than find clarity in the statutes themselves. Solon himself said, "I gave the people the power they needed, yet kept the nobles strong. I shielded each from the other's violence, so neither could do the other wrong." In the same spirit, he allowed any citizen to prosecute on behalf of another, if a man were injured, and he might bring suit. Thus he fostered unity, making every citizen guardian of the common good. Asked once what city was best governed, he answered, "That in which those who are not wronged join in punishing the oppressors." He affirmed the council of the Areopagus, composed of those who had served as archons, and he himself entered it as a former archon. But seeing that the people newly freed grew unruly, he added a second council, for 100 men, 100 from each tribe, to prepare measures before they came to the assembly. The Areopagus he intended as guardian of law, the 400 as the steering rudder, so the state might remain steady, not tossed by the people's sudden winds. The strangest of his laws disfranchised any citizen who, in civil strife, stood aloof and took no side. He wished no man to remain safe and indifferent while his country risked ruin, but that each should share the peril of principle. Another peculiar ordinance concerned heiresses. If her husband proved impotent, she might obtain an heir through the next of kin. Some derided this as outrageous. Others said it punished men who married for money without regard to nature. At least the law required secrecy and family boundaries, so the child remained in the house. Solon even ordained rituals for the bride and bridegroom, sharing a quince, joining thrice a month, lest marriages dissolve through neglect. In most marriages he discouraged wealth, forbidding dowries save for simple garments and modest necessities. He thought marriages should be unions of love and children, not bargains of money. He praised moderation, ridiculed old men marrying young girls, and frowned on young men made rich and idle by old women's fortunes. His laws also forbade slander of the dead. The departed, absent from defense, must be sacred to silence. Nor might men slander the living in temples, courts, public places, or festivals. Fines fell upon those who did. Law, Solon held, should train passion by degrees, curbing it at least in holy places, even if it raged elsewhere. He introduced wills, which had not been known in Athens. Before him, property always went to kin. Solon allowed a childless man to leave his estate as he pleased, valuing friendship and gratitude above blood alone. Yet he hedged the law with protections. No wills gained by sickness, drugs, imprisonment, or by a wife's undue persuasion. To be swayed by pleasure or deceit, he said, is no less coercion than force. He also regulated the lives of women, limiting their travel, their mourning, the garments buried with the dead, and the lavishness of funerals. He forbade night travel without torch, wailing dirges, hired mourners, or slaughter of oxen at graves. In this, he civilized Athens from wild display into dignity. Seeing, too, that Attica's soil was poor, and that strangers flocked to Athens, he encouraged trade, declaring that sons were not bound to support fathers who had not taught them a craft. Unlike Sparta, where LYKURGUS forbade commerce and the Helots performed all servile work, Athens depended upon handicraft and maritime exchange. Solon put honor in labor, believing industry a citizen's duty and a safeguard of the city's future. Thus Solon shaped Athens, relieving burdens, tempering wealth with rights, curbing grief and passion, and calling his people to industry and duty. Not all were pleased. But in time, even his critics saw that he had given his city the only laws it could endure, and had saved it from destruction, not by a crown or by arms, but by wisdom. Solon could not, by laws alone, transform the entire life of Athens. Rather, he was forced to shape his laws to the reality he found. The land of Attica was so poor it could hardly maintain the farmers, let alone feed a great idle population. Thus Solon honored trade, giving authority to the Areopagus to examine each citizen's livelihood and punish idleness. One of his harsher regulations, reported by Perikles of Pontus, excused illegitimate children from supporting their fathers. Solon reasoned that if a man preferred a woman for pleasure rather than marriage for children, he had no right to reproach his offspring for neglect. His laws for women were strange. He allowed husbands to kill an adulterer caught in the act. Yet if a man carried off a free woman and forced her, the fine was 100 drachmas. If he seduced her by persuasion, only 20, unless she was a courtesan, in which case no penalty was levied. He even forbade fathers from selling daughters or sisters, except when guilty of unchastity. Harsh in one place, lenient in another, the fines may seem small, yet in those days a drachma or two held real weight. Solon rewarded citizens for service to the state. A victor at the Isthmian Games received 100 drachmas, a victor at Olympia 500. He offered 5 drachmas for killing a wolf, 1 for a cub, when that was the very price of an ox or a sheep. For Athens, rich more in pasture than in crops, wolves were a standing menace. He regulated water rights, since Attica had few rivers and relied on wells. If a public well lay within 4 furlongs, one must use it. Farther off, a man must dig his own. Only if, after 60 feet, no water was found, could he draw twice daily from a neighbor's well. Thus he aided the needy, but avoided encouraging idleness. So too, he established rules for planting. Trees must not be set close to a neighbor's field, 5 feet for most, 9 for olives and figs, whose hungry roots and bitter juices ruin other plants. Pits and trenches must be dug as far from a neighbor's land as they were deep, and beehives placed no closer than 300 feet. Oil alone might be exported. All else was forbidden. An offender must pay a heavy fine or be publicly cursed by the archon. Some say this gave rise to the name sycophant, fig revealer, from those who informed him of smuggling figs abroad. He even legislated about animals. If a dog bit a man, it must be surrendered to him, bound to a lead 3 cubits long, a curious but shrewd precaution. Solon's law of citizenship was stern. No foreigner could become an Athenian unless exiled from his own land forever, or unless he brought his whole household and trade to settle permanently. Such newcomers, he thought, would be safest and most loyal, those driven from one country or willingly forsaking it for Athens. He also established the public dining table in the Prytaneum. No man could feast there too often, lest he grow gluttonous. Yet refusal to come when summoned was punished as contempt. His laws he bound for 100 years, carved on triangular tablets called curbius, set on pivots in niches. Some fragments endured for centuries. The Thesmophytae swore, standing at the altar in the marketplace, to obey these laws, and if they broke them, pledged to dedicate a golden statue of their own size at Delphi. Solon turned even to the calendar. He saw that the lunar months did not fit with the sun. The moon might overtake and pass it in a single day. He declared such a day the old and the new, part of it belonging to the dying month, part to the new. Hence, said Homer, the old month ended and the new began. Yet the burdens of law-giving pressed heavily. Each day citizens thronged to him, some praising, some blaming, others urging him to amend this or repeal that. Too many asked for explanations, or quarreled over meaning and interpretations. Solon knew he could not endure such endless wrangling, nor could his reform survive if he lingered to adjust and alter them under pressure. So, declaring private business abroad, he obtained leave of absence for 10 years. He hoped, in that time, Athenians would become accustomed to his laws and bound by practice to keep them. He journeyed first to Egypt, wandering along the Nile, and talked of philosophy with Xenophus of Heliopolis and Sancus of Sais, famed among priests. From them, Plato tells us, he heard the tale of Atlantis, which Solon tried to fashion in verse for his countrymen. From Egypt he sailed to Cyprus, warmly welcomed by Philocyprus, a petty king who ruled a cramped hill city beside the river Clarius. Solon persuaded him to move the city down into the broad plain, a site more pleasant and more secure, and oversaw its planning himself. Many flocked to the new settlement, and in gratitude Philocyprus named it Soloi. Solon celebrated it in verse, praying that its walls might be prosperous, and that he might return safely to his beloved Athens. It is then that the most famous tale is set, his encounter with Croesus of Lydia. Some doubted the chronology, yet so well attested and so fitting was the story that none should dismiss it. Solon came to Sardis. To him, dazzled as if a man from the inland suddenly beholding the sea, every splendid courtier seemed a king. At last he stood before Croesus, laden with jewels, purple robes, and gold. Treasures, too, were displayed before him, the pride of Lydia. But Solon looked on without wonder. Croesus, curious, asked him at last, "Tell me, stranger of Athens, whom do you count the happiest of men?" Solon replied, "Tellus of Athens." Croesus, astonished, asked why. Solon answered, "Tellus lived honorably, raised good sons, lacked for nothing, and died gloriously in battle for his country." Croesus frowned, but pressed further. And after tell us, who? Solon answered, 2 brothers, Cleobus and Biton. For their love of their mother, they put themselves beneath the yoke, and drew her chariot to the temple of Hera. All praised and honored them. After sacrifice and feasting they fell into a gentle sleep, and died in glory, blessed in life, blessed in death. Croesus, growing impatient, asked once more, And do you count me then for nothing? But Solon, unmoved, despised wealth without virtue. He measured happiness not in riches, but in a noble life and death. When Croesus pressed him and cried, Do you not count me among the happy? Solon would not flatter, yet neither did he wish to provoke more than necessary. Calmly he replied, O King of Lydia, we Greeks are given by the gods only modest gifts. Our wisdom is homely and cautious, not royal or magnificent. Because life is subject to infinite chances, we never glory in what men now possess, nor count fortune certain while it may yet change. No man can be called happy until his life is complete and his end has been fortunate. To proclaim a living man happy is like crowning a runner before his race is done. The future holds many turns, and fortune may yet reverse him. With these words Solon took his leave, incurring the king's anger. For Croesus expected praise, not warning. Aesop, the writer of fables, was there at Sardis, favored by the king. He reproached Solon, saying, One should speak little to kings, or else say what pleases them most. Solon answered, No, one should speak little to kings, or else what is best for them to hear. At the time Croesus mocked him, but later, when defeated by Cyrus and his city taken, Croesus was bound atop a pyre. As the flames were about to be kindled, before all the Persians and Cyrus himself, he cried out 3 times, with all his might, Solon, Solon, Solon. Cyrus, astonished, sent to ask who this being was, what man or god Croesus invoked. Croesus confessed without shame. He was a wise man of Greece. I summoned him not to learn wisdom, but to admire my wealth. I see now how great a curse it is to lose such fortune, and how little a blessing it ever was to have it. Solon warned me, consider the end, and never call a man happy till his life is closed. I scorned him, and now, too late, I know he was right. Cyrus, struck by the truth of this lesson, so proved before his eyes, released Croesus, and thereafter treated him with honor. Thus Solon had the glory of saving one king's life and instructing another. Meanwhile, at Athens, factional strife flared anew. The Pedii, or men of the plains, were led by Lycurgus, the Parali, or men of the coast, by Megacles, son of Alcmaeon, the Diacrii, or hill men, by Pisistratus, who drew to himself the multitude of poorer folk, resentful of the rich. The Athenians still obeyed Solon's laws, but they longed for change, each faction hoping to seize not only its rights, but some advantage beyond them. Solon returned then from his travels, honored by all for his wisdom, though now too old to lead. He sought to reconcile the leaders by persuasion. Pisistratus in particular won favor with him, appearing moderate, law-abiding, a protector of the poor, friendly even in quarrel. Yet Solon soon discerned his ambition, warning, if only Pisistratus could be cured of his lust for rule, Athens would have no better citizen. At this time the poet Thespis was first introducing drama, performing his plays himself as the custom then was. Solon, eager for every novelty, went to see. When it was done, he asked Thespis if he were not ashamed to utter so many lies before such a vast crowd. Thespis replied it was but a jest. Solon struck his staff upon the ground, saying, If with lies and jests we amuse ourselves, we shall soon find life and public business itself turned into lies. Soon after, Pisistratus staged his great deception, wounding himself and driving into the marketplace in a cart, crying that his enemies had attacked him for defending the Constitution. The people crowded about in sympathy. Solon came near and said, "Son of Hippocrates, you dishonorably imitate Homer's Ulysses. He maimed himself to deceive his foes, you to deceive your fellow citizens." Nonetheless, stirred by pity, the people assembled and granted Pisistratus a guard of 50 armed men. Solon opposed bitterly, warning, even in verse. "Smooth words of the fox you follow, fools, who together grow dull." But he saw that the poor clamored for Pisistratus, while the rich shrank back in cowardice. He declared he was wiser than the poor, who saw not what was happening, and braver than the rich, who saw but dared not resist. The people not only voted guards, they allowed Pisistratus to keep as many as he liked. Soon he seized the Acropolis. Megacles and the Alcmaeonids fled. But Solon, though an old man alone, went into the marketplace armed and addressed the citizens. He told them it would once have been easy to prevent tyranny. Now it would be glorious at least to cut it down in its full growth. Yet no one dared resist. So Solon left them with this saying, "I have done all I could for my country and its laws." He stood in arms by his own door, prepared, though no man joined him. Then retired, writing verses of reproach. "By your own cowardice are you betrayed. Blame not the gods for what you've made. It is yourselves who set the tyrant strong. Your lost freedom is your own wrong." Many feared Pisistratus would slay him. But when asked what he trusted in, Solon answered, "My age." And indeed, Pisistratus honored him still, sought his advice, and upheld most of his laws. Even accused of murder, Pisistratus submitted to trial in the Areopagus. He was acquitted, but his show of obedience to law reflected Solon's enduring influence. Solon in his last years still made poetry, even beginning a great work on the tale of Atlantis, which he had heard from the priest THESEUS. Age halted it unfinished. Plato later took it up in his dialogues, adorning it splendidly, yet also leaving it incomplete, so that what we have is like a palace begun, grand in its open halls, yet forever unfinished. As for Solon's death, some said he survived long into the reign of Pisistratus, others less than 2 years. All agreed his end was peaceful. A legend arose that his ashes were scattered around Salamis, the island he had won for Athens. So at last the lawgiver died, leaving Athens not perfect, but better than he found it, saved from ruin by moderation, and remembered among the wise. Life of POPLICOLA. As a parallel to Solon, we look to POPLICOLA, so named later for his love of the people, though at first he was simply Publius Valerius. His ancestry was noble. He claimed descent from that Valerius who, in Rome's earliest days, urged Sabines and Romans to put down arms and become one people. From this line, Publius himself rose to prominence, eloquent, wealthy, generous to the needy, and bold in justice. Many thought, if ever monarchy fell, Valerius would stand first among the Romans. Tarquinius Superbus, the king, had seized the throne unrighteously by violence and insolence. The people hated him. When Lucretia's dishonor roused the city, they drove him out. Lucius Brutus, who resolved to end kingship, turned first to Valerius for aid, and with his help expelled the Tarquins. At first, Valerius held back, waiting to see whether Rome would crown a single ruler to succeed the king. If so, that right belonged to Brutus, the liberator. But the Romans, loathing monarchy itself, chose instead to divide power between 2 consuls. Valerius came forward as a candidate, hoping to serve with Brutus. But instead of him, the people chose Tarquinius Collatinus, Lucretia's husband, not a better man than Valerius, but bound by private hatred of the king and trusted in war. Valerius, seeing himself passed over, withdrew in anger. He ceased to attend Senate or Assembly, and many feared he might rage against liberty itself, turning to the Tarquins. Brutus too grew suspicious, and proposed that the senators bind themselves by oath. But Valerius appeared at once in the forum, swore first of all never to yield a single point to the Tarquins, and pledged his life for liberty. The people, delighted, trusted him again. His deeds quickly matched his oath. Tarquin sent ambassadors with honeyed words, offering fair terms that he knew would tempt the weary. The consuls would have laid them before the people, but Valerius forbade it. He would not permit the poor, who bore the burden of war heavily, to be beguiled back toward monarchy. Soon Tarquin sent again, feigning submission, only to ask the return of his property for exile. At this, even Collatinus wavered. But Brutus, fierce in temper, thundered in the forum that no Roman should feed the tyrant who had robbed their freedom. The people agreed, and cast the property after Tarquin, saying liberty gained was not to be lost for gold. Yet beneath this cloak of negotiation, treachery brewed. The ambassadors schemed with two noble families, the Aquilii and Vitellii. They persuaded even Brutus's own sons, complaining of their father's severity, to join in restoring Tarquin. The conspirators swore their dark oath in a ruined chamber, pouring libations upon a murdered man's entrails. But fate placed a slave, Vindicius, hidden in the shadows. Trembling, he overheard all. Distraught, afraid to approach either Brutus or Collatinus, whose sons and nephews were involved, Vindicius sought Valerius, who was known for his openness and kindness. To him he told all, privately, with only Valerius's wife and brother Marcus present. Valerius at once locked the man in safety, stationed guards, and rushed with his clients and friends into the house of the Aquilii. There he seized the letters written to Tarquin. The conspirators returned as he departed, and clashed with his followers. But Valerius broke through with the proofs in hand and dragged the matter before the forum. A court was held. The ambassadors' letters condemned them. Silence fell. Some, in pity, suggested banishment. Collatinus wept. Brutus sat stern, and Valerius, silent, looked on. Then Brutus called his sons by name. Thrice he asked their defense. Thrice they held their silence. At last he turned to the lictors and said, I have done my work. Do you yours? Before the eyes of Rome, the boys were stripped, scourged, and beheaded. Brutus never turned his gaze away. The Romans shuddered, not knowing whether to condemn or revere. His virtue, said some, was godlike, his hardness more than human. Thus, Rome learned that liberty would live, even at a father's cost. When Brutus had left the forum, Collatinus moved for mercy on the remaining conspirators. He even sought to reclaim Vindicius, their servant, as property. Valerius blocked him, crying that he would not see a betrayer of tyranny betrayed in turn. He lifted the corpses of Brutus's sons and rebuked Collatinus for sparing nephews, while Brutus gave his own blood for Rome. The crowd, roused, cried out for Brutus himself. He returned, declared the other plotters should be tried by the people, and the Roman people cried out as one, death. They too were executed. Collatinus, already distrusted for his family named Tarquinius, resigned his office and left the city. Another consul was to be elected, and the Romans, grateful, chose Publius Valerius. Thus he gained the consulship, not through ambition, but through service. For Vindicius, Valerius granted freedom and citizenship, the first freedman recorded in Rome. In his honor, the act of manumission was ever afterwards called vindicta. So Publius Valerius, honored as POPLICOLA, the people's friend, took his place as one of the founders of liberty in Rome. After the expulsion of the kings, the Romans plundered Tarquin's palace and destroyed it. He had once seized the most beautiful section of the field of Mars and consecrated it to the god. When he fell, the corn upon it was ready for harvest. Yet the Romans, unwilling to profane consecrated soil, dared not reap it for their use. Instead, they carried the sheaves and flung them into the river, cut down the trees and cast them in, and left the whole field barren for the god. The mass of sheaves and branches drifted down the Tiber. At a shallow spot they settled, layer upon layer, pressed close by the current and bound fast with mud. In time, the mound grew into solid ground, wave-beaten yet unshaken, and other debris settled upon it. Thus, by nature's work, there arose the island that lies beside the city, sacred with temples and walks, between two bridges, as the Romans call it. Some said this happened later, when Tarquina, a Vestal virgin, gave up her field for the public, but the Romans always tied the legend to the fall of their kings. Tarquin, despairing of guile, now turned to force. He stirred the Etruscans to march with a great host. The consuls brought the Romans out to meet them, encamping in the sacred groves of Arcia. When battle joined, Arun, son of Tarquin, and Brutus, first consul of Rome, spurred furiously at each other, not by chance, but with deadly determination. One rode against the usurper's seed, the other against the man who had cast his father down. They struck wildly, without thought of defense, and each fell, locked in his hatred. The fight raged through the day, slaughter equal on either side, until storm and tempest parted the hosts. Night fell upon uncertainty. Each camp trembled. Men gazed on the bodies nearest at hand and thought themselves defeated, while news of fallen enemies far off rang hollow. Then, in the silent dark, a voice pealed from a grove, declaring the Etruscans had lost one man more than the Romans. The shout rose through the Roman camp, bold and full of joy. In the Etruscan tents, panic spread. By morning, they had broken and fled. Valerius led the Romans to storm their camp, taking 5,000 prisoners and plundering all. In the count of the slain, there were 11,300 Etruscans, and of Romans the exact same, save one man. So heaven itself proclaimed the Roman victory. The day was the Calenza March. Valerius triumphed, riding in a 4-horse chariot, the first consul to do so. Far from resenting this pomp, the people applauded him. Otherwise the custom would never have endured. They also rejoiced at the honors he rendered Brutus, building a magnificent funeral and speaking an oration at his bier. The Romans loved this so much that thenceforth every noble dead received praise in eloquence, a custom said to be older even than the funeral orations of Greece. But envy soon stirred. The people whispered, "Brutus shared power, yet Valerius now rules alone. He is more heir to Tarquin's tyranny than to Brutus's consulship. What use are orations for liberty, if he struts through the forum with rods and axes borne before him, and dwells in a palace upon the Velia greater than the old kings ever owned?" For indeed Valerius had built a splendid house high above the forum. When he descended, it seemed like a monarch stepping from his stage. Yet Valerius showed himself greater than rumor. Hearing the people's suspicion, he summoned masons, and by night tore the house to the ground. At dawn the citizens rushed to see it, stricken with wonder at his magnanimity, and sorrowing for the loss of so noble a home. They declared the house deserved destruction no more than a good man condemned unjustly. They even urged him to rebuild, and so they gave him a public site, where later the temple of Lycurgus would stand, and on it raised a modest dwelling. He did more. To show reverence for the people, he ordered the axes removed from the lictors' rods. He had the fasces lowered whenever he entered the assembly, bowing the magistrate's power before the majesty of the citizens. This practice endures among the consuls to this day. By casting off the semblance of tyranny, Valerius gained its substance, honor and obedience freely given. So the Romans renamed him POPLICOLA, the people's friend, a title that eclipsed his own. As consul alone, he hastened to reform the state before a colleague might hinder him. First, he restored the Senate, filling its numbers diminished by death and wars. He is said to have chosen 164 new senators. Then he established laws of great moment. First, appeals from the consuls to the people, a safeguard of liberty. Second, death to any who assumed office without election. Third, relief for the poor by remitting taxes, so they might labor at craft and trade. Fourth, fines for disobedience were made moderate, 5 oxen and 2 sheep, a measure favoring common folk, for coin was scarce and wealth was reckoned in flocks. Yet in one law he set a harsh remedy. Any man who tried to be king might be slain without trial by any citizen able to prove it. For, Valerius reasoned, before a despot seized power, he could still be struck down. Afterwards, trial would be impossible. He made the temple of Saturn the treasury, placing its wealth in pious keeping rather than in any private hand, and appointed 2 young men, called quaestors, to guard the public accounts. From this time the republican treasury was born. When he had so ordered matters, he named Lucretius, Lucretia's own father, as colleague, yielding him the fasces out of respect for his age. This practice, that the elder consul holds them, lasts still. Lucretius died soon after, and Marcus Horatius was chosen in his place. Meanwhile Tarquin roused the Etruscans again, and with this came a prodigy. When Tarquin built the great temple of Jupiter Capitolinus, he ordered at Veii a 4-horse chariot of clay to be set upon its roof. But after his exile, it swelled in the fire instead of shrinking, growing so vast and solid that they tore down the kiln to take it out. The prophets declared, whoever possessed this image would possess dominion. So the Veientines refused to give up. But another sign followed. At their games, a victor crowned at the circus drove out his chariot calmly. Suddenly his horses grew wild, broke away, and thundered straight towards Rome. Neither whip nor rein could turn them. They carried their driver all the way up the hill to the Capitol, and there threw him down before the gate. The Veientines, struck by awe, gave over the clay chariot to the Romans. Thus heaven marked them heirs not only to Tarquin's temple, but to the empire which should rise from it. The great temple of Jupiter on the Capitol owed its origin to the early Tarquins. Tarquinius, son of Demaratus, vowed it in war, but it was Tarquinius Superbus, last of the kings, who began its building. He did not live to dedicate it, for his tyrannical rule was overthrown just before its completion. When at last it was finished, rich in adornment, POPLICOLA burned to claim the glory of dedication. Yet envy rose against him. Many nobles were not angered by his triumphs as general or as legislator, for those seemed to him proper, but they grudged him this one act of honor. They stirred his colleague Horatius to oppose him. By lot or by decree, Horatius was chosen to dedicate while POPLICOLA was abroad on campaign. On the appointed day, the Ides of September, the people thronged to the Capitol, and Horatius began the solemn rites. As was custom, he laid his hands upon the temple doors and prepared to utter the prayer of dedication. Then Marcus, POPLICOLA's brother, standing beside him, suddenly cried, "Consul, your son has just died in camp." A hush fell. Horatius, unshaken, replied, "Cast the corpse where you will. I cannot lament him now." And he finished the dedication. The tale proves, whether by composure or by presence of mind, the unbroken dignity of Roman magistrates in moments when lesser men would falter. So it was with that first capital. Destiny seemed to haunt every rebuilding. Tarquin built it, Horatius dedicated it. Sulla raised the second, yet Catullus's name was carved upon it. Again it burned, and Vespasian made a third only to die before its ruin. Domitian alone built and dedicated the fourth, which stands today. Meanwhile Tarquin, driven into exile, fled to Lars Porsena of Clusium, a powerful Etruscan king. Porsena, ambitious of glory, demanded that Rome receive Tarquin back. When the Romans refused, he declared war and marched upon them openly, even naming day and place. POPLICOLA, absent yet elected consul a second time, returned to face the threat. In bold defiance of Porsena, he founded the colony of Sigliuria, as if to show contempt for the siege that loomed. But when Porsena struck, his assault nearly carried Rome itself. POPLICOLA rushed from the gates with valor, fighting by the Tiber until wounded and carried away. His colleague too was struck down, and the city faltered. Then came the bravest stand. The Etruscans pressed across the wooden bridge. Horatius Cockles, with Herminius and Lartius at his side, planted himself at the rear while the Romans cut the beams behind him. He held back the host until the last timbers fell, then, wounded and in full armor, leapt into the river and swam to the far bank. POPLICOLA decreed that every Roman should give him the worth of a day's provisions, granted him as much land as he could plow in one day, and raised his bronze statue in the temple of Vulcan, honoring both his wound and his lameness. Still, Rome starved under siege. Another Etruscan force ravaged the land, but POPLICOLA, now consul for the third time, sallied out and slew 5,000, securing some relief. It was then that Mucius showed his daring. Slipping into Porsena's camp in Etruscan guise, he stabbed the wrong man, was seized, and brought before the king. To show Roman spirit, he thrust his right hand into the sacrificial fire and held it there unmoved until it was consumed. Amazed, Porsena released him. From that day he was called Scaevola, the left-handed. Mucius told the king 300 Romans stood ready like him, devoted to his death. Porsena, astonished not by fear but by admiration, inclined himself to peace. And peace came, though with hostages, 10 noble youths and 10 maidens, among them Valeria, POPLICOLA's daughter. When some of those maidens, led by Cloelia, broke free and swam the river to Rome, POPLICOLA, fearing treachery would be suspected, sent them back. Tarquin's men ambushed the escort, but Valeria escaped, and the others were saved by Aruns, Porsena's son. Porsena kindly pardoned them, and, honoring Cloelia's courage, gave her a splendid horse. Thus a statue of a maiden on horseback still stands upon the sacred way. In greatest generosity, Porsena later withdrew his army, forbidding his soldiers to carry home anything but arms. The Romans inherited his camp entirely, full of stores and wealth. To this day, whenever Roman booty is sold, the crier proclaims, "Goods of Porsena." So enduring is the memory of his noble conduct. Afterwards the Sabines invaded. Marcus Valerius, POPLICOLA's brother, then consul, with POPLICOLA's council, won 2 victories, the second slaughtering 13,000 without the loss of a single Roman. For this, besides his triumph, he was given a house upon the Palatine at the public charge, and its doors, by decree, opened outward upon the street, a lasting sign of the people's honor. Soon after, POPLICOLA was elected consul for the 4th time. War was foreseen, both from the Sabines and the Latins. Yet Rome, under his hand, stood firm in her freedom, her laws, and her courage. In those days, strange omens troubled Rome. Every pregnant woman was said to bring forth her child too soon, and most infants were born misshapen. The people trembled, fearing they had angered the gods. POPLICOLA, searching the Sibylline books, performed propitiations to the powers below, revived ancient games by oracle, and restored hope to the city. Yet earthly dangers press close. Among the Sabines there was a great man, Appius Clausus, wealthy, strong, eloquent, upright in character. And as ever with great men, envy assailed him. His enemies whispered that he had stayed the war with Rome, not from patriotism, but to build Roman power until he could return to his own country as a tyrant. The mob believed them. The army seethed against him. Fearing impeachment, Clausus prepared to flee. POPLICOLA, discerning his worth, sent envoys. You are too noble to seek vengeance on your countrymen. But if you must seek refuge, Rome will receive you with honor, both in public and in private. Appius deliberated, then resolved to go. Gathering his kin and friends, he drew with him a mass of peaceful Sabine households, 5,000 in all. They came to Rome, and POPLICOLA welcomed them with generosity. Each family received 2 acres by the Anio, Clausus himself 25, and a seat in the Senate. There he prospered, rising to power and founding the Claudian house, one of Rome's most illustrious names. Still the Sabine demagogues clamored for war. They marched to Fidene with a great host, laying ambush for Rome itself. 2,000 lay hidden in rough ground near the city, while horsemen rode forward at dawn to plunder and lure pursuit. But deserters brought news to POPLICOLA. That very night he laid his plans. His son-in-law, Postumius Balbus, with 3,000 men, was sent to scale the hills above the ambush. His colleague Lucretius led the swiftest youths to chase the raiders. He himself circled with the main force to fall upon the Sabine camp. At dawn, a heavy mist cloaked the field. From the hills, Postumius charged, his men shouting loud. Lucretius fell upon the cavalry. POPLICOLA stormed the camp. Everywhere the Sabines broke in terror. Those from the camp fled to the ambush. Those in the ambush fled to the camp, each seeking help from those who themselves were routed. The slaughter was merciless. Only Fidene gave refuge. The rest were slain or taken. The Romans, ever pious, saw in this victory heaven's hand working through their general. Soldiers cried that POPLICOLA had handed them the enemy blind and bound for butchery. Plunder was rich, prisoners many, and Rome rejoiced. POPLICOLA celebrated a triumph. But soon after, resigning the government to his successors, he died, at the very height of earthly glory. Only then, as though ashamed of their meager honors while he lived, the Romans poured out gratitude. They decreed him a public funeral. Each citizen gave the coin called a quadrans in his memory. Women clothed themselves in mourning 1 full year. At the people's command, he was buried within the city, at the Velia. There, by special right, his family too might lie. Yet even now no Valerius is buried there. The body is borne in funeral procession, laid in the place, a torch is set beneath it for a moment, and then it is carried away to be buried beyond the walls. Thus the family claims its privilege, but abstains from using it. So ended POPLICOLA, people's friend, for time's consul, founder of laws and liberties, beloved not only in his life, but even more after his death. Comparison of Solon and POPLICOLA. In this comparison of Solon and POPLICOLA, there is a peculiarity. Rarely do we find, in these parallel lives, one man's deeds reflected in the other's words. But here, it seems, Solon bears witness to POPLICOLA, as POPLICOLA in turn imitates Solon. Consider Solon's definition of happiness before Croesus. He described Tellus as fortunate, good, virtuous, father of noble children. Yet Tellus, for all that, was no great man of renown. POPLICOLA, by contrast, lived long in glory, was master of the Roman state in his lifetime, and for 600 years afterwards his descendants, Publicola, Valerius, Messala, counted his name as a noble inheritance. Tellus died valiantly, but POPLICOLA slew his enemies, commanded victories, and won triumphs. Above all, he ended his days in the good fortune that Solon called most enviable. Solon, in his poetry, prayed that at his death all his friends might mourn him. POPLICOLA's death fulfilled the wish exactly. Not only friends and family wailed for him, but the whole city. The women of Rome put on mourning for a year, as if each had lost a son or father. Solon once said, "I long for wealth, but not unjustly gained." POPLICOLA had wealth honestly won, and spent it nobly in relieving the poor. Thus, if Solon was the wisest of men, POPLICOLA was the most fortunate. For what Solon prayed for with words, POPLICOLA lived and enjoyed as fact. But POPLICOLA also honored Solon, taking him for a model in shaping Rome's new freedom. He clipped the power of the consuls, as Solon had limited archons, and gave the Roman people the right of appeal to themselves, just as the Athenian had done. He enlarged the Senate as Solon had established councils, and he created quaestors to manage the treasury, separating money from absolute power, giving no consul both purse and sword at once. Above all, he outdid Solon in his hatred of tyranny, making it lawful for any man, without trial, to strike down the would-be king. Solon was praised for being offered the monarchy and refusing it, but POPLICOLA deserves greater, for he actually held the power of kingship and stripped it down, making it harmless, even popular. Solon knew already that a people rules best when neither oppressed too much, nor freed too wildly. POPLICOLA lived it, tempering Rome's liberty. Solon's greatest invention was the cancellation of debts. That measure, though perilous, was his surest foundation of freedom. Normally such laws breed faction, but Solon's justice and reputation outweighed suspicion, and his reform quenched civil war instead of stirring it. In this, Solon began his public life with greater brilliance than POPLICOLA, for Solon acted wholly on his own, the soul of Athens, while POPLICOLA followed Brutus at first and only later rose to preeminence. But POPLICOLA ended more gloriously than Solon, for Solon lived to see his laws overthrown, and the city fall under Pisistratus's despotism, while POPLICOLA died with his measures flourishing still, Rome's liberty secure, and the Tarquins utterly cast out. In war, too, the difference appears. Some even doubt that Solon ever fought against the Megarians, while POPLICOLA won triumphs by his valor and plans. Solon feigned madness in order to speak of Salamis. POPLICOLA stood boldly in the forum, exposed himself to every risk, crushed conspiracy with death sentences, and struck fear into tyrants. Solon could not prevent Pisistratus from rising. POPLICOLA shattered a tyranny many generations old, drove out kings, and barred their return. And yet he was no savage soldier only. By mildness and persuasion he turned even Porsenna, a dreadful foe at Rome's gates, into her ally and friend. He gave up what seemed gain to secure a greater good. Solon provoked Athens to recapture Salamis, which had been abandoned. POPLICOLA abandoned conquered soil, only to win the enemy's camp, preserve Rome itself, and at last carry off, through diplomacy, the true fruits of war. He converted a king from invader into arbiter, Porsenna ending the war, leaving behind his stores in token of honor for Rome's noble consul. Thus Solon and POPLICOLA, different yet akin, stand in contrast. Solon wiser at the beginning, POPLICOLA happier at the end. Solon laying the foundation of liberty by law, POPLICOLA building it high with victory and action. The Athenian, a prophet of freedom. The Roman, its founder and preserver. Welcome back to Ancient Wisdom Unveiled, where we crack open Plutarch's Lives Volume 1 to reveal the minds that shaped antiquity. Plutarch, the master biographer, didn't just record history. He dissected the very soul of leadership. Today, we're not just looking at battles, but the brutal, brilliant decisions that defined empires. But here's the twist. Themistokles, the strategic genius who orchestrated Greece's salvation at Salamis against the mighty Persians, died in exile, seemingly a traitor to the very people he saved. And CAMILLUS, Rome's redeemer after the devastating Gallic invasion, was himself banished by the ungrateful Republic. How could such monumental heroes fall so far? And did they deserve their fates? We'll uncover the political machinations and personal flaws that led them to the brink and beyond. You won't just get dates and names. We'll analyze the timeless lessons in leadership, ambition, and resilience that these incredible lives offer. So, if you're ready to explore the gripping drama and profound insights of ancient history, hit that like button, drop your thoughts in the comments, and of course, subscribe to Ancient Wisdom Unveiled so you don't miss any more of these epic tales. Let's dive in. Life of Themistokles. Themistokles was born of no illustrious house. His father, Neocles, was an ordinary Athenian of the Demi-Friari and the tribe Leontes. On his mother's side, his birth was recorded. An old epigram has it, "My name is Abradanon. I come from Thrace, not of old Athenian race. Yet humble though my lineage be, Themistokles was born of me." Others say she was from Caria, not Thrace, named Euterpe, or even from Halicarnassus in Caria. Whatever her origin, the mark of base birth clung to the boy. Such men were required to frequent Kainosarges, a gymnasium outside the walls sacred to Perikles, half divine himself and thought base-born among the gods. Themistokles, with early wit, persuaded noble youths to train there alongside him, undercutting the privilege of their birth. Yet by blood he was tied to the family of Lykumides, for when the barbarians burned the temple of the initiation at Phlia, belonging to that clan, it was Themistokles who restored it. All agree that as a child he was vigorous, clever, and precocious in public affairs. In play he did not idle. He made mock speeches, rehearsing prosecutions and defenses of his companions. His master once said, "Child, you will be no ordinary man. You will be either very great or very base." He cared little for refinements, music, or ornament. What others called accomplishments, he dismissed. When mocked, he retorted coarsely but memorably, "I cannot tune a lyre nor play the harp, but I can make a small and obscure city great and glorious." Stesimbrotus claims him a pupil of Anaxagoras and Melissus. This is false. They were younger, allies of Perikles. More credibly, Themistokles was shaped by Nicephorus of Friari, not a philosopher, but a man practiced in statecraft, heir to the political wisdom of Solon. To this practical cunning more than philosophy, he owed his early formation. In youth he was unsettled, brilliant, but prone to vice. Later, he compared himself to unruly colts, hardest to break at first, yet the best in the end. Tales of his disinheritance or his mother's suicide are inventions. But it is told that his father, wishing to deter him from politics, once pointed to the abandoned triremes on the beach, saying, "So too are politicians cast aside once the people have done with them." But ambition burned in him. From his earliest days, he resolved to be first in the state. He set himself against the leaders of the hour, chiefly against Aristides, son of Lysimachus. Their quarrel began in youth, when both loved the same youth, Stesilaus of Chaos. In time, their rivalry deepened into politics. Aristides was steady and just, unmoved by popularity, striving only for right. Themistokles were daring, full of schemes, impatient to dazzle the people with new policies. Such ambition drove him even at Marathon, though still young. While Greece rang with Miltiades' victory, Themistokles withdrew from feasts, lay thoughtful, unable to sleep. When asked why, he said simply, "The trophies of Miltiades will not let me rest." For where others thought the war ended, he foresaw a greater storm brewing, and prepared himself to be Greece's champion. First, he proposed that the silver of Laurium, instead of being divided among the citizens, should be spent on ships. The measure passed, ostensibly against Aegina, hated rival and mistress of the sea. Thus were built 100 triremes, the very ships that later saved Greece against Xerxes. From that time, he bent Athens steadily toward the sea. He knew the city's infantry could not stand alone against neighbors, but with a fleet, Athens could repel barbarians and rule the Hellenic world. As Plato later said, he turned Athenians from settled soldiers into roving sailors. Others sneered. Themistokles took away their spears and shields and chained them to the oars. Miltiades opposed him, but he prevailed. Whether strictly lawful or not, events proved him correct. For when Xerxes marched, though his land army stood supreme, his navy's defeat broke him. He fled from Greece, leaving behind him unseasoned hosts. Some call Themistokles a shrewd moneyman. He spent lavishly, sacrifices, entertainment for foreigners. Others accuse him of avarice, even selling gifts. He was sharp in business. When a horse dealer refused him a colt, he threatened to turn his house into a wooden horse, meaning to unleash lawsuits upon him. His ambition tolerated no rival. Early, he brought the famed harpist Epicles to his house, so crowds would throng there. At Olympia he lived in luxury with Cimon, whose noble birth made such splendor befitting, but in Themistokles it seemed vulgar. Yet even these extravagances showed his drive for prominence. As Perikles in Athens he inscribed proudly, Themistokles of Phrearii produced a play, Phrynicus wrote it, Adamantus was archon. He knew every citizen by name, arbitrated disputes fairly, and would not bend the law, even for Simonides of Chaos. When asked to favor him, he answered, "You would be a poor poet out of tune. I would be a poor magistrate against the law." Bit by bit he won the people's trust, secured his party's dominance, and drove Aristides into exile. When Persia's invasion threatened, the Athenians sought a general. Many shrank from it. One demagogue, Epikhides, lusted for command, eloquent, cowardly, corrupt. Themistokles, fearing ruin, bribed him quietly to withdraw. When Persian envoys pressed Greece for earth and water, Themistokles seized the interpreter, and by decree of the people put him to death, for daring to give barbarous commands in the tongue of free Greeks. So too Arthemias of Zelia. At Themistokles' urging, he was branded infamous forever for bringing Persian gold into Greece. Above all, Themistokles united the states of Greece, ending their petty wars, persuading them to defer all quarrels until after the Persian storm had passed. In this, he was aided by Chelon the Arcadian. Thus, by foresight and daring, Themistokles prepared Athens not only to survive, but to lead all Hellas. Once named general, Themistokles urged his countrymen at once to abandon their city, man the fleet, and meet the Persians far out at sea. Many resisted, but together with the Spartans, he marched a force as far as the Vale of Tempe, hoping to hold the passes there. When Thessaly betrayed Greece and the armies fell back, region after region, as far as Boeotia joined the barbarian, and Athens turned more willingly toward Themistokles' council of sea power. He sailed to Artemisium to guard the narrow straits. There the allies gave command to Eurybiades of Sparta, though Athens had furnished more ships than all the rest together. At that moment Themistokles saved Greece. He yielded leadership to Sparta, soothing the pride of his own people, telling them that if they proved valiant, all Greece would one day yield them supremacy. Thus he secured harmony, and at the same time glory, for he taught Athens to conquer her foes in battle, and her allies by self-restraint. At Artemisium, the battle was fierce but undecided. The Greeks learned, however, that neither the countless ships nor the splendid banners of the Persians mattered against men who dared close in and fought hand to hand. Confidence was kindled. As Pindar said, there the sons of Athena laid their freedom's great foundation. Even today, they point out the shrines, the pillars inscribed in Artemis' honor, and the rich bed of ashes where wrecks and corpses were burned. When news came of Thermopylae' fall, The death of Leonidas and the pass lost, the Greeks retreated, Athenians bravely covering the rear. Themistokles, sailing along, cut inscriptions upon conspicuous stones at every watering place. Each message called to the Ionians, urging them to come over to their fathers the Athenians, or at least to sow confusion among the barbarian ranks. If not to win them, he meant at least to make Xerxes distrust them. Meanwhile, the Persian king marched through Doris and Phocis, burning cities. The Greeks resolved only to defend the isthmus, walling it from sea to sea, and they abandoned Attica. Athens was left to ruin. Her allies would not stand with her. The Athenians raged at the betrayal and despaired. They shrank back from abandoning temples and ancestral tombs. Here Themistokles played his boldest part. Like a poet bringing gods upon the stage, he summoned signs and oracles. The sacred serpent of Athena had vanished from its shrine. The untouched offerings proved the goddess herself had departed, leading her people to the sea. He told them the wooden walls of the oracle meant the fleet, and that Apollo had called Salamis divine, a place not of sorrow, but of salvation. At last, by decree, the city was entrusted to Athena's care. The men embarked for war, the women and children carried to treason. The Troezenians welcomed them nobly, maintaining them at public expense, giving the children the right to pluck fruit from any tree, and even paying for their schooling. Aristotle says the Areopagus supplied the crews with pay, but others tell how Themistokles contrived it. Pretending the Gorgon's head was lost from the statue, he searched the citizens as they marched to the ships, confiscated the secret stores of wealth he discovered, and so equipped the fleet with all necessities. The sight of Athens abandoned moved many to tears. Old men lingered helpless. Animals ran howling toward the ships, unwilling to part from masters. They tell how the dog of Xanthippus, father of Perikles, leapt into the sea, swam beside its master's trireme to Salamis, then fell dead on the shore. Its tomb still shone as the dog's grave. Fearing that Aristides in exile might join the Persians, Themistokles himself proposed a decree to pardon all banished citizens, so that every Athenian might stand together in the common cause. At Salamis, Sparta still held the command under Eurybiades, who wished to sail away to join the Peloponnesian Wall. Themistokles stood firm. When Eurybiades said, "At the games they whip those who spring too soon," Themistokles replied, "Yes, but those who are too slow win no crowns." When his commander, angered, raised his staff as if to strike him, Themistokles only said, "Strike, yet hear me." His calmness astonished all. He argued fiercely to hold the straits of Salamis. Against an adversary who mocked him as a man without a city, he said, "We Athenians have left our walls, scornful of slavery for mere stones. But we still possess the greatest city of Greece, our 200 warships. With these we stand ready to save you, if you will be saved." At this, even Eurybiades feared the Athenians might sail away. Some say, in that hour an owl, the bird of Athena, flew to perch on Themistokles' mast, and the omen steadied the wavering Greeks. Yet when Xerxes came down to Phalerum, his host filling the seacoast and the king himself among the throngs, the Greeks again faltered. They glanced toward the isthmus, longing for safety, and prepared secretly to slip away by night. Then Themistokles made his master stroke. He summoned Sicinus, his Persian-born servant who loved him and tended his children. He sent him secretly to the king with a false message that Themistokles, general of the Athenians, desired to come over, and that he was first to reveal the Greeks' plan to flee. He urged Xerxes to block the straits at once, to fall upon the Greek ships while they were divided and in flight. Thus, by deceiving the barbarian and by forcing his allies into battle, Themistokles set the stage for the salvation of Greece. Xerxes, deceived by Themistokles' secret message, was elated. Convinced the trap would serve him, he ordered his captains to prepare at ease. Save for 200 ships, which he dispatched at once to close the straits, surround the islands, and cut off every escape. At once Aristides, exiled by Themistokles, but noble and frank, came quietly to his tent. "We are surrounded," he said. Themistokles, trusting him, revealed his plan and begged Aristides to use his known honesty to hearten the Greeks for battle. Aristides did so, stirring courage, though some still doubted. Then came a trireme from Tinos, its captain Panaetios having deserted the Persians, announcing that the encirclement was true. With anger and desperation, the Greeks prepared for the fight. At dawn, Xerxes mounted a golden throne upon the cliffs above the straits, scribes at his side to record each deed. From there, above the temple of Perikles, he watched the sea, where his fleet pressed in. Themistokles, meanwhile, were sacrificed by the admiral's ship. Suddenly 3 noble boys were brought before him, sons of Sandoc, sister to the great king, splendid in dress and ornaments. Euphrantides the prophet cried that omens demanded these victims for Dionysus Omestes, the devourer of men. Themistokles shrank in horror, but the desperate mass of sailors, grasping at signs of heaven's favor, compelled him to consent. Thus, Phanias of Lesbos tells us, they perished at the altar, a grim offering before battle. Then the fleets launched. Aeschylus the poet, who fought that day, tells us plainly, Xerxes brought 1,000 warships, and 700 more of the fastest kind. The Athenians had 180 triremes, each with 18 men of arms on deck, archers, and hoplites in bronze. Themistokles chose his moment with genius. Not until the morning breeze rolled the seas did he give the word. The low, sturdy Greek hulls rode the swell easily, but the Persian ships, high-sterned, crowded, laden with ornament, swung clumsily broadside to the Greeks. Then the Athenians struck, taking courage from Themistokles himself, who stood foremost, and from the sight of Ariamenes, Xerxes' own brother and admiral, thundering down upon them in a giant ship. From its high decks, arrows and javelins poured as from a fortress. But Aemanias of Decelia and Socles of Pedia, ramming prow to prow, splintered both ships. Ariamenes leapt to board, but was thrust into the sea with spears. His body floated, until Artemisia, queen and ally of Xerxes, found and bore it back to her master. In that hour, many swore they saw divine signs. From Eleusis gleamed a mysterious light. From the plain of Phrygia, sounds of the mystic Iacchus in procession, and an unseen mist drifted across the water. Others claimed they saw spirit warriors from Aegina, Aeacid heroes, stretching their hands to guard the Greek line. The first ship captured was seized by Lycomedes of Athens, who wreathed its ensign with laurel and offered it to Apollo. All day the narrow strait saved the Greeks. The Persians' numbers availed them nothing. Their ships collided, trapped broken. By evening, the sea was strewn with wreckage, and Simonides rightly sang of it as that glorious and famous victory, owed to the sailors' valor, and to Themistokles' genius. Enraged, Xerxes sought to fill the strait with earth, to force his land army across to Salamis. Themistokles at once suggested to Aristides that the Greeks should sail to the Hellespont, cut the bridge of boats, and trap Xerxes in Europe. Aristides cautioned him, "So far we have fought a king at ease, idle under his golden parasol. Corner him in Greece, and you will face not a spectator, but the man himself, driving his army in desperation. Better to build him a bridge than break one. Send him out of Europe swiftly." Themistokles yielded. Secretly, he sent word through a captured eunuch to Xerxes, "The Greeks plan to break your bridge. Hurry back and cross while you may. I will delay them for you." Xerxes, alarmed, fled in haste. At Plataea, where Mardonius fell, it was proven true. The Greeks could scarcely withstand a fragment of Persia's host. What if they had faced it all? In honors, the allies at first quarreled. Each general cast his vote at the isthmus. Each wrote his own name for first in valor, and Themistokles for second. Yet Sparta crowned him for wisdom, gifting him an olive crown and their finest chariot, and 300 youths to escort him from Laconia. At Olympia, when next he appeared, the vast crowd forgot the games themselves to gaze only at Themistokles, applauding and pointing him out to strangers. Moved, he said to friends, "This day, truly, I have my reward for Greece." By nature he craved honor, but bore it with wit. Once, when admiral, he delayed all business until the fleet's day of sailing, so that all attention would turn to him at once. Passing corpses floating with gold ornaments, he himself left them untouched, saying scornfully to a friend, "Take them. It is you, not Themistokles." To a sullen Athenian youth, Antiphates, he said at last, "It takes time, but see, we have both come to our senses." He quipped that the Athenians used him as a plane tree, sheltering in his shade during storms, only to strip his branches in fair weather. A Seriphian once taunted him, "Your greatness you owe to Athens, not yourself." "True," he replied. "Had I been born in Seriphos, I would not be great. But had you been born in Athens, you would be no greater than you are now." When rival generals boasted about their worth, he said, "The feast once mocked the day after, saying, 'All men enjoy their fill because of me.' The morrow replied, 'But for me, you would never have been.' And so with me, where would you all be, had I not come first?" Even of his household he jested. His spoiled young son ruled his mother ruled him, the Athenians obeyed him, and thus declared Themistokles, "My son rules all Greece." Such was the man, daring, sharp-tongued, consumed by ambition for Athens, and by ambition, savior of Greece. When Themistokles fled across the Aegean, he found little welcome. At Kyme and among the Ionian cities, men hunted him, for Persia had set a price of 200 talents upon his head. Pursued by would-be captors, he escaped to the Aeolian town of Ægae, where only one man knew him, Nicogenes, the richest in those parts, and trusted by Persians inland. In his house the great exile lay hidden. There, after a sacrifice and feast, one of the household fell into prophetic frenzy and spoke, "Night shall give thee counsel. Night shall give thee victory." That night Themistokles dreamed a dream. A serpent rose across his body, coiled to his throat, and then became an eagle, which bore him skyward and set him down safely on a golden staff of a herald. He woke up relieved. Soon after, Nicogenes devised means to send him forward. Knowing Persian custom, that women must travel in curtained wagons unseen, he placed Themistokles within such a carriage, claiming it was a noble lady bound for the king's court. Thus disguised, he crossed the land unnoticed. Some say he came before Xerxes himself, but more likely, as Thucydides tells, Xerxes was dead, and he surrendered to Artaxerxes, the son. To Artabanus the Chiliarch he first spoke, "I am a Greek. I bring matter of weight for the king himself." The Persian warned him, "Our custom is worship of the king. If you will prostrate, you may stand before him. If not, speak through others." Themistokles agreed. "The god has exalted Persia. I too will bow, and increase the number of those who fall before the king." At last he came before Artaxerxes. Prostrating, he declared, "I am Themistokles the Athenian, an exile. I have harmed Persia much, yet in truth I helped you more than harmed. For when I might have chased you in ruin, I checked pursuit. See now in my banishment proof of how great my service was, for my countrymen, fearing my power, cast me out. Use me then to display your magnanimity. Make me your servant, rather than glut your anger." He told, too, of his visions and oracles, claiming destiny had sent him. The king, astonished by his boldness, uttered no rebuke, but prayed aloud that his foes might ever banish their most able men. He sacrificed, rejoicing, and even in sleep cried out, "I have Themistokles the Athenian." Life of Camillus. The strangest fact about furious Camillus is this: though he triumphed in great battles, though he was 5 times dictator, though he celebrated for triumphs, and was hailed the second founder of Rome, he never once was consul. It was the temper of the times. In those days, the people, bitter against the Senate, refused consuls, and instead chose military tribunes with consular power. 6 men sharing equal command appeared less oppressive than 2, and so by this means the people felt themselves free. It was in this system that Camillus rose to honor. Always he bore power with moderation, yet by genius alone he claimed the victories. Thus, while he never sought to wrest the consulship from the will of the people, his brilliance gave him all the glory that Rome could confer. His family was of no great note before him. He first came to fame serving under the dictator Postumius Tiburtus in battle against Equi and Volsci. Struck through the thigh by a dart, he tore out, rode forward, and routed the bravest of the enemy. From that day, his name was an honor. Later he was appointed censor, an office then of weight and dignity. As censor, he compelled the unmarried men to take wives, pleading the needs of the state and threatening fines. For wars had thinned Rome's men, leaving many widows. He even taxed the orphans, who had been free from levy, for the burdens of war pressed heavily, most of all the costly siege of Veii. Veii was a bulwark of Etruria, wealthy, populous, and proud. Often it had contended with Rome as an equal. Now, defeated in an open field, its citizens entrenched themselves mightily within high stone walls. They filled the city with food and arms, determined to endure. The siege dragged on for years. The Romans, who had been accustomed to short summer campaigns and winters at home, for the first time built huts, forts, and maintained a camp in the enemy's country winter after winter, for 7 years in succession. Murmurs rose against the generals, who were seen as dawdling. They were removed. New leaders took their place. Among these, Camillus, yet as tribune only. But even then, he drew off to fall upon the Faliscans and Capanates, enemies long harassing Rome during the Veientine War. He struck them hard and drove them to their gates. During that time, a strange omen struck all Italy with awe. The Alban Lake, usually calm, suddenly rose high, though no rain had fallen. It overflowed its banks, creeping up the surrounding hills, then burst through, pouring in a torrent down to the sea. Shepherds first marveled. Soon all Italy whispered of it as a portent. In the Roman camp before Veii, it was the talk of every circle, and even the besieged knew of it. One Roman, in converse with a citizen of Veii who was skilled in oracles, saw him smile at the tail of the lake. Overhearing him say in triumph that Rome had no hope now, the Roman feigned curiosity, drew him out beyond the gates, and suddenly seized him. Hauled before the generals, the captive revealed an ancient prophecy. Veii could not be taken until the waters of the Alban Lake were turned aside from a sea. At once Rome sent an embassy to Delphi. The god Apollo declared, sacrifices had been neglected in the Latin games. These must be performed anew. And as for the lake, its waters must be turned by canals into the plain. So men labored to drain the flood, while priests made sacrifices. In the 10th year of war, Rome chose Camillus as dictator. He named Cornelius Scipio master of the horse, and vowed to build a temple to Mater Matuta, the goddess, like the Greek Leucothea, who nurses children and protects new life. First, Camillus crushed the Faliscans and Capanates in battle, and then turned to Veii. Perceiving the difficulty of storming the high walls, he devised mines. The ground was soft, the work concealed. While the city above was distracted by feints and assaults, Roman diggers burrowed beneath until they reached the great temple of Juno in the citadel. There, it was said, the Vantine king stood sacrificing. The soothsayer declared that the victory would belong to him who completed the sacrifice. In that moment the Romans burst through the floor with clamor and steel, seized the offering, and bore it back to Camillus. Whether the tale is legend or not, the truth is, Veii fell. The Romans poured into the city, heaping up plunder beyond all measure. From the citadel, Camillus looked down. At first he wept. Then, when his soldiers congratulated him, he raised his hands to heaven. Great Jupiter, ye gods who see all, ye know that it was not by injustice we conquer, but in defense of Rome against lawless enemies. Yet if in payment for this great fortune there must be misfortune, let it fall on me, and upon me alone. As he turned from prayer, he stumbled and fell. His men gasped the omen. But Camillus rose, saying with steadiness, "It is as I asked. The gods have already struck me lightly, that the heavier blow may spare Rome." Then he vowed the dedication of Juno's image. Workmen prepared to move the statue. Camillus prayed that the goddess consent to come to Rome. The statue, some said, answered in assent. Others reported only that bystanders felt it moved and cried aloud, "She consents. She will go." However, the goddess was brought to Rome, and Camillus gave her a place among the gods of the city. Miracle or no, these things were believed, and Rome herself seemed to prosper by heaven's hand. Such tales of statues speaking and groaning, of images sweating and turning away, were common in Roman memory, and whether they be true or not, they reveal how men of that age felt the gods present in every act of their city. Thus did Camillus capture Veii, mighty walls, wealthy streets, and Juno's own statue, all given into the hands of Rome by the strength of her armies, and, as the Romans believed, by the favor of heaven. After his great victory at Veii, Camillus seemed lifted by the gods themselves. Yet pride, or perhaps the extravagance of his admirers, led him into error. In his triumph he rode through Rome on a chariot drawn by 4 white horses, as though he were Jupiter himself. No Roman general before or after dared such a display. The sight displeased the citizens, plain men unused to grandeur, and their discontent grew when he opposed a popular law. The tribunes had proposed to divide the Roman people, sending half to live in captured Veii, so that 2 great cities would serve as one. The poor pressed for it eagerly, thinking of land and houses to be gained, while the nobles raged, foreseeing the ruin of Rome itself. Camillus, fearing the contest, delayed the vote with excuses and avoided a decision. This bred suspicion that he opposed the people's good. Then came another wound to his reputation. On the march to Veii, he had vowed 1/10 of the spoils to Apollo, should the city fall. But when Veii was taken, amid the clamor and plundering, he either forgot or shrank from demanding that tithe. Later, when his dictatorship ended, he remembered, and priests declared that heaven was offended, for the omens showed divine anger. Too late he ordered the soldiers to swear and repay 1/10 of all they had taken. Poor men, who had spent their share already, were stung bitterly. They cried out that Camillus had vowed away not the wealth of the enemy, but the property of his fellow citizens. Yet the tithe was gathered. A golden bowl was cast to send to Apollo at Delphi. Rome had little gold. Then, wondrously, the matrons of the city, gathering together, offered their ornaments freely. 8 talents were weighed. For this generosity they were granted new honors. Henceforth women's funerals also might be adorned with public orations, as men's were. 3 noble envoys sailed with the offering. Storms drove them near destruction, and pirates from Lipara seized them. Saved only by the justice of a single man, Themistokles, they were released, escorted onward to Delphi, and Rome bestowed on him solemn honors for his uprightness. But the tribunes renewed their cry for land in Veii. Camillus, once more chosen as military tribune, diverted the restless people with war against the Faliscans. After victory in the field, he besieged Falerii. It was a strong city, well provisioned, a hard, long business. This suited Roman policy. Men idle at home grew turbulent. Better to occupy them before the enemy's walls. Then came the treachery. One schoolmaster, entrusted with the children of the chief families of Falerii, led them daily outside the gates for exercise. At last he betrayed them, surrendering the boys to the Romans and begging for a reward from Camillus. The Roman leader was horrified. War is harsh, but still it has its laws. Victory comes not from villainy, but from valor. He ordered the man stripped, bound, and scourged, not by Romans, but by the children themselves, who drove him back into Falerii with blows. The city, when it beheld this strange sight, was shaken with admiration. They sent ambassadors at once, proclaiming, "We seem not conquered in arms, but overcome in virtue." They surrendered, not to compulsion, but to justice. And Camillus, taking only a moderate ransom, left them free allies of Rome. But the Roman soldiers, cheated of plunder, murmured that Camillus hated the people, and envied poor men their share of gain. When he openly withstood the cry to leave Rome and settle half her people at Veii, hatred deepened. Then domestic misfortune struck him. One of his sons died. Yet even this sorrow wrung no compassion from the angry populace. Soon enemies accused him of embezzling the rich spoils of Etruria. They even said he kept bronze gates stolen from Veii. His accuser was Lucius Appuleius. The people burned for vengeance, eager to condemn him whether guilty or not. Camillus turned to his old comrades, begging that they stand by him. But they only promised to help pay any fine. Despairing, in wrath he decided on exile. Silently he left his house. At the city gates he paused, turned toward the Capitol, and lifted his hands. "O Jupiter and ye gods, if I am driven from Rome unjustly, by envy, by insolence, then let the Romans regret this deed. Let them crave my return. Let them need again their Camillus." Like another Achilles, so he cursed his own people and departed. In his absence, untried and undefended, he was condemned, fined 15,000 asses. Thus Rome lost her greatest man, cast aside by her own ingratitude. And soon men said, justice answered his prayer. For presently there fell upon Rome a calamity, so terrible that all mouths remembered the exile of Camillus. The first omens came at once. The death of Julius the censor, an office held sacred and itself a portent. Then a stranger warned still, Marcus Caedicius, a man of no rank yet of good repute, reported that as he walked alone on the new road by night, a mighty voice hailed him, "Go, and warn the magistrates that the Gauls are coming." The tribunes laughed him off as a fool. But soon, as Camillus went into exile, those words, unheeded, proved all too true. The Gauls were a Celtic race, restless and overflowing with numbers. Too many for their native lands, they divided. One vast swarm pressed toward the far northern seas, the other turned toward the Pyrenees and the Alps. When first they tasted wine, brought into their country from Italy, they were inflamed with wonder and desire. Grasping arms, seizing families and wagons, they streamed over the mountains into Etruria, seeking the land that yielded such marvelous fruit. The man who lured them was said to be Aruns, an unhappy Etruscan, once guardian of a wealthy orphan named Lucumo. He discovered too late that the youth had seduced his wife. Rich, shameless, Lucumo triumphed over him in the courts. Broken, Aruns fled. In his bitterness, he beckoned the Gauls into Italy. They fell upon the fair Etruscan plain that stretched between the upper and lower seas, land of oak and pasture, rich with towns. 18 great cities they seized and made their own. Already long before our story, they had established themselves there. Now under their king Brennus, the Gauls marched against Clusium. Besieged, the city called Rome to its aid. Rome sent 3 envoys, all from the noble Fabian house. Brennus received them kindly for the name of Rome's greatness. They asked what wrong had driven him to attack Clusium. Brennus laughed. They wrong us by hoarding more land than they till, denying us who are many and poor. Was it not so with you Romans, when you laid Albalo, and Fidene, and Ardea, and Veii herself? You call it conquest, but it is the oldest law of gods and beasts alike. The strong take from the weak. Cease then to prate of pity, lest Gauls learn compassion from Romans, who never showed it. It was plain he meant no peace. The Fabii entered Clusium, and worse, they joined the citizens in a sally against the besiegers. Quintus Ambustus, one of the brothers, distinguished himself in the fray. On horseback, he struck down a Gaul and stripped his body. Brennus saw and thundered. This was sacrilege against the law of nations. An ambassador turned enemy. Calling the gods to witness, he broke off the fight and led his host south toward Rome. Yet even then he sent envoys first, demanding that the guilty Fabius be given up for punishment. At Rome the Senate murmured consent, and the priests, the Officials, guardians of Rome's faith and treaties since the days of NUMA, charged the Fabii with profaning religion. But the people, flattered by their boldness, were obstinate. Not only did they refuse to surrender them, they elected the Fabii as military tribunes for the year. When Brennus heard, fury seized him. He pushed his host forward with speed. Along there marched the peoples of Italy quailed, but the Gauls passed them by, crying out that they sought no war with any save the Romans. Rome armed. 40,000 legionaries mustered, numbers to match the invaders, but raw recruits, untrained. Over them were many tribunes sharing equal command. In lesser wars, Rome had often turned to a single dictator. Now, when unity was most needed, her folly bore fruit. Camillus, Rome's savior, was in exile. No man dared to command with authority. 11 miles from the city, they camped on the Tiber, by the little river Allia. There they met the barbarians. In midsummer, the two hosts closed. The Romans fought without plan, without omen or sacrifice. Brennus' charge shattered them. The Gallic onslaught broke the left wing and hewed it down into the stream. The right, climbing for the safety of the hills, alone survived, fleeing to Veii. The rest were butchered where they stood, until the Gauls weary of slaughter. Thus perished Rome's army. The date was ever after accursed, the day of Ealia. It was the same day on which the Fabii had once before met their doom, centuries past, 300 slain by Etruscans. Yet this disaster was greater, blotting out the shame of the former one. Ever after, that day was held unlucky. Romans would not marry, march, or undertake business upon it. And from that night forward, Rome lay open before the Gauls. Had the Gauls pursued their victory at the Allia, Rome would have perished utterly. But drunken with triumph, they lingered, feasting, dividing spoils from the Roman camp. That delay saved the remnants of the city. Some fled, others steeled themselves to endure. The capital was fortified, the holy relics gathered there, while the Vestal virgins, guardians of Rome's eternal flame, fled southward with their sacred burden. Much was whispered of what they carried. Some said only the undying fire, consecrated since the days of King Numa. Others swore they bore the Trojan Palladium itself, or the gods of Samothrace, brought once to Troy by Dardanus. At the least they placed their most hallowed treasures in hidden jars, said to lie beneath the temple of Quirinus, where men of later ages still pointed to the Doliola, the place of the jars. As they fled, the Vestals met Lucius Albinus, a plebeian farmer, escaping with wife and children on a wain. Seeing the maidens trudging wearily on foot with Rome's sacred things in their arms, he lifted down his family and possessions, and gave the cart to the virgins. Thus the flame of NUMA was borne safe away, a deed long remembered. Meanwhile the old men of Rome, consuls of former years, priests, patricians, could not quit their city. At the urging of Fabius, Pontifex Maximus, they dressed in their ivory robes, seated themselves in curule chairs within the forum, and waited like sacred victims, dedicating themselves for Rome. On the third day after the Alia, Brennus came. At first he mistrusted the silence of gates open, walls unguarded. But entering by the Colline gate, he marched unopposed into Rome, 360 years from her founding. Strange rumors crossed even to Greece. Perikles of Pontus wrote of Hyperboreans sacking a colony by the Western Ocean, perhaps a fragment of this truth. Brennus marched into the forum and found the row of fathers seated in majesty, white-haired men gazing calmly, unmoved. For a moment the Gauls held back, awed, as though before gods. Then one warrior, daring, stroked the long beard of Marcus Papirius. The Roman struck him on the head with his staff. Enraged, the barbarian slew him, and instantly the spell was broken. The Gauls cut them down, sacked Rome street by street, slew the rest they found, and fired the houses to ash, raging that the capital held firm against them. So began a long siege. The Gauls starved, and parties of them scattered across Latium to plunder. The largest band marched toward Ardea, where Camillus dwelt, an exile. He, though outlawed, still lived the life of a Roman general in his heart. Speaking first to the youth of Ardea, he told them, "The Gauls are not so strong. It is Rome's folly that gave them victory. If we strike boldly, these drunken marauders will fall." With the magistrate's assent, he mustered the men, concealed them within the walls until night. Then, as the Gauls lay heavy with feasting and wine, he burst upon them with shouts and trumpets. Few roused themselves, most perished in their sleep. Those who fled were hunted down at dawn by cavalry. It was a slaughter. News of Camillus' deed spread swiftly. Romans sheltering in Veii rejoiced and wept. Rome is lost, yet Camillus lives. Rome's glory now shines for Ardea, while the city that cast him out dies without her savior. Soldiers clamored to follow him. They went with a message, "Be our general again." But Camillus refused. "I will not hold command without the voice of Rome. The capital still stands. While one Roman lives there, he is Rome. Only if they appoint me shall I lead." Yet how to reach the capital, ringed by Gauls? Then Pontius Cominius, a young plebeian of spirit, stepped forth. He carried no letter, lest he be captured. Cork floats he strapped about him. By day he walked boldly. By night he plunged into the Tiber, his clothes bound on his head. He drifted past the guarded bridge, came ashore where the cliff of the Carmental Gate rose steeply. Alone, he climbed the rock by a hidden gully, hands torn, until he reached the citadel. Welcomed with wonder, he spoke before the Senate. Camillus had struck down the barbarians at Ardea. Soldiers at Veii awaited him, but would obey no other. Let the Senate name him dictator, that Rome might yet be saved. Thus hope returned to the capital, frail, besieged, yet not dead. The Senate, hearing Pontius Cominius' daring report, resolved to make Camillus dictator once more. The young man retraced his path, crossing river and cliff as before, and carried their decree to the Romans at Veii. News of Camillus' recall roused every man. 20,000 Romans gathered, swollen with allies from neighboring towns. From exile and disgrace, Camillus now stood again as Rome's champion. Meanwhile in the city, the Gauls discovered the path Pontius had taken up the rock. Brennus, their king, called his fittest climbers. Where one man has mounted, many may follow. Shall we leave unfinished what we began so gloriously? By night they scaled the cliff silently. Neither dogs barked nor sentinels stirred. But in the temple of Juno there were geese, sacred and half-starved. Roused by hunger and the faintest sound, they shrieked, flapped, and stirred the camp. The Romans woke to arms. At the forefront came Marcus Manlius, a man of consular rank. He met the first Gauls at the rampart. One lifted a mighty axe. Manlius cut his hand clean off. Another he crushed with a shield and hurled down the cliff. Others rushed up, but fell back terrified. The Romans drove the survivors down the rock. The sentinel who had slept they themselves cast headlong. Manlius they were rewarded with rations from every man's store, honor rather than profit. The Gauls grew weary of their siege. Disease spread in their camp among ashes, corpses, and the heat of Rome's plains. Food failed them. Foraging parties feared Camillus' shadow. Yet within the capital, famine gnawed also. After 7 endless months, the Romans faltered. Terms were sought. Brennus and the Roman tribune Sulpicius agreed, a ransom, the city's life for 1,000 pounds of gold. The scales were brought. As the payment was weighed, the Gauls tampered, then pressed the beam down. Outraged, the Romans protested. Brennus, sneering, cast his own sword and belt upon the balance. Vi victis, woe to the vanquished. Open fury rose. But even as Romans hesitated between shame and necessity, Camillus entered. In gleaming armor, he strode through the throng, his soldiers silently behind him. Taking the gold from the scale, he cast it to the ground. Not with gold, but with iron. Does Rome defend herself? Remove those scales, Gauls, your ransom is denied. Brennus shouted outrage, but Camillus declared, the treaty is void. I am dictator, and none but I had authority. You bargained with men who could not bind Rome. Now I come with lawful power, to pardon the submissive, to punish the foe. Steel rang against steel. In the press of narrow streets, swords flashed. But Brennus drew back, rallied his men, and camped 8 miles off on the Gabinian road. At dawn Camillus followed, leading the renewed Romans, their courage burning bright again. The battle was fierce, but Rome's regained spirit and Camillus' generalship prevailed. The Gauls were broken, their camp taken, fugitives cut down or slain by villagers as they straggled. Thus Rome was twice preserved, first by the stubborn capital, then by Camillus' arms. For 7 months the barbarians had sat upon her ashes. Then they departed, leaving ruin behind. Camillus entered the city in triumph, not as conqueror of foreign lands, but as deliverer, savior of his own. Those who had endured the siege on the capital came forth weeping, embracing those who had fled. Priests drew out the sacred things they had saved in secret or borne away, displaying them as though the gods themselves now returned with Camillus. Sacrifices were offered, the city purified, and Camillus built new shrines, among them one to Rumor, where Marcus Caedicius had once heard the mysterious voice foretelling the Gallic invasion. Yet hardship now turned men's minds again. Rome was ashes, houses gone, temples broken. To rebuild meant toil and misery. Vi, whole and ready, still stood. Many poor Romans yearned to abandon the ruins and cross over. Agitators again murmured against Camillus, that he compelled them to labor in desolation, seeking to stand not only as Rome's general, but as Romulus himself, the refounder of the city. Fearing defection, the Senate kept Camillus in power beyond all precedent, a dictator for a year, when none before had held 6 months. Senators themselves implored the people, Do not desert the soil where Romulus and Numa planted our shrines. Recall the augury of the severed head found for the capital. Rome foreordained the head of Italy. Shall we extinguish Vesta's flame and leave our temples to cattle? Moved by these entreaties and bound again by omens and memories, the people at last yielded. With bitter tears, they turned to clear the ruins, to raise once more a city from her charred bones. And so, through Camillus' arms and Rome's faith, the city was not only saved but reborn. In the midst of bitter debate, Camillus himself rose to speak. With long and persuasive eloquence, he pleaded for Rome, for the ashes of her temples, for the soil sanctified by her founders. At last, as votes were about to be cast, a strange and sudden omen gave decision. A centurion passing with his guard cried aloud to the standard-bearer, "Halt here! Pitch the standard! Here it is best for us to stay." The words, caught by all ears, were taken as heaven's voice. Lucius Lucretius, the first to vote, bowed to the omen. One after another, all the rest concurred. And suddenly the people, swept from thought of VI, turned to raise Rome anew. But in haste and confusion the streets were rebuilt, crooked and cramped, each man taking ground where he might. So Rome rose again in a labyrinth of lanes and badly ordered houses. But Rome endured. An omen, too, heartened them, upon the Palatine, as temples were marked anew. The augur staff of Romulus, the LYKURGUS, was found, unburned, beneath the ashes. All else the Gauls had destroyed, yet this ancient symbol of Rome's founding rights, the very instrument of Romulus taking auspices, remained. Men believed it a sign that Rome and her empire would be eternal. Scarcely was the city raised from ruin when war fell upon her again. The Equians, Volscians, Latins, and Etruscans pressed in on every side. The city of Sutrium, an ally, was besieged. Camillus was named dictator for the third time. One tale tells of the Latins demanding Roman maidens for wives. The magistrates, in fear and perplexity, sent instead maidservants, arrayed like noble brides. At night these slaves stole the daggers of their masters and gave a signal torch from the boughs of a fig tree. Romans burst from their gates, surprised the drunken camp, and struck it down. Ever after, the Noni Capitini festival recalled that night, when slave girls saved Rome. Yet most held a sterner account. Camillus, called to rescue Roman troops, penned by Latins and Volsci at the Martian heights, led even the old to arms. By stealth he marched, appeared with fires blazing on the hills, heartened the trapped soldiers. At dawn, a strong wind rising, he cast firebrands against the wooden ramparts of the enemy. Camps wreathed in flame, the foe, hemmed in, broke forth into slaughter. Few escaped, the rest were slain or perished in the fire. Nor did Camillus rest. He stormed the capital of the Equians, subdued the Volscians, and, hearing of Sutrium taken, met the dispossessed people fleeing, weeping, with wives and children. He led his army straight back upon the drunken victors, broke through the unguarded gates, and retook Sutrium that same day, the city lost and won twice in one sun's course. For these deeds he triumphed again, silencing those who said luck, not skill, had brought him greatness. Even his enemies now admitted the brilliance of his generalship. But envy could not be long stilled. Against Camillus rose Marcus Manlius Capitolinus, once savior of the capital in the Gallic night assault. Seeking to rival Camillus' fame, he courted the common people, defending debtors, defying creditors, stirring riots. He accused Camillus of grasping at kingship, an old calumny against great men in Rome. Tumult shook the forum. Manlius was seized and cast into prison, but the people mourned as though in disaster. Frightened, the Senate released him. He grew only worse, more violent, more ambitious, more dangerous. At length Camillus was again a military tribune. The trial of Manlius was renewed. But in the forum, his judges confronted the sight of the Capitol rising above, the very rock from which Manlius had hurled down the Gauls. He himself pointed to it with tears, recalling that night of glory. Moved by memory, the people faltered. The court adjourned again and again. Then Camillus made a decision. The trial must be held elsewhere. He removed it to the Pedelian Grove, beyond the gates, where the Capitol was out of sight. There, free of the impression of his past heroism, the judges listened only to his crimes. Manlius was condemned, led back to the Capitol itself, the scene of his greatest deed. He was cast headlong from the rock. So the same cliff that had witnessed his noblest victory now saw his destruction. The Romans razed his house, and on its site built the temple of Juno Moneta. And they decreed that never again might any patrician dwell upon the Capitoline hill. Such was the fate of Manlius Capitolinus, savior of Rome once, but ruined by envy of Camillus, and by his own grasping ambition. When Camillus was chosen for the military tribune for the 6th time, he begged the people to excuse him. Age pressed heavily, and sickness weakened him. Perhaps, too, he feared the envy of heaven, that such unbroken glory might provoke divine retribution. Yet the citizens would not release him. "We do not ask you to ride or fight, but only to guide us, to advise and to command," they cried. And so, unwilling, Camillus took the charge again. Though he wished to remain inactive while illness clung to him, his colleague Lucius Furius, rash and eager, dragged Rome into battle. Predictably, disaster followed. The army broke, many fled. Hearing this, Camillus sprang from his litter, seized weapons, and rushed to the camp gates. There he rallied the fugitives, drove back the pursuing enemy, and turned rout into renewed fight. On the morrow, leading out the whole force, he crushed the foe outright and stormed their camp. So once again Camillus proved Rome had judged rightly. Even in age and sickness, he was worth more than a host of young commanders greedy for honor. After this, he struck the Etruscans at Sutrium, avenging the slaughter of Roman colonists. Then, moved by the repentance of Tusculum, he persuaded the Senate to forgive the city and admit its people as Roman citizens. Thus, in his 6th tribuneship, he showed both stern might and merciful wisdom. But when new strife broke out at home, the plebeians demanding consuls of their own order, Rome turned to Camillus yet again. Against his will, the Senate made him dictator for a 4th time. He tried to avert conflict, summoning the people to military levy, but the tribunes countered with threats to fine him, and rather than risk disgrace or a second banishment, Camillus resigned, pleading sickness. Soon, however, peril from abroad reconciled all quarrels. Word came that the Gauls were on the march once more, burning and plundering. At nearly 80 years old, Camillus was named dictator for the 5th time. He made no excuse. He raised an army at once. Knowing the Gauls' manner of fighting, he equipped the Romans with iron helmets smooth and rounded, so that the barbarians' swords might glance away or shiver on the metal. He strengthened shields with bronze rims. He ordered long pikes to meet and break the Gaulish blades. When Brennus' host encamped on the Anio, heavy with plunder, Camillus kept his men hidden in a valley, showing only a trembling handful to tempt the foe's contempt. The Gauls, careless and scattered, fell into disorder. Then Camillus struck. Light troops harried them. Pikes splintered their soft iron swords. Armor turned aside their blows. As their weapons bent, their shields stuck fast. The Romans closed with short blades. Panic seized the barbarians. Routed and slaughtered, they fled the field. From that day the Gauls, once dreaded, seemed contemptible. Rome passed a law thereafter. No priest should ever serve in war, save in the dread case of a Gallic invasion. This was Camillus' last campaign. He also took Velletri, but the true battle then was in the Forum. Plebeians demanded one consulship for their order. The Senate refused. Tumult rose. As dictator, Camillus sat in open session when an officer of the tribunes sought to seize him by the hand. Fury broke in the crowd. Violence threatened. Camillus raised his eyes to the Capitol and prayed, "O gods, bring this to a happy end. And if concord is granted to Rome, I vow a temple shall rise to concord." And so it was. The Senate yielded, granting one consulship to the plebs. The law was passed. At elections, Marcus Aemilius, a patrician, and Lucius Sextius, the first plebeian consul, were chosen together. Rome had taken a great stride toward unity of orders, and Camillus had been its architect. The following year plague struck the city, sweeping away nobles and commons alike. Among them fell Camillus, full of years and honors. Romans mourned him more deeply than any, for he was their savior against VI, their deliverer from the Gauls, their reconciler in civil strife. He was remembered as the second founder of Rome. So ended the life of Marcus Furius Camillus, warrior, peacemaker, exile, and restorer, the man whose hand, more than any other, rebuilt the city after ruin, and whose death left Rome orphaned of her greatest guardian. Think great generals charge headfirst into battle? Think again. Today, we're diving into the shocking strategies of Perikles and Fabius Maximus, two ancient commanders who refused to fight, yet still won. These aren't just stories. They're masterclasses in strategy from ancient Greece and Rome. But here's the burning question. When your enemies are as fearsome as Sparta's hoplites or Hannibal's unstoppable elephants, how do you convince your own people that inaction is the path to victory? Both Perikles and Fabius face scorn, ridicule, even accusations of cowardice. Yet their tactics ultimately saved their civilizations. What hidden genius allowed them to see beyond the battlefield? And how did they manage to hold firm against overwhelming pressure, both external and internal? We'll not only uncover their extraordinary methods, but also extract the timeless lessons in strategic patience and resilient leadership that resonate even today. If you're ready to redefine what it means to win a war, then hit that like button. Tell us your thoughts in the comments. And of course, subscribe to Ancient Wisdom Unveiled for more epic ancient insights. Let's begin. The life of Perikles. In Rome, they say, Julius Caesar once rebuked wealthy foreigners who doted on pet monkeys and lapdogs. "Do your women bear no children?" he asked, a reproach to those who squander human affection on beasts when it belongs to mankind. So too, with the love of knowledge, let us not lavish it on empty trifles, but turn it toward noble examples. Studying should not merely entertain the mind, but shape it. We enjoy fortune's gifts, but we admire virtuous action, and in admiring, we long to imitate. This is why I write about the lives of men, that by recalling their deeds we may be stirred to follow them. Here, then, begins the 10th book of my series, the life of Perikles, the Athenian, placed alongside Fabius Maximus, the Roman. Both men were of gentle temper, just, enduring with patience the folly of their countrymen, and both, through long-suffering wisdom, preserved their states. Perikles was of the tribe Achamantis of the Demi-Calargos, descended from nobility on both sides. His father Xanthippus defeated the Persians at Mycale. His mother Agariste came from the great line of Cleisthenes, founder of Athenian democracy. While pregnant, she dreamed she bore a lion. A few days later, she gave birth to Perikles. Nature gave him a well-proportioned frame, save for his head, long and out of scale. Thus sculptors hid it always beneath a helmet, and the comic poets called him Squillhead and the man-compelling head. They jested, yet even in ridicule they acknowledged his weight and majesty. He was taught music by Damon, whom Aristotle says was really a sophist in disguise. Under the name of music, he trained Perikles for politics, until citizens, suspicious, banished him by ostracism. Perikles also studied with Zeno of Elea, master of argument and dilemma, but most deeply he was shaped by Anaxagoras of Clazomenae. This philosopher, named Nous, or intelligence, taught that mind and reason, not chance, governed the universe. From him Perikles drew a sublime style of speech, high spirit, composure of countenance, and calm, unshaken dignity. Men noticed that he could stand in the marketplace all day, unmoved by abuse flung at him by some scurrilous fellow. When darkness came, he calmly bade a servant light the man home with a torch. Such gravity impressed the multitude. The comic poet Ion called him proud, even contemptuous. But friends replied, "If pride brings such loftiness of spirit, let us all grow proud." From Anaxagoras too, Perikles learned to cast aside superstition, not despising the divine, but seeking piety in understanding. Once a ram with but a single horn in its forehead was brought to him. Lampon the prophet declared it a sign that two parties in Athens, the faction of Thucydides and of Perikles, would be united in his hand. Anaxagoras, opening the skull, showed that the brain was crowded all to one side. Some admired the prophecy, some the science. Perhaps both were right. One saw the cause, another the meaning. As a youth, Perikles shunned politics, fearing suspicion that he might aim at tyranny. His voice was soft, his eloquence ready, and he resembled in aspect the old despot Pisistratus. So he served first in war, proving himself brave in the field. But when Aristides was dead, Themistokles banished, and Cimon often away on foreign campaigns, Perikles came forward. Rich, high-born though he was, he chose to lead the people's party, opposing the nobles. With Cimon beloved of the aristocracy, Perikles saw safety only in becoming champion of the crowd. He altered his life accordingly. No festive dinners, no strolls in friendly company. He walked only the straight road between his house and the assembly. He never dined with friends in all his long career, save once at his cousin's wedding, and then only until the libations were poured, leaving at once thereafter. He feared familiarity would break his grandeur. Better, he thought, to appear rarely before the people, like the sacred trireme Solomenia, kept only for great missions. Lesser matters he left to allies such as Ephialtes, who curtailed the power of the Areopagus, and, as the poet said, poured forth for the people a draught full and unmixed of liberty. Thus, when Perikles did appear, it was in lofty majesty. Armed with philosophy, he wove natural science into oratory. With a voice grave and unbroken, he spoke as from the heavens. And so Athens began to call him Olympian, thunderous, lofty, impossible to withstand. Some said he was called Olympian because of his lofty eloquence, thundering and flashing in debate, rolling fateful thunder from his tongue. Others thought it was for his victorious generalship or the glory of the monuments he raised, that new Athens which seemed almost celestial in its splendor. Likely, all these causes together gave him his name. Thucydides, son of Milesius, the great conservative rival, once jested that debating him was like wrestling smoke. When I throw him down, he convinces the spectators he was never even touched. His tongue was mighty, but never reckless. Perikles would ascend the bema only after prayer, asking that no unfitting word might fall from his lips. He left no writings, yet of the few sayings remembered, one survives, that Aegina is the Isor of the Piraeus, and another more foreboding, I see war descending upon Athens from Peloponnesus. Thucydides, the historian, later described Athens under Perikles as a democracy in name, but in fact the rule of its first citizen. For though the state obeyed the people obeyed him. Yet his rise had not been easy. He had to displace Cimon, wealthy, generous, beloved for his victories against Persia. Cimon daily fed poor Athenians at his table, clothed the aged, and left his lands unfenced, so that any might take their fruit. Perikles could not rival such largesse from private fortune. Instead, advised by Damonides, he turned to the public purse, theater money, jury pay, stipends for magistrates. Thus the people's loyalty shifted to him, and with their support, he broke the power of the conservative Areopagus Council and sent Cimon into exile by ostracism. But exile was only for 10 years. When Sparta invaded Tanagra with a great force, the Athenians marched out. Cimon appeared, armor on, eager to fight for Athens. Yet Perikles' partisans expelled him, still denouncing him as a friend to Sparta. The battle was hard. Perikles fought more fiercely than ever before, reckless, daring, surpassing all. Cimon's comrades, branded Proleconian, stood their ground and fell together to a man. Athens, defeated, longed for Cimon back. Perikles himself yielded to popular grief, proposed his recall, and reconciled the city. Perhaps, too, an earlier truce had been struck. Cimon to war against Persia abroad, Perikles to hold command at home. In time Cimon died in Cyprus. Shortly after Ephialtes, that stern reformer and ally of Perikles, was murdered by Aristodicos of Tanagra, an agent of the nobles. And now, with Cimon and Ephialtes both gone, Perikles remained without a rival, until the conservatives set up Thucydides of Alopeque, Cimon's kinsman, subtler in politics than in arms. Thucydides kept the nobles herded together as one block. It was now the few against the many, the party of Perikles against the party of Thucydides. Perikles courted and strengthened the people. He filled the year with festivals, spectacles, and processions, teaching Athenians to delight in grace and refinement. He sent fleets yearly to sea, manned by citizens for hire to perfect their seamanship. He planted colonies across the Aegean and beyond, as far as the Chersonese, Naxos, Andros, Thrace, and even the new city of Thurii in Italy. By these settlements he fed the poor, banished the idle, and extended Athenian presence like watchtowers over allies. Then came the greatest enterprise and the most resented, his building program. With a tribute of the allies, once kept on Delos, but now housed in Athens, Perikles raised his marble city of gods. Opponents cried out, "We have disgraced ourselves." That money was gathered for defense against Persia, and now we squander it to gild Athena like a vain courtesan, smothering her in jewels and fine robes. Perikles stood firm. "The allies pay for safety, and they have it," he said. "Ships, men, and walls we provide. The rest, the surplus, we owe to ourselves. Why not give Athens works that will shine through all ages? War cannot last forever, but beauty, art, and piety endure. Moreover, these works are no idle ornaments. They are the people's lifeblood. Carpenters, smiths, shipwrights, quarrymen, sculptors, painters, embroiderers, all labor together. Sailors bring stone by sea, wagoners haul timber by land. Every trade employed, each man earning his wage. So Athens grows rich twice over, in her treasures and in her citizens." And thus the Parthenon rose on the Acropolis, with ivory, gold, cypress, marble, and bronze. Thus temples, statues, and theaters filled the city. To this day, they bear witness that the age of Perikles was not fable, but a reality carved in stone. The works of Perikles were vast, swift, and eternal. Temples of marble and bronze, colonnades and theaters, the long walls and the Parthenon, all rose as if by enchantment. Each seemed the labor of ages, yet all were completed in but a few short years, beneath the hand of one man's administration. Painters like Zeuxis once said that works made hastily rarely endure, yet Perikles' monuments, raised with incredible speed, have outlived centuries, fresh as though the chisels touched them only yesterday, blooming with ageless youth. The master of all was Phidias, who directed the vision. Architects of genius worked beneath him, Callicrates and Ectinos, who raised the Parthenon upon the ruined site of the old Hecatompedon. Coroebus began the temple at Eleusis. Metagenes and Xenocles carried it forward. Callicrates also undertook the long wall, mocked in comedy as a thing built in speeches, not in stone. The Odeon rose in imitation of the tent of Xerxes, with tier upon tier of seats and forests of columns beneath a many-sloping roof. Comic poets jeered, saying that Perikles bore the Odeon high upon his head like a dome-shaped helmet. To it he drew all Greece, for he made the Panathenea a contest of music, laying down rules himself for song and harp and flute, and judging the performances. From then on, the Odeon was the home of music in Athens. The Propylaea, gateway of the Acropolis, was finished in 5 years by the architect Themistokles. During the work, a man fell from great height and lay dying. Perikles grieved, until Athene appeared in a dream to him with a remedy. The man recovered, and in gratitude Perikles raised a statue to Athene the healer near her ancient altar. And there too stood the golden statue of the goddess, made by Phidias, whose hand imprint remained upon almost all the works. His intimacy with Perikles bred envy and lies, that women came up to the Acropolis to see the works, and that Phidias' friendship was cover for Perikles' intrigues, that Pyrilamps gave peacocks as bribes to ladies he corrupted in Perikles' name. Satirists wove slander, and even Stesimbrotus of THESEUS, writing in prose, told abominable falsehoods of Perikles' conduct in his own household. The party of Thucydides, calling him prodigal, accused him of wasting Greek tribute. Perikles stood before the assembly and asked, "Does all this cost much?" The people answered, "Yes, very much." Perikles replied, "Then let it be written not in Athens' account, but in my own. Inscribe my name upon all." At this, the crowd shouted with one voice, "No." They would bear their part. They clamored for him to use the treasury as he deemed best. Soon after, Perikles put Thucydides himself on trial for ostracism, and prevailed. His rival was exiled, his party dissolved, his power unchallenged. From that day, Athens was his. No longer courting the crowd, he ruled them, sometimes yielding to their will, sometimes compelling them against it, like a physician alternating gentle draughts and harsh remedies to cure a sickness. He played upon their hopes and fears, raising their courage when they despaired, checking their arrogance when they soared too high. Plato said he made of rhetoric the true art of swaying men's souls, striking their characters like the strings of an instrument. And beneath all was his integrity. Thucydides himself wrote that his strength lay less in eloquence than in incorruptibility. Rich and mighty, master of fleets, allies, tribute, and marble wealth, yet he never increased his patrimony by a single drachma beyond what his father left him. His household ran not extravagantly, but with a strict balance of accounts. The year's produce was sold, provisions bought with the proceeds, the records kept by a single capable servant. His sons and the women of the house found him sparing, even niggardly. But Perikles preferred order to waste. Unlike Anaxagoras the philosopher, who let his estate collapse, Perikles kept his modest fortune intact, devoting himself to a statesman's proper business, sustaining Athens through the resources of the empire. Yet even in Anaxagoras' poverty, Perikles never forgot the philosopher's worth. When told that his old master had covered his head and chosen to starve himself, Perikles hastened in sorrow, begging him to live. And Anaxagoras uncovered his face. Perikles. Those who would use a lamp must supply it oil. In foreign affairs, too, Perikles dreamed grandly. He decreed that all the Greeks from Asia and Europe, from every coast, should gather in Athens to deliberate, to restore the temples burned by the Persians, to fulfill vows left unpaid to the gods, to make the sea free for all men to sail in peace. Envoys went forth across Greece calling for a great congress. Yet the project failed, thwarted chiefly by Spartan malice. Still, it showed the scale of Perikles' vision. Athens, not Sparta, as leader of united Hellas in peace as well as war. In the field, Perikles was marked less by daring gambles than by cautious mastery. He would not, if he could help it, stake the city's fate upon a battle whose outcome was doubtful. Never, he used to say, shall any Athenian come by his death from recklessness of mind. He warned against Tolmides, son of Ptolemaeus, who rashly gathered 1,000 young men to strike Boeotia. In the assembly Perikles counseled them, "If you will not listen to Perikles, at least take counsel of time, the best adviser of all." Tolmides marched anyway, and soon perished at Chaeronea with many noble youths of Athens. Then men turned back in awe to Perikles' prudence. His greatest campaign for safety was in the distant Chersonese, where he planted 1,000 colonists and threw a wall across the isthmus, sealing the Thracian raiders from preying upon the peninsula. Yet the renown of his name came from ventures far grander. Launching from Pegae with 100 triremes, he swept around the Peloponnesus, ravaging the coasts, marching inland, striking terror where no Athenian army had set foot. At Nemea he defeated the Sicyonians and set up his trophy. He ferried fresh allies from Achaia, sailed across the Corinthian Gulf, stormed through Acarnania, pushed the Aeneadae into their walls. Through all this vast circuit he returned to Athens without loss, his fleet splendid still, his men untouched. To the Black Sea, too, he sailed, displaying Athens' power before barbarian chiefs, aiding Greek cities, placing colonists in Sinope, where the despot Timoleon had been expelled. Everywhere Athens' reach grew, and yet Perikles always checked wild ambition. He opposed plans to strike Persia's seaboard, or Egypt, or Sicily, or even Carthage, as later firebrands like Alkibiades would press. "Let Athens keep what she holds," he urged. "Guard empire. Waste it not chasing shadows." His chief enemy was Sparta. During the Sacred War, when the Spartans seized Delphi for the Delphians, Perikles marched and gave it back to Phocis, restoring balance and inscribing upon the sacred bronze wolf an oracle of Athens, to stand against that of the Spartans. But the empire proves ever restless. Euboea revolted, and even as Perikles drew troops to subdue it, news came of Sparta's king Pleistouanax marching into Attica. Perikles withdrew at once. He would not hazard an open battle with a youth-led army swayed by the regent Cleandridas, whom Perikles won with hidden gold. And so the Spartans withdrew. In Athens' accounts, no question was asked of 10 talents for a necessary purpose. Later men whispered Perikles sent bribes yearly to Sparta, buying time for Athens to prepare. He returned to Euboea with force, expelled the rich horsemen from Chalkis, and settled Athenian colonists in Hestiaea, driving out its people in revenge for killing the crew of an Athenian ship. Harsh justice, yet it bound the land to Athens with settlers' roots. Soon after came war with Samos, the war that forever linked Perikles with Aspasia. Aspasia was a woman of Miletus, daughter of Axiochus, famed as another Thargelia, the Ionian courtesan who drew Greek states to Persia by her beauty and wit. Aspasia, too, was brilliant. Philosophers like Socrates visited her house, even bringing their wives to hear her discourse. To many, she was a teacher of rhetoric. To Perikles, she was more. He dismissed his lawful wife, with whom he had quarreled, and from then on lived steadfastly with Aspasia, whom he adored, never leaving or entering his home by day without a kiss. Comic poets spared nothing. They named her Omphale Deianira, even Hera herself, mocking Perikles as enslaved by her. They jeered that she kept harlots in her house. And when Perikles led Athens against Samos, men whispered he did so to please her, since Samos fought her native Miletus over possession of Priene. The Samians defied Athenian arbitration, so Perikles sailed, replaced their oligarchy, took 50 hostages and their children, and set them at Lemnos. He scorned talents offered for their ransom, scorned 10,000 from Pisithens, the Persian satrap. Returning home, he left a democracy. But when Pisithens helped recover the hostages, Samos rose again, resolute, proud, and bold enough to challenge Athens at sea. Perikles met them off the Goats Island, with only 44 ships against their 70. It was a crushing victory. He seized their harbor, shut them up within their walls, and set siege. Even then, the Samians fought on under their own walls, but at last fresh reinforcements sealed their fate. Thus Perikles, always cautious, sometimes stern, pursued the work of empire, while beside him moved Aspasia, admired, reviled, whispered of by poets, but adored by him, a new Omphale guiding an Olympian king. After 9 months' stubborn siege, Samos yielded. Perikles tore down her walls, confiscated her fleet, and laid upon her a heavy tribute. Thus ended that proud island's defiance. Story spread, some true, some cruel inventions, that Athenians had treated the Samians with great brutality. But whatever the embellishments, the victory was costly, and Elpenike, sister of Cimon, met Perikles after his funeral oration and stung him with words. "You earned your crown, Perikles, not for triumph over Phoenicians or Persians as Cimon did, but for ruining your own allies, your own kin." At this Perikles merely smiled, repeating archly a verse of Archilochus, "Too old art thou for perfume." Yet privately, friend said, he measured himself against Agamemnon. That king took a decade to break a barbarian town. I, in 9 months, subdued the greatest city of Ionia. And in truth, the contest was great, the issue doubtful. Thucydides himself admits that Athens' sea empire lay almost at the mercy of Samos. But soon darker clouds gathered, the storm of the Peloponnesian War. Corcyra and Corinth fought for mastery of the sea. Perikles urged Athens to aid Corcyra, an island with a fleet second only to Athens. 10 ships only he first sent under Lacedaemonius, son of Cimon, for he wished to slight the house of Cimon, tying them to scant success or failure. When that little squadron proved inadequate, more ships followed, but too late to prevent suspicion from taking root. Corinth, enraged, laid charges before Sparta. The Corinthians were not alone. Megara, excluded now from all Athenian harbors and markets, cried grievance. Aegina whispered a complaint. Potidaea revolted, a colony of Corinth though subject to Athens, maddening both sides. At Sparta, King Archidamus pleaded for moderation, urging arbitration, but Allies shouted for war. What might have been settled, perhaps, hung now upon one question. Would Athens revoke the Megarian decree? Perikles said no. An embassy came, pleading. He claimed religion bound him. The decree was inscribed upon a tablet that law forbade to be removed. Then turn the tablet to the wall, an ambassador mocked. There is no law against that. Athens still refused. And men muttered that the decree's cause was not law, nor even politics, but Periclean pride and love. For beyond official charges, that the Megarians had trespassed upon sacred land, rumor whispered that Aspasia was at quarrel with Megara, and even Aristophanes in his comedies turned to ribald rhyme, lampooning the matter as a feud over stolen courtesans. Amidst these tensions, enemies struck at Perikles from another front. His closest ally and artist, Phidias. He had overseen Athena's golden colossus, his genius known throughout Hellas. But envy and malice moved against him. Men bribed his workmate Menon to accuse him of theft. Phidias had foreseen this. By Perikles' advice, the golden parts of the statue had been cast separately, so any might weigh them. They were weighed, no fraud discovered. Yet Phidias was undone not by theft, but by art. His rivals pointed to the shield of Athena, where he had hidden his own likeness, and even that of Perikles himself, beneath the guise of combatants. For this impious boldness, men said he was thrown into prison, where he died, whether by sickness or poison laid, so that suspicion might fall upon Perikles. And while Phidias perished, betrayal was rewarded. Menon, the informer, received immunity and public protection, honored for destroying a genius. Thus the city that gleamed with temples and statues in Perikles' age was built also on envy, faction, and whispering scandal. And as Sparta's chorus of allies cried ever louder for war, the blame fell upon one man, Perikles, whose decree on Megara, whose pride before ambassage, whose entanglements in art and love, all seemed to drive Athens toward the great conflagration. Envy and rancor now gathered thickly about Perikles. Aspasia, the woman he loved, was accused in court of impiety, charged with harboring freeborn Athenian women for his intrigues. The philosopher Anaxagoras, his master, was attacked under a new decree against those who explained heavenly phenomena by reason rather than piety. Even Phidias' ruin had left a stain that touched him. The comic playwright Hermippus, the agitator Diopithes, and others pressed their slanders hard, while Dracontides carried motion that he be forced to render account before a jury of 1,500. Aspasia was acquitted. Men whispered because Perikles, unbending before nations, shed tears for her before the court. Anaxagoras he quietly spirited from the city, lest philosophy itself be condemned. But Phidias lay dead in his cell, Menon the informer rewarded, and Perikles' name clouded with suspicion. So to silence his accusers, he turned Athens outward, into war. The quarrel with Megara, exclusion from all Athenian markets, disputes over sacred land, small provocations sharpened into causes for conflict. The Spartans demanded Athens drive out the accursed thing, meaning Perikles himself, by ancestry tied to the cursed line of the Alkmionidae. Instead, the Athenians rallied round him more firmly. To be hated by Sparta seemed proof of his greatness. Then Archidamus and the Peloponnesian host, 60,000 strong, invaded Attica. They stormed as far as Acharnae, expecting to draw Athens out, to sting her pride into open battle. But Perikles held firm. Trees cut down will grow again, he said, but men once lost are not so easily replaced. He closed the gates, garrisoned the walls, resisted the clamor of friends, of foes, of poets mocking him as a coward, and of Cleon, gaining the demagogue's favor by inflaming the mob. Like a captain in a storm who trims the ship while passengers cry out, he steered steady, though mocked as Olympian. Now, in scorn more than awe, he ordered fleets abroad to ravage Peloponnesus, refused to hazard the city at home. He wasted Megara. He expelled the Aeginetans and parceled their island among citizens, sparing none. War bit both ways. Athens and her enemies matched hurt for hurt. The death stroke came from neither spear nor torch, but from heaven. Plague broke among the crowded city. Hemmed within walls, the people died by thousands. Men said it was Perikles' doing. His policy had drawn them into close quarters, where contagion spread like fire. The flower of Athens' youth withered. Despair roared against him. To rouse courage, Perikles manned 150 ships, filled with soldiers and horses. But as he embarked, a total eclipse darkened the sun. Panic spread. Perikles, serene, drew his cloak across his pilot's eyes. Is that a portent? No, merely darkness. Then what differs this eclipse, except that a greater body cast the shade? Reason steadied terror. Yet the fleet achieved little. The plague struck all. Epidaurus, besieged, escaped. Athens returned wearier, angrier. The mob condemned Perikles, stripped him of command, fined him heavily, 15 talents or more. His enemies rejoiced, but soon regret overtook the city. They found no other leader equal. Like a bee that spends its sting, the anger of Athens had left it weaker. Perikles, broken by private grief, death of his sister, estrangement with his son Xanthippus, most of his kin perished in the plague, yet kept public poise. Only when his last legitimate son, Perikles, died, leading the funeral garland, he broke into tears, the iron mask of his life dissolving at last in sobs. The people called him back. They begged him to guide the ship of state again. He returned, subdued, sorrowful, but faithful. They granted his request to overturn his own stringent law of citizenship, that his illegitimate child by Aspasia might be enrolled to continue his line. Then sickness laid him low. The plague consumed him slowly, wasting strength, but not spirit. On his bed, friends gathered, speaking of his victories, his trophies, his conquests. Perikles, faint but aware, whispered, "Strange that you remember the deeds of fortune, which others too have done, yet forget my greatest claim to fame. No Athenian has ever put on mourning by my fault." So he died, gentle, incorruptible, lofty in temper, proud but never cruel, stern but never spiteful. In life they muttered despot, monarch, Olympian, and envied his power. In death they saw that only his hand had kept Athens free from corruption, disorder, and greed. Without him, the empire he had held together began to split, dissension, license, venality, all bursting forth like fire long-banked beneath iron. And so Perikles left his city dazzling in marble, mighty in fleets, unmatched in memory, the golden figure of an age that bore his name, and perished without him. Life of Fabius Maximus. The Fabii were ancient and noble, descended, some said, from a nymph loved by Hercules upon the Tiber. Others traced their name to the Latin footy, to dig, for they were said to have been the first to dig pits in hunting. Despite their lineage, the house became one of the greatest in Rome. From them, after many generations, came Fabius Maximus Variocosus, the wart, from a blemish on his lip, but gentler nicknamed as a boy Ovicula, the lamb, for his mildness, slowness, and cautious ways. As a child he seemed dull, slow to learn, hesitant in play. Few discerned the strength veiled beneath the quiet. But as he grew it became clear. He was deliberate because he weighed deeply, calm because he thought before he acted, steadfast because he would not gamble Rome's fate on chance. His oratory was plain and weighty, not adorned. Maxims rolled from him like iron. They said he spoke with something of the force of Thucydides. He served Rome long, 5 times consul, first triumphing over the Ligurians. But the truest test came when Hannibal shattered Roman armies at the Trebia, swept into Italy, and destroyed Flaminius and his legions at Lake Trasimene. Terror seized Rome. Omens filled the sky, prodigies abounded, and panic raced through the forum like fire in dry reeds. The people cried for one ruler with unfettered command. All eyes turned to one man, Fabius Maximus. He was named dictator. At once he showed Rome the grandeur of his office. 24 lictors before him, the consul stripped of insignia, and the city reassured by solemn sacrifice. He declared it was not the soldiers or the arms, but impiety and rashness that had ruined Flaminius. He vowed of her sacrum, every beast born that spring dedicated to the gods, and promised games and sacrifices with almost mystical precision in the sums decreed. He armed Rome with piety, not superstition, strengthening hearts with reverence, steadying fear with hope. Then he marched, not to meet Hannibal in battle, but to shadow him, harass him, waste his strength. While Hannibal ravaged, Fabius clung to the ridges, secure upon the high ground, watching, waiting. The people mocked him as Hannibal's lackey. Minucius, his master of horse, scorned his caution, taunting that the dictator only led them to mountain seats to watch Italy burn. Soldiers whispered Fabius was no general at all. But Hannibal alone understood. He felt the deadliness of this patience, knew that unless he forced Rome to fight, his brilliant little army would rot away in a hostile land. Again and again he tried to draw Fabius down. Again and again Fabius refused. Then fortune offered Fabius his chance. Hannibal's guides led him astray into the valley of Casilinum near the river Vulturnus, a trap of mountains and marsh. Fabius seized the high ground, barred the pass, harassed his rear. Hannibal crucified the treacherous guides, but he was hemmed in. Despair shook the Carthaginian camp, until cunning found escape. By night, he bound torches to the horns of 2,000 captured oxen. The beasts, maddened by fire burning at their brows, stampeded across the ridges like a river of flames. Roman sentries looked down and thought an army was upon them, marching with fiery brands. Panic seized them, they abandoned their post. Hannibal's men slipped out through the pass, his light troops seizing the heights, his main army escaping with its plunder. By dawn Fabius knew the trick, but fearing ambush in the dark, held back. With light he pursued, clashing with Hannibal's rear guard in broken ground, but was repulsed by the swift Spanish mountaineers. So shame returned with a fiercer sting. Rome scorned her dictator, murmuring he had lost even the art of delay. And Hannibal deepened their suspicion. While burning every field, he spared the estates of Fabius untouched, setting guards that no harm be done. Rome muttered betrayal. Minucius' friends fanned the rumor. Fabius conspired with the enemy. Then came the matter of prisoners. The exchange was agreed, man for man and ransom for the surplus. Rome's Senate refused to pay for 240 still held, branding their capture cowardice unworthy of ransom. But Fabius would not break faith. Though without a coin himself, he ordered his son to sell a portion of their estate. With this money he ransomed the captives, forgiving their debt to him. Thus was shown the man Rome had chosen, silent, steady, incorrupt, slighted by his people, respected by his enemy. Hannibal might deride the city, ravage its fields, but in Perikles he found his equal, a general who fought not with glory, but with time. And time, as Fabius knew, was the truest ally Rome possessed. When the priests recalled Fabius to Rome for sacred duties, he left the army in Minucius' hands, strictly warning him against battle, beseeching him not to hazard all by rashness. Minucius immediately disobeyed. Seeing Hannibal with many troops absent for forage, he struck the remainder, drove them into camp, and bloodied them enough to taste a false victory. Hannibal gathered Minucius escaped, but the army was aflame with confidence, and Rome rejoiced. Fabius, upon hearing, sighed, "I dread Minucius' success more than his defeats." But the people, whipped to frenzy by Tribune Metilius, clamored that Minucius had shown the way, while Fabius dallied like a traitor, giving Hannibal time to root in Italy. Against all precedent, they decreed Minucius equal in power with the dictator, a humiliation Rome once would never have dared. But Fabius quietly endured. He who was called a coward did not defend himself. "Scoffs touch only those they can wound," he said. Grieving not for his honor, but for Rome's folly, he returned to camp. There Minucius grew insolent, demanded alternating command. Fabius refused, and instead split the legions, 2 with him, 2 with Minucius, rather than share dominion with recklessness. Hannibal swiftly took his chance. Before them lay a hill commanding supplies. By night he filled the plain with hidden troops, and at dawn feigned a move upon the height. Minucius rushed out with lights, cavalry, then all his legions. He stormed the hill, unaware his flank lay open. Hannibal's signal rang. The buried soldiers rose from ditches. The Numidians swept in. Romans were thrown into confusion, encircled, driven to ruin. From his camp Fabius watched, foreseeing disaster. "By Hercules," he cried, striking his thigh, "Minucius has ruined himself. Not so soon as I feared, yet faster than he should." Then to his men, "Forward! Think not of Minucius the rival, but of Minucius the brave Roman, undone. We shall reproach him later, now we save him." The cloud that hung upon the mountains burst. Fabius' disciplined legions marched, scattered the Numidians, forced Hannibal's rear guard back, and rallied the broken Romans. Hannibal himself, recognizing a stroke, drew away, jesting grimly. "Did I not say this dark cloud on the hills would one day break with storm upon us?" Afterward, Fabius uttered no insult, but Minucius, chastened, gathered his men. "Soldiers, one day has taught me more than all my past years. I am not able to command, but must obey. Fabius is conqueror twice over, Hannibal by valor, myself by wisdom." Then he led his eagles into Fabius' camp, set them down before him, and saluted him as father. His legions hailed Fabius' soldiers as their patrons, giving thanks as freedmen to liberators. Tears and embraces filled the camp. Romans reunited, by disaster averted. Soon after, Fabius resigned his post. Consuls were chosen again. But one of them was Terentius Varro, fiery, low-born, beloved of the multitude, boasting he would conquer Hannibal on the first day he saw him. Never had Rome raised more hostmen, 88,000. In dread, Fabius urged his colleague Paulus Aemilius to restrain Varro. "You must fight not only Hannibal's legions, but the rashness of your fellow consul. If only a year passes, Hannibal must wither. Already his army wastes, yet none of our cities join him. Let time betray him. Resist a single battle." Paulus assented in spirit, but Varro's turn to command came soon. Near Cannae, by the river Aufidus, the signal was given, a scarlet cloak raised. Hannibal arrayed his army. The weak center bulged forth, the strong wings held back, waiting like jaws to close. When the Romans pressed and drove the center in, the wings folded round, enclosing them in a crescent, cavalry striking their rear. Strangling clouds of dust blinded them. Numidians scythed down fleeing horse and man alike. The Roman host was shattered, 50,000 slain. Varro escaped. Paulus, gashed and broken, sat bloodied on a stone. Cornelius Lentulus urged him to take his horse and flee. Paulus refused. "Tell Fabius," he said, "that I obeyed his counsel, but was vanquished, first by Varro, then by Hannibal." And there he fell beneath the Carthaginian storm. Rome lay gashed, her youth fallen, her allies trembling. Hannibal's captains pressed him onward to Rome itself. "In 5 days you shall feast in the capital." But he delayed, whether by fate's hand or by error. Maharbal said bitterly, "You know how to win victory, Hannibal, not how to use it." Yet from that field, once wandering without city or port, Hannibal made Italy shake. Capua, the greatest city after Rome, opened to him. Allies faltered. Blood reddened the land. And in Rome, men remembered the delayer, Fabius, mocked as coward, long patient, who would prove, when all rash pride was slain, at Cannae, the savior of the state by his very restraint. So it was proved true, the words of Euripides, that adversity tries our friends. What once they mocked as timidity in Fabius, Rome now hailed as more than human foresight. After Cannae, when the city wept and trembled, it was to him that all fled, as men took refuge at an altar. Calm amid the storm, he moved through the streets with gentle reproofs, silenced wailing, imposed 30 days of mourning, and then forbade all further lamentation. He steadied the Senate, encouraged the magistrates, and ordered gates guarded against panic flight. He guided the city through terror with composure, proclaiming that Rome must look not backwards at loss, but forwards at duty. Even as Consul Varro, blamed for the disaster, slunk home, the Senate and people greeted him not with reproach, but with praise, that he had not despaired of the state. And it was Fabius' voice among them that taught Rome this moderation. So began the long partnership of shield and sword. Fabius the shield, Marcellus the sword of Rome. Marcellus struck like a torrent, fierce and daring, while Fabius undermined with slow attrition, like a steady river wearing stone. Both bore 5 consulships, both strained Hannibal's strength, Marcellus by blows, Fabius by withering delay. Hannibal himself admitted that he feared Fabius though he would not fight, and was tired of fighting Marcellus though he could defeat him. Cunning once nearly trapped even Fabius. Letters forged from Metapontum hinting at treachery and surrender. Moved, he set out by night, but omens warned him, and he turned back, learning soon it was Hannibal's deceit. So heaven itself seemed to guard the policy of the delayer. Toward allies Fabius showed tact more than terror, preferring trust to harshness. When he discovered a Marsian noble plotting revolt, he did not punish, but honored him openly, turning a rebel into a faithful supporter. When he found a Lucanian soldier absent for love of a girl, he seized her quietly, then brought soldier and beloved together. Here is your jailer. Stay true in camp, for it is love, not dishonor, that led you astray. Thus he tempered discipline with mercy, believing men best bound by kindness. He regained Tarentum too, by guile, if not with glory, through the bribery of Bruttian officers and the lure of a woman's passion. The gates were opened. Though Hannibal hurried to save it, he arrived too late. Tarentum fell, many slain, 30,000 sold into bondage, treasure of 3,000 talents taken for Rome. Leave the Tarentines their angry gods, Fabius said, sparing their temples, but taking Hercules' statue for the capital. Hannibal, hearing of the loss, confessed bitterly, Rome too has her Hannibal. We lost Tarentum as we won it by treachery. For this Fabius triumphed a second time, his glory even greater than his first triumph. Yet envy never departed. Marcus Livius, who had once lost Tarentum but kept its citadel to the end, snarled in the Senate that credit was his. Fabius smiled. Indeed, had you not lost it, I could never have retaken it. He showed the same modesty even to his own son, when the younger Fabius was raised consul. Approaching him on horseback, the son ordered him dismount, as the office demanded reverence. The crowd was scandalized, but the old man ran to him, embraced him. You do rightly, my son. In Rome, even fathers bow to the Republic's law. He bore the death of that son also with Roman fortitude, speaking the funeral oration himself and sending his written words to friends. But age now dimmed the delayer, and a new brilliance rose. Scipio, fiery and young, returned from Spain in triumph, dreaming of Africa and Carthage itself. Fabius opposed him at every turn. He warned the Senate that the city was endangered by youthful recklessness. He tried to bar him from funds, from troops, from volunteers. He claimed it was envy. Others thought it prudent caution. Yet the people, eager for deliverance, trusted Scipio. When news of Scipio's lightning victories in Africa arrived, of Numidian kings captured, camps burnt, embassies sent to call Hannibal home, Rome exulted. Fabius still muttered caution, none should trust the fortune of a single man. But many saw only jealousy or the excessive terror of old age. Fabius did not live to hear of Zama or Hannibal's ruin or the final triumph of his country. He died, it is said, about the time Hannibal was recalled to Africa, and Rome, though not by public expense, buried him with universal reverence, all citizens contributing the smallest coin, as though laying to rest the father of them all. Thus ended Quintus Fabius Maximus Verrucosus, the delayer, mocked as coward, proved as savior, slow to act, but steadfast, incorruptible, merciful, tireless, the man who steadied Rome in her darkest hour. The comparison of Perikles and Fabius Maximus. Such, then, were the lives of these two men. Both proved supreme in war and politics, yet in very different theaters and under very different fortunes. Perikles inherited Athens at her height, rich in tribute, strong in allies, lifted by successes of Cimon, Myronides, Leocrates, and Ptolemies. He ruled over a city ablaze with prosperity, where the peril lay not in ruin, but in the arrogance prosperity breeds. Fabius, by contrast, stood forth when Rome seemed near her end. Italy blazed with ruin, consuls and generals slain, rivers choked with the dead. Yet he alone, steady and unmoved, propped up the falling state, and kept it from disastrous overthrow. Which task was greater? Perhaps to restrain the unbridled pride of Athens, perhaps to restore the shaken heart of Rome. Surely both demanded greatness of mind. As for their actions, the capture of Samos answers to the retaking of Tarentum. The conquest of Euboea may be set against Rome's recovery of the Campanian towns. Yet Fabius never sought pitched battle after his first triumph, while Perikles could boast 9 trophies won by land or sea. And yet there was one act of Fabius beyond all Periclean deeds, when he plucked Minucius and a whole Roman army from Hannibal's trap. That rescue united courage, generalship, and, for the first time in Roman history, magnanimity toward a rival. Still, Perikles made no such blunder as when Fabius, having caught Hannibal in a defile, lost him again by the trick of the blazing cattle, and awoke too slow at daybreak to strike. If it marks a true statesman not only to act in the present, but to see the end, then Perikles stands vindicated. He foresaw that the Peloponnesian War would waste down Athens by her own rashness, and so it proved. Fabius, on the other hand, opposed Scipio's African venture as folly, and Rome's triumph belied him. It is as grave an error to lose advantage through diffidence as to stumble through overconfidence. Both are failings common to generals not wholly perfect in wisdom. Politically, too, they diverge. The Peloponnesian War lies heavy on Perikles' memory, said to have sprung from his pride in refusing all concessions to the Spartans. Yet no man imagines Fabius would have yielded to Carthage. He would shoulder any peril for Rome's sovereignty. Still, mark the gentleness of Fabius towards Minucius, who had insulted him. His conduct shines brighter than Perikles' harsh exile of Cimon and Thucydides, men of noble birth and good service. The reach of power differed too. Perikles guided Athens as no one before or after, bending the wills of generals and assemblies alike. Only Ptolemies opposed him and perished for it. By contrast, Fabius, cautious in his own command, could not impose his judgment upon others. Thus Rome endured many defeats which his foresight might have prevented, had he swayed as Perikles swayed his city. On money and integrity, both are without stain. Perikles refused gifts and bribes from princes, keeping his hand pure while immense treasures passed beneath it. Fabius, out of his own estate, redeemed citizens taken captive, forgiving their debt. His ransom was but 6 talents, yet it shone no less brightly in Roman eyes than the millions Perikles scorned among the Greeks. And for enduring monuments, who may compare? Perikles raised the gleaming Parthenon, the Propylaea, the Odeon, statues of Phidias, temples and marbles that crowned Athens as the school of Hellas. Fabius built no such wonders. Indeed, all the works of republican Rome together, before the Caesars, cannot rival the magnificence or beauty with which Perikles clothed his city. Thus in arms Fabius was the savior of Rome in calamity, in civic life the gentlest of men. Perikles was Olympian, ruling fortune's flood with godlike poise, and leaving behind visible marvels that still endure. Each, in his own way, embodied the virtue his city most required. Perikles, the proud bridle of democracy. Fabius, the steadfast shield of a state tottering to her fall. Ever wonder if the heroes who saved their cities could also be their greatest threats? Today, we're unearthing the scandalous lives of Alkibiades and Coriolanus, two ancient figures who walked the razor's edge between legendary patriot and infamous traitor. You clicked for controversy, and you're about to get it. Welcome to Ancient Wisdom Unveiled, where we dissect Plutarch's lives, Volume 1. Plutarch, the master biographer, didn't just record history. He explored the profound moral dilemmas and complex characters that defined the ancient world. These stories challenge everything you think you know about loyalty. But here's the ultimate paradox. Alkibiades, Athens' golden boy, fled to Sparta, then Persia, to advise their enemies against his own city. And Coriolanus, Rome's warrior hero, marched an enemy army to the gates of Rome itself. Were they driven by pure vengeance, cunning strategy, or a twisted sense of justice? Could their betrayal actually be seen as a form of patriotism? Or were they simply power-hungry opportunists willing to sacrifice everything and everyone for themselves? We'll not only unravel their astonishing narratives, but also grapple with the timeless questions of loyalty, identity, and the price of ambition. So, if you're ready to explore history's most fascinating moral gray areas, then hit that like button, tell us your take in the comments, and of course, subscribe to Ancient Wisdom Unveiled for more epic ancient insights. Let's find out. The life of Alkibiades. The line of Alkibiades traced back, men said, to Ajax through Eurysakes, and on his mother's side to Alcmaeon, son of Megacles. His father, Cleinias, fitted out a trireme at his own expense and fought at Artemisium. Later, he fell at Chaeronea, fighting the Boeotians. Orphaned, the boy passed into the guardianship of Perikles and Ariphron. Few children were more adorned with gifts. Never was beauty more enduring, charming alike in boyhood, youth, and full-grown manhood. Even his lisp, so Aristophanes tells, lent grace to his speech, softening words into persuasion. Poets mocked, friends adored. Such was the double-edged fascination of Alkibiades. From childhood, he revealed a fierce appetite for distinction. Once in wrestling, to avoid being thrown, he bit his opponent's hand. When accused of fighting like a woman, he retorted, "No, like a lion." Another time, playing at knucklebones in a narrow street, his throw fell in the path of an oncoming wagon. The driver urged on. The other boys shrank aside. Alkibiades laid himself full length before the horses. The driver stopped in terror, the lesson plain. Alkibiades would yield nothing, not even to wagons. He obeyed teachers, save one. He refused to learn the flute, protesting it disfigured the face, inflated the mouth, robbed the player of speech. Let Thebans learn the flute, for they cannot speak. Athenians have Athena and Apollo, patrons of wisdom and music, and both rejected the flute. Thus jesting, he cast it aside. All Athens heard, and soon flute-playing was despised, driven from fashion by the charm of one youth's disdain. There were darker tales. Antiphon declared he ran away to an admirer's house, or killed a slave at the gymnasium with a club. Perhaps these were slanders. Enemies could not resist defaming a figure so dazzling. His beauty gathered a swarm of powerful admirers. But one love shaped him most, that of Socrates. The philosopher pierced through flattery, laid bare ignorance, rebuked conceit. Alkibiades, shaken, humbled, drawn by reverence and awe, clung to him. They fought together, camped together, each saving the other's life in war, at Potidaea and again at Delium. The world marveled that the insolent darling of Athens followed that ugly, poor, barefoot philosopher like a disciple after a god. Still, Alkibiades could be insolent with others. Anytus, the son of Anthemion, once entertained guests. Alkibiades, drunk at his own feast, burst in, spied the gold and silver cups, told slaves to take half, and left laughing. The guests fumed. Anytus soothed them. Nay, be grateful. He left us the other half. Such was his way with most. Yet once, when a poor metic gave him his entire fortune, only 100 staters, Alkibiades laughed, made him sup with him, then returned the sum, and forced him to outbid the tax farmers in market contracts. When they turned on the man, Alkibiades stood surety. The farmers backed down and paid him off heavily to withdraw. Thus, by arrogant kindness, the beggar found himself rich. But pride and passion made him reckless. He once struck Hipponicus, father of Callias, without cause, merely to win a wager with friends who dared him. The city was scandalized. At dawn, Alkibiades came to Hipponicus' house, bared his body, and offered it for punishment. Hipponicus forgave him, and gave him later his daughter, Hipparete. Yet he treated her vilely, filling their home with courtesans until she fled. When she petitioned for divorce, he seized her himself in the marketplace and marched her home, no citizen daring to oppose him. She bore it until her death. His insolent wit charmed Athenians as much as it offended them. He kept a magnificent dog, prized for its great tail, and cut it off. When friends asked why he marred such beauty, he said laughing, "So men may chatter of my dog's tail, and forget to speak of my graver faults." He entered politics early, eloquent beyond most. The orators and comedians bear witness. Demosthenes himself named him most persuasive of speakers. Quick of wit, fertile in invention, he yet often paused, searching for the exact word, the desire not merely to speak, but to speak perfectly. At Olympia his glory soared. No man, king or citizen, ever matched his spectacle. 7 racing chariots he entered at once, and won first, second, and fourth prizes. Euripides himself composed verses to him. Son of Cleinias, threefold crown, first, second, third, thine own renown. Olives thrice upon thy head, thy name thrice the herald said. Greek cities showered him with gifts, Ephesus with tents, Chios with fodder, Lesbos with wine. Yet even this triumph stank of misdeed. One Diomedes had asked him to purchase a chariot from Argos. Alkibiades entered it in his own name at Olympia, robbing his friend. A trial followed. Such was his glory, and such his grasping arrogance. Politically, his rivals were Phaeax, urbane in private but feeble in public address, and Nicias, elder, cautious, admired. But Alkibiades surpassed them both in eloquence and daring. He even turned aside an ostracism meant for himself by uniting factions to banish Hyperbolus instead. So low and vile a man that comic poets mocked the ostracism itself as sullied for stooping to touch him. Such contradictions marked him always. Bold yet insecure, generous yet grasping, cultivated yet insolent, student of Socrates yet slave of his own passions. Alkibiades dazzled his city as no man of his age, Athens' fairest, fiercest, most dangerous child. Alkibiades chafed at the honor showered upon Nicias. It was Nicias, not he, whom Sparta courted, Nicias whose peace bore his name, Nicias, who was praised as the man who undid the war that Perikles began. The vanity of Alkibiades could scarcely endure it. Though he had been proxenos of Sparta at Athens, flattering Spartans, befriending even those prisoners captured at Pylos, yet in the end all gratitude fell to Nicias. So, gnawed with envy, Alkibiades began to plot the ruin of the peace. Argos Elis Mantinia states unfriendly to Lacedaemon. He wooed by persuasion and secret promises. He inflamed Athens with rage over Sparta's breach of faith, for they had handed back Panactus dismantled, its walls cast down. He stood in the assembly denouncing Nicias. He freed the Spartans taken at Sphacteria. He gained favor by cowardice. Yet the Lacedaemonians ally with Boeotians and Corinthians, while Athens is shackled, forbidden to friend any city not pleasing to Sparta. Then Sparta sent envoys, full powers men, to restore friendship. The Senate welcomed them. The next day they would speak before the people. Alkibiades deceived them. Privately he warned, "Declare not plenipotence. The assembly is fierce. Say so, and they'll wring you dry. Hold back, and I'll guide you as your friend." Oaths sealed it. Then, when they stood before the people, he demanded their authority. They denied full power. At once he turned, thunderous in denunciation. Liars, equivocators, faithless. The people roared with wrath. Nicias staggered in dismay. The Spartan embassy humiliated. The peace of Nicias was shattered. Now elected general, Alkibiades forged an alliance with Argos, Elis, Mantinia, an anti-Spartan bloc across the Peloponnesus. The battle at Mantinia shook Greece. The Argive revolution, the long walls he urged them to build. His advice to Patrae, better to be swallowed by Athens, foot first, than seized by Sparta at the head. All these strengthened his personal sway as much as his country's cause. Yet, while he counseled empire on land as well as sea, his life seemed the strut of a tyrant. His trireme was altered to house his couch, the deck cut away so he might sleep in luxury. His shield bore not his lineage, but Eros, god of love, wielding thunderbolts. He paraded through the agora in long trailing robes. Aristophanes wrote of him, "The people love him, hate him, cannot live without him." Another comic poet warned, "Raise not a lion's whelp, he will grow to master you." Athenians endured him for his eloquence, his race, his fortune, his generosity in funding festivals, his beauty and charisma. They excused his outrages as youth's follies. He locked up the painter Agatharchus until he decorated his house, then dismissed him with gifts. He struck rivals, seized captives, took a Melian woman for mistress after the slaughter of her male kin, glossed over as good nature. Yet older men muttered. One Alkibiades was more than Greece could bear. Even Timon the misanthrope, crossing him once in a triumphal escort, clasped his hand and said, "Go on, my boy, grow greater. Your glory will bring this multitude to ruin." Half jeered, half shuddered. All felt the danger. Then came Sicily. The Athenians had long toyed with dreams of conquest there. But it was Alkibiades who fanned kindling into flame, who urged an armada to subdue Syracuse, and through Syracuse Carthage, Libya, Italy, even the Peloponnesus itself. To him, Sicily was not an end, but a beginning, a vast granary and arsenal for an empire without limit. The young men thrilled to the vision, sketching maps of the great island, traces of Carthage and Libya beyond. Only Socrates, his daimon whispering warning, and Meton the astronomer, feigned madness to keep his son from sailing. Only they foresaw ruin. But Nicias, unwilling, fearful, was voted as co-general, lest Alkibiades' fire run unchecked. The bold Lamachus was the third. The assembly voted vast powers. Even Demostratus decreed, "The generals shall demand what stores they will, and conduct war as they think fit." So an armament was readied greater than any Greece had yet seen. Then omens came. The women wailed for Adonis in ritual mourning. Figures of death paraded through Athens. But worse, the one night's work that shook the city. The Hermae mutilated, every sacred statue disfigured. Rage, terror, rumors of conspiracy gnawed at the people. Slaves and informers accused Alkibiades and his friends, mocking the mysteries in drunken revel, parodying the herald, the torchbearer, the hierophant, Alkibiades himself playing the high priest. THESEUS, son of Simon, brought an indictment of sacrilege. The sailors and soldiers adored him. Argives and Mantineans swore they would never leave him to injustice. He came forward boldly to defend himself. His enemies, fearing acquittal, contrived to delay the trial. Let him sail. When his work is done, the laws will remain. He can return to stand judgment. Alkibiades protested, "My enemies cut me off from justice. If guilty, let me die here. If innocent, let me go free of slanders when I face the enemy abroad." But the crowd yielded. He sailed, not acquitted, not condemned, but under the shadow of destruction, leading Athens' greatest fleet at the very moment his own fate hung in the balance. The great Sicilian armada set sail, 140 triremes, 5,000 hoplites, and more besides. Alkibiades was at its head with Nicias and Lamachus. Yet scarcely had they begun when word came summoning him home to stand trial. The charges, once vague suspicion, now blazed into fury. Informers accused him of impiety, linking the mutilation of the Hermae to profanation of the mysteries, a single conspiracy, they claimed, against religion and the democracy itself. Prison after prison filled. The friends of Alkibiades, men of birth or merely of acquaintance, suffered confiscation, harsh imprisonment, and death. The accusations came foul and thin. One swore he saw the statue breakers by the light of the moon, but it had been the night of the new moon. Such contradictions troubled the thoughtful, but not the mob. The city thirsted for guilt and turned savagely upon Alkibiades. The orator and Thucydides himself, scion distantly of Odysseus, was seized. His family statue of Hermes alone stood untouched. Suspicion clung to him. In prison, a fellow captive persuaded him to save his life through informing. Better, he reasoned, to sacrifice a few names to the frenzy of the people than for all aristocrats to perish. And Thucydides confessed, denounced even his servants, and won pardon. Others were condemned, executed, or fled. Still the Athenians raged, until they fixed on Alkibiades as the true author of all sacrilege. They sent him aboard the Salaminian trireme, not bound like a criminal, but flattered, gently urged, "Come back, clear yourself." They feared mutiny if they struck at him directly, for the sailors idolized him. The Argives and Mantineans served almost for him alone. But Alkibiades knew Athens. "I would not trust even my own mother," he said, "for fear she mistake a black bean for white when my life is in the vote." At Thurii he vanished, slipped away. When later he heard Athens condemned him to death, goods confiscated, curses pronounced even by priests, he laughed. "I will show them I live." Only Theano, priestess of Agraulos, refused the decree. "I was consecrated to pray, not to curse." Where could Alkibiades turn? He fled to Argos, then to Sparta. There he promised the Spartans he would do them greater service, now than all the harm he ever had wrought. They welcomed him. At his urging they acted. They sent Gylippus to Syracuse to crush Athens' Sicilian army. They declared war anew. And most grievous of all, they fortified Decelea in Attica, a wound from which Athens bled until her fall. Meanwhile he astonished the Spartans by the art he had to deceive. He cut his hair short, bathed in cold water, and ate their black broth. Once perfumed and decadent, he now seemed a model Spartan. His gift was metamorphosis, chameleon-like. shifting character to wherever fortune bore him. In Sparta, a Lycurgan youth. In Ionia, a pleasure-seeker. In Thrace, a drinker. In Thessaly, a horseman. In Persia, rival of satraps in pomp. But it was always a mask, not essence. For in Sparta, he betrayed Sparta too. He seduced the queen Timoleon, wife of King Agis. The boy she bore she called Leotychides, but whispered among friends the true father was Alkibiades. He himself jested. Not lust, but policy, I wished my line to reign in Sparta. King Agis, reckoning months, estranged from his wife, believed it. The boy would never take the throne. Meanwhile, Alkibiades swayed Spartan policy, traveled to Ionia, turned city after city to revolt against Athens. Yet envy and wrath gathered around him. Orders went forth for his execution. So again he slipped away, this time to Tissaphernes, satrap of Persia. The satrap delighted in him, crooked loving crooked. He named his Pharis park the Alkibiades. Daily they schemed. He urged him, do not give too much aid to Sparta. Starve their armies, keep balance between warring Hellenes, so Persia might devour both in time. Tissaphernes heeded him. Thus Alkibiades from exile bent the war itself to his cunning. And in Athens, with fleet still at Samos, fear grew of Persia's Phoenician armada of 150 ships. Then Alkibiades reached out, secret overtures. Restore me, trust me, I will turn Tissaphernes to Athens, but not for the mob. Only if the nobles take command and curb the insolence of the people. Save Athens yourselves. I will be your instrument. The leaders wavered. One, Phrynichus, saw through it. He covets only a pretext to return. He warned the Spartans. But the Spartan admiral betrayed the warning to Tissaphernes, who laughed with Alkibiades. Phrynichus tried again, promising to deliver even the fleet, but again betrayed. So Phrynichus, desperate, warned Athens of an imminent attack, thus saving himself through real service. Alkibiades still denounced him, accusing him of treason, but no one believed it. Later, when Phrynichus was slain in the marketplace, they judged him guilty posthumously and crowned his assassins. Thus around Alkibiades swirled treachery, loyalty, betrayal, exile, and recall, ever shifting, ever dazzling. Wherever he turned, he bent the hearts of men and the fates of cities. At Samos, his friends now supreme, Alkibiades' hand began to reach back toward Athens itself. His allies in the fleet sent Pisander to the city to demolish the democracy and empower the nobles, promising that only thus could Alkibiades and Tissaphernes become true allies of Athens. So rose the rule of the 5,000, though in truth they were but the 400, an oligarchy that seized power, silenced the commons, and bathed early resistance in blood. Yet at Samos the fleet still held its freedom. There the sailors seethed at news of despotism at home, eager to sail for Piraeus in vengeance. They summoned Alkibiades, saluted him as general, and begged him to lead them back to strike Athens itself. But he showed not rash ambition, but rare restraint. He checked their fury, pointed out the folly of civil war. Without his voice, Athens' empire might have collapsed in an instant, her fleet ravaging her own coasts, while Ionia and the islands fell to the Peloponnesians without a fight. By persuasion, entreaty, and with Thrasybulus at his side booming in his thunderous voice, he restrained them. This one act, more than any raid or battle, saved what remained of Athenian power. Then came fresh maneuvers. The Phoenician fleet of Persia, long shadow over the Aegean, hovered at Aspendus. 150 triremes, it was said, ready to decide the sea for whichever ally they joined. Yet, whether by Alkibiades' hand or by Tissaphernes' crooked counsels, the fleet never sailed. Both Greeks believed they owed the delay to him. The Athenians grateful, the Spartans enraged, convinced he played Persia like a double game to prolong their slaughter. The oligarchy fell. Athens turned once more to her people. The assembly even voted for Alkibiades' recall. Yet he hesitated. He would not return empty, dependent on fickle kindness. He would come crowned with victory. Soon the chance came. Mindarus, Sparta's admiral, had sailed north into the Hellespont. The Athenians shadowed him. Alcibiades gathered 18 triremes and sped to join them. At Abydos, he arrived at dusk, in the midst of a battle unresolved. New sails on the horizon unnerved both sides. But when he raised the Athenian ensign and struck the enemy, the day turned. 30 Peloponnesian ships were taken. Athenians restored their own, and trophies were raised. He pushed on, burning with glory. Yet his triumph was short-circuited. At Sardis, Tisipherne seized him, fearing Persian suspicion, and threw him in chains. But Alcibiades slipped prison as he had courts and councils before, escaping on horseback to Clazomenae. He spread rumor he had been secretly released, shaming Tisiphernes, and rejoined the fleet. Then came the dazzling victory of Cyzicus. With cunning he drew the Peloponnesians into battle, feigned weakness, then brought his whole force crashing upon them. Mindarus fell. The Spartan fleet was utterly destroyed. The city stormed. A Spartan dispatch intercepted told the tale in bleak brevity. Our ships are gone. Mindarus is slain. The men are starving. We know not what to do. From triumph to triumph, he swept the Hellespont, binding towns, raising contributions, subduing Chalcedon, seizing Selymbria, retaking Byzantium by boldest night assault. Never had the Athenians so risen again from defeat, and it was all by Alcibiades' hand. At last, longing to dazzle his city, and his city, after long hatred longing to see him, he turned homeward. His fleet glittered with trophies, laden with spoils, 200 prizes taken or destroyed. Ancient sources embroidered his pageant return with actors, purple sails, and flute players, but sober historians deny it. Far from swagger, he returned in caution. After so many turns of fortune, he dared not land until from the deck of his flagship he saw with his own eyes Eurypylus, Thrasybulus, his kinsmen and friends, gathered in welcome upon the shore. Thus, after years of exile, betrayal, and brilliance, Alcibiades once more set foot on his native soil, triumphant, admired, but never safe from the shifting winds of fortune that forever shadowed his life. The life of Caius Marcius Coriolanus. From the noble line of the Marcii sprang many illustrious Romans, kings, consuls, censors. Among them Ancus Marcius, grandson of Numa, once reigned in Rome. From the same house came also Censorinus, who held the highest office twice until law forbade it, and Publius and Quintus Marcius, who brought fresh waters to the city. From this stock was born a child named Caius Marcius, the man later called Coriolanus. He was fatherless, reared in the house of his widowed mother, Volumnia. This taught him austerity and sternness, but not softness. Educated by her devotion, he proved orphanhood can lead to greatness, provided nature is noble. Yet lacking discipline, his high spirit was wild. Like rich soil untilled, he produced both fruits and weeds. From youth he burned for war. He believed weapons were useless without strength, so he hardened his body, swift in running, tireless in grappling, iron in endurance. He entered his first campaign still young, when Tarquin the Proud sought to regain his throne. In that battle Marcius saved a citizen fallen in the dust, slew his assailant, and was crowned with the oak garland. The civic crown Rome awards to one who preserves the life of a fellow citizen. That day, it was said, the Dioscuri themselves galloped from a field to Rome, their horses draped in sweat, announcing victory, and July the 15th was kept forever sacred to them. But for Marcius, this early distinction was a gale behind a ship. It drove him to ever greater feats. Each campaign brought him spoils of honor, never returning without trophies. Yet his glory pleased him chiefly because of Volumnia. To see his mother's tears of joy, to hear her praised as mother of the bravest Roman, this, to him, was the summit of triumph. Even when he married, it was at her request, and he never left her home, lavishing upon her the love of son and father both. But Rome was seething. The poor were weighed down by debts, cast into prison by their creditors, even veterans scarred by war. Promises of reform were broken, and at last the plebs seceded, withdrawing from the city and sitting armed upon the sacred mount by the Anio. They spoke bitterly. Water, air, and soil could be had in any part of Italy. Why serve Rome only to be chained by the rich? The Senate sent mediators. Menenius Agrippa, plain and wise, told them his fable of the body and the belly, showing how even the idle stomach gives life to every limb. Reconciliation followed. Out of this secession came the people's tribunes, first protectors of the plebs. Marcius, though scornful of concessions, stirred his patrician fellows to match the plebs in zeal for war. Soon that zeal was tested. Rome besieged Corioli, proud Volscian stronghold, while Consul Cominius led one part against relieving enemies in the field. Titus Lartius maintained the siege. The garrison sallied, scattering the thin Roman line. But there Marcius towered. Wounded, sweating, he stood unshaken, his cries like trumpet blasts, his presence striking fear into Volscians as much as his blade. He rallied Romans, drove the enemy back into the city, and, seeing the gates open, cried that Fortune herself had invited them forward. Alone, or nearly so, he plunged into the streets of Corioli. Fighting amid chaos, he slew and pressed until others dared follow. So the gates were seized, and soon the city was taken. When many Romans tried to plunder, Marcius raged. Glory, he said, lay not in riches while comrades fought outside. With a few, he hastened after Cominius, praying not to arrive too late for the battle. Bloodied and exhausted, he reached the field, told the consul that Corioli had fallen, and begged the hardest station against Antium's men, proudest of the Volscians. There, at the center, he struck like a thunderbolt, breaking their ranks, nearly overwhelmed, rescued by Roman charge, then pressing yet again, fighting though weary and wounded. Rome triumphed, land and city on the same day. When rewards were offered, prisoners and spoils abundant, Cominius bade Marcius chose a tenth. He accepted only a war horse, refused all else, and asked but one favor: freedom for a Volscian guest friend taken captive. His selflessness drew more cheers than his valor. Men saw true greatness now, in victory over greed greater than victory in war. So they gave him, beyond spoils, a name, Coriolanus, the man of Corioli. From then his personal name Caius, his family Marcius, were joined with that immortal mark of his exploit. As Greeks had called men the victor or the preserver, so Rome gave him this title, earned in a single day of daring. Thus began the legend of Coriolanus, Rome's fiercest son, her most valiant soldier, and, as time would prove, her most dangerous citizen. In Rome, surnames often sprang from deeds, defects, or quirks. A man bound his wound with a diadem, and so Metellus became Diadematus. Another, from speed in preparing gladiators, was called Celer, the swift. Children were named for the fortunes of their birth: Proculus, if the father was away; Posthumus, if the father was dead. Even imperfections gave rise to names: Sulla, the pimply; Niger, the swarthy; Rufus, the red-haired; Caecus, the blind; Claudius, the lame. So the Romans wore their peculiarities without shame. But these were trifles beside the storm about to engulf the name of Coriolanus. Peace had scarcely returned when famine struck Rome. Rich fields lay barren, trade was poor, no corn in the markets. The demagogues seized their chance, crying that the patricians had hoarded grain to punish the plebs. At this moment, envoys from Velletri offered their plague-stricken city to Rome. The Senate seized the chance. Here was a remedy, a place to send the lawless and violent, to purge discord by removing the worst agitators. Colonists were drawn, while others were enrolled for war against the Volsci. But the tribunes Sicinius and Brutus howled that this was tyranny cloaked in piety, banishing the poor to pestilential soil, driving the rest into needless war. The people mutinied again, refusing to serve. Confusion fell on the Senate, until Marcius stepped forth. Stern, proud, full of patrician fire, he raised troops from his own clients and volunteers. With these few he struck into Antium, carried off cattle, prisoners, and corn, and returned with none for himself, all for the state. His enemies seethed, his glory burned brighter, their shame deeper. Soon he stood for the consulship. For 17 years he had borne scars from every field. On the day of canvassing he walked bare and humble as Roman custom required, toga ungirt, to show his wounds. The people, abashed, whispered that surely this man must be consul. But on the election day he entered the forum surrounded by senators and patricians, and the sight stirred envy. Fear mingled with resentment. What if this patrician hero, backed by all the nobles, should crush the liberties of the plebs? The tide turned. 2 others were chosen. Marcius lost. The Senate raged, but Marcius himself raged more, storming at the insult, nurturing wrath instead of fixing it with patience. For he had never learned the temper required of statesmen: endurance, self-restraint, the art to bend and soothe. His friends, the young aristocrats, only inflamed him further with sympathy tinged by pride. Then came new fuel. Corn arrived, much of it a gift from Gelon of Syracuse. Hope leapt in plebeian hearts. Perhaps the grain would be free, or at least cheap. But Coriolanus rose in the Senate and poured bitter scorn upon them. "Give largesse," he cried. "You turn riot into law. You pay them to rebel. Already their tribunes have usurped your power. Already they despise the consuls' fasces. You would fatten their insolence by feeding them for nothing? Better take from them this tribuneship which has torn the state in two. Better end this pestilence of democracy than reward it with gifts." The young patricians shouted their approval. Older senators frowned, fearful of consequence. And consequence came swiftly. The tribunes rushed into the forum with furious cries. They declared Marcius was plotting tyranny, that he sought to abolish their office, that he defied their summons, even struck their aides in open contempt. A crowd gathered, torches flared, blood seemed near. Summoned before the people, Marcius came, but instead of humbling himself, he spoke with cutting pride, bordering on accusation of his audience. His tone, his face, his fearless disdain enraged them further. Then Sicinius, boldest of the tribunes, pronounced sentence. Marcius was condemned to death, to be thrown from the Tarpeian rock. The aediles seized him. Horror rippled, even among the crowd. The patricians leapt to rescue him, driving back the officers, locking their champion in their midst. In the uproar, violence raged nearly to civil war, till night forced all apart. Next day, the tribunes, cooling, saw the danger. They offered a compromise. Marcius should not be executed illegally, but tried before the people at the next assembly. The patricians, relieved, consented. Thus Coriolanus, savior of Rome at Corioli, now faced judgment at the hands of those he had once protected. And the city of Rome, torn between aristocracy and commons, braced itself for the trial of the proudest of her sons. Rome had condemned him. By the vote of the tribes, by the voices not of veterans, but of a rabble, Caius Marcius Coriolanus was banished forever. The people rejoiced as at a festival. The Senate mourned as at a funeral. But Marcius himself, proud and motionless, betrayed no grief, only a smoldering fire within. He embraced his mother Volumnia, his wife Virgilia, and went forth from the city gates, followed by patricians in silent honor. For days he lingered, restless, his mind divided, until rage gained the mastery. If Rome had cast him out, he would arm her enemies. He turned to the Volscians, long humiliated by Roman arms. In Antium dwelt Tullus Aufidius, Volscian leader, a man who had crossed blades with Marcius in battle, and hated him beyond all Romans. Yet Coriolanus knew the great spirit of his foe, and chose him. One evening he entered Antium in disguise, went unrecognized through the streets, and seated himself, silent and hooded, at the hearth of Aufidius. When his rival confronted him, Marcius flung back his cloak. "I am Caius Marcius, called Coriolanus, the man who has harmed you more than all Rome beside. Exiled by my people, betrayed by my peers, I ask not shelter but vengeance. Use me against Rome. As their enemy, I can serve you better than ever I wronged you as their soldier. Refuse, and I ask for death. Accept, and I am your weapon." Tullus, astonished and delighted, clasped his hand. "Rise, Marcius. You have given us no exile, but a gift." Soon rumor spread. Rome quarreled within, plebs versus patricians, but always her fears turned to Coriolanus, now leading Volscian councils. Then, as if Providence aided him, Rome made a proclamation at her public games that all Volscians quit the city before sunset, whether an insult prompted by him or chance. Furious, the Volscians decreed war. And in assembly they named Marcius commander with Aufidius, though the people roared for Marcius alone. He wasted no time. With volunteers, not conscripts, he fell suddenly upon Roman lands, rich with plunder. Yet note his craft. Plebeian fields he burned and reaped, but patrician estates he spared. Thus in Rome his enemies raged more bitterly against each other. The poor, furious that aristocrats were untouched. The patricians, pitying the exile they themselves had abandoned. Coriolanus' fame grew. Town after town fell. Circeii, Tellurium, Labisae, Pedum, and Bola were taken by storm, their people enslaved. Others that yielded he treated gently, even shielding their fields from his troops. At Bali, barely 12 miles from Rome, he slew the men and carried off immense spoils. Soldiers from every Volscian city flocked to his banner, crying he alone was their general. Panic gripped Rome. The Latins begged aid, the consuls delayed. Civil strife consumed the city until word came. Lavinium itself, sacred town of Aeneas, with the oldest shrines of Rome's gods, lay under siege. Then the plebeians who cast him out cried suddenly to recall him. They rushed to annul his sentence, to beg for his return. But the Senate refused. They would not recall him by popular decree, nor break the plebs restoring the man they had banished. Worse, Marcius heard of this refusal. Burning with wrath he left Lavinium, marched straight on to Rome, and encamped at the Cluilian trenches, 5 miles from the walls. The city shook with terror. Women wept in the streets. Old men clung to shrines, magistrates and senate alike paralyzed. At last, unity was born of fear. They sent envoys, kinsmen of his own blood, out through the gates to his camp. They found him on a Volscian throne, commanders arrayed about him. They pleaded with tears, but he replied coldly, "You banished me. Now you must restore what you stole from my allies. Return Volscian lands, grant them equal rights with Latins. Only thus, not with entreaty, can there be peace. 30 days I give you, deliberate well." With that he dismissed them, his army already in motion, and Rome knew. The fate of the city now lay not in her legions, but in the vengeance of a single man she had once called Coriolanus. The glory of Marcius began to turn against him. Among the Volscians, jealousy festered. Tullus Aufidius, long overshadowed, saw his own star eclipsed, his rival raised above him by the fierce renown of Rome's banished son. Men whispered that Marcius had betrayed the war, granting Rome 30 days to breathe, and thus giving her new strength. While they murmured, Coriolanus struck hard at Rome's allies, stormed towns, seized spoils, and took captives. The Romans, benumbed, dared not meet him in battle. When the 30 days expired, he stood again before the walls. Rome sent embassies of persuasion. Priests in sacred robes invoked the gods on her behalf. Still, he was unmoved. "Restore the Volscians their lands, their rights," he insisted, "or the war continues." Rome, frozen between pride and terror, yielded only words. Then, when hope seemed lost, salvation came from quarters least imagined. Within the city, the women thronged the temples, praying, weeping. Among them rose Valeria, sister of the great POPLICOLA, moved, as if by divine impulse, to lead them to Volumnia, mother of Coriolanus. There, with Virgilia the wife and the little children of the exile, she pleaded, "Come with us. Beg him for mercy. Save Rome, as the Sabine women once saved both husbands and fathers." Volumnia wavered, but at last consented, saying with bitter irony, "Rome must rest her hopes on women." And so the procession went forth, matrons, wives, and children, into the Volscian camp. The enemy fell silent at the sight. Coriolanus, stern upon his tribunal, saw them approach. But when he knew his mother, his wife, his children, his composure broke. He ran to embrace them, his tears ungoverned. Volumnia spoke first. With grief and majesty, she showed him their misery, pleading that he not set son against mother, husband against wife, father against children. "You may conquer Rome," she cried, "but first you must trample the body of her who gave you life. Choose, will you be your mother's destroyer or her son?" At these words she and Virgilia fell at his feet with the children. Coriolanus groaned aloud, "Mother, you have conquered. Rome is saved, but I am ruined." He raised camp and withdrew. Some Volscians praised him, others disdained the weakness. Yet all obeyed. Rome, delivered, filled her temples with rejoicing, lauded her women, and gave them lasting honor. The temple of Fortuna Muliebris, fortune of women. But back in Antium, envy never slept. Tullus Aufidius and his faction prepared their deed. Summoned to account, Coriolanus claimed command from the whole Volscian nation, not from Antium alone. In the assembly he would have swayed the multitude, for his voice was mighty, his presence awe-inspiring. But Tullus and conspirators rushed upon him, denounced him as traitor, and struck him down. So perished Caius Marcius Coriolanus, not by Roman hands, but by those he had served, his reward for saving Rome at a mother's cry. Yet the Volscian people repented. Crowds came from every city to honor his corpse. Warriors hung arms and trophies on his tomb. Rome, on hearing, showed neither triumph nor insult. She permitted only this, that her women, who had once saved the city by their tears, might mourn him for 10 months, as though he were to each a father, a son, or a brother. Without him, the Volscians fell into quarrels with allies, took defeat at Roman hands, and lost their liberty forever. Thus ended Coriolanus, first savior, then scourge, at last victim to his own unbending pride, honored in death by both foes and enemies, remembered always as the man too great to bend, yet not too great to yield when a mother knelt before him. Comparison of Alkibiades and Coriolanus. Now that we have traced the lives of both men, let us weigh them against each other. In valor and military talent, the balance hangs nearly even. Both were bold in the field, masters of strategy, and dangerous alike as champions of their own country and as leaders of its enemies. Yet perhaps Alkibiades proved the more complete general, for victories fell to him alike on sea and land. But in policy, both erred, though in opposite extremes. Alkibiades charmed the masses with insolence, coaxed them with flattery, used unworthy arts to grasp their favor. Coriolanus, by contrast, disdained the people with frigid hauteur, thrust from him whatever love they might have borne, and sought to govern by fear alone. If the one was too pliant, the other was too hard, and it is surely less shameful to seek the goodwill of citizens, however basely, than to wage open war on them out of scorn. Alkibiades is accused of guile, most plainly when by trickery he deceived the Spartan envoys and destroyed the treaty of peace. Yet that very fraud secured to Athens her great alliance with Argos and Mantinea. Coriolanus, too, it should be remembered, provoked the Volsci to war by falsely accusing them during a Roman festival, not from statecraft, but from passion and wrath, spreading ruin across Italy for no end but vengeance. Alkibiades, when banished, returned gladly when his country relented. Even in exile he counseled Athenian generals, though they were not his friends, to guide them away from folly. Coriolanus, by contrast, punished Rome as though all had wronged him alike. Senators who stood by him no less than tribunes who condemned him, repelling embassies, defying priests, and waging war not for his recall, but for the ruin of his mother city. In the matter of wealth, too, they differ. Alkibiades sought bribes, lavished them on pleasures and pomp. Coriolanus spurned money, yet pressed the poor so harshly that men said his cruelty came not from greed, but from pride. And pride is no lighter fault. Here, then, is a sharp contrast. Alkibiades, whatever his betrayals, could not extinguish the love of his city. Again and again Athens recalled him. Even hated he was longed for. Coriolanus, though noble in deed and incorrupt, never won the people's love. Admired by all, he was cherished by none. Consider further. Alkibiades achieved great ends when at the head of Athenians, and when present in the camp, success was almost certain. Coriolanus never prospered as Rome's own general, but only when he bore arms against her. Alkibiades died in exile, but by the plots of assassins fearing his wit. Coriolanus died too by conspiracy, but he, by his unbending temper, had armed jealous comrades against him and given cause for their envy to strike. Finally, behold their temperaments. Marcius was lofty, incorrupt, frugal, scornful of wealth, harshly devoted to virtue. Yet his very nobility became offensive, for he knew not how to win men's hearts. Alkibiades was dissipated, luxurious, given to vice, yet open, companionable, winning all by charm. Where Marcius was feared, Alkibiades was loved, even loved by those he had wronged. Thus, the Roman was the sterner, purer, prouder soul, yet his pride destroyed both him and his cause. The Athenian was corrupt, dazzling, and reckless, yet his very faults, tempered by charm, gave him the power to return, again and again, as savior of the state that condemned him. In an ancient world teeming with ambition and greed, could truly honest leaders actually exist? Today, we're revealing Timoleon and Aemilius Paulus, two incorruptible generals who wielded immense power, but never yielded to temptation. You clicked for heroes with integrity, and that's exactly what you'll get. Welcome back to Ancient Wisdom Unveiled, where we celebrate the remarkable figures within Plutarch's Lives, Volume 1. Plutarch, the master biographer, wasn't just chronicling history. He was seeking out the purest examples of human virtue and leadership. And today, we found two of his absolute best. But here's what's truly astonishing. Timoleon, after liberating Syracuse from tyranny and conquering its enemies, simply walked away from absolute power. and Aemilius Paulus, who brought vast wealth and glory to Rome by conquering Macedon, remained famously poor and untouched by corruption. In an era where power almost always led to personal gain, how did these men resist the allure? And what profound principles guided their every decision, even through personal heartbreak and immense political pressure? We'll not only uncover their extraordinary lives, but also distill the timeless lessons in integrity, humility, and leadership that are desperately needed today. So, if you're ready to explore the true meaning of virtue in power, then hit that like button, share your thoughts in the comments, and of course, subscribe to Ancient Wisdom Unveiled for more inspiring ancient insights. Let's dive in. The life of Timoleon. I did not begin writing lives for myself, but for others, for their instruction, their delight. Yet in time, I found that I too was the first to profit. For in the mirror of biography, as in the mirror of a friend, I saw my own soul reflected. By dwelling upon the deeds of noble men, we admit them as guests into our minds. We share their company, and they guide us away from what is base by sheer force of their example. What better phantasm to haunt us, said Democritus, than noble spirits? But while he sought this by spells and superstitions, we gain it truly through history. Therefore I now set side by side two men, Timoleon of Corinth and Aemilius Paulus of Rome, both subtle in counsel, both fortunate in execution. As we follow Timoleon, we see whether chance or judgment raised him to greatness. At that time, Sicily was chaotic. Dion had ousted Dionysius the younger from Syracuse, yet was soon cut down by treachery. His partisans quarreled, and the city groaned under one despot after another. Much of the island was occupied by foreign mercenaries, ruthless men selling their swords in every quarrel. Then, in the 12th year of his exile, Dionysius returned as strangely as he had fallen. An outcast turned once more into lord over the very men who had driven him forth. His rule, once cruel, was now embittered by disgrace. The better citizens fled to Hyctes of Leontini, hoping for deliverance. But Hyctes himself was no liberator, only a would-be tyrant plotting with the Carthaginians. The Syracusans, however, looked to Greece, to Corinth, their mother city, Greece's home of liberty, sworn foe of despots. Ambassadors went, pleading for aid. The Corinthians, free of war at that season, welcomed the cry. They voted at once to help. But who should lead? As generals pressed forward, their names competing for honor, a plain citizen rose and named the most unlikely man, Timoleon, son of Timodemus. He was no candidate, no schemer. Long had he retired from politics, living obscure, brooding only on a tragedy of his youth. Yet when his name was spoken, the city's heart leapt. Yes, Timoleon should go, for he was of noble stock, a man of gentleness and moderation, except in his hatred of tyranny. In youth he had shown rare judgment, in age fierce daring. But his brother Timophanes was his opposite, rash, reckless, enamored of power. Timoleon had once saved this brother's life in battle, shielding him with his own body, pierced with wounds for his sake. Yet later, when Timophanes used mercenaries to grasp at tyrannical rule and slew men of rank without trial, Timoleon wept, entreated him, reasoned with him. And when he scorned all pleas, Timoleon stood aside, veiled his eyes, and let others strike him down. Brother slayer, yet savior of the city. Some praised him as a man who honored the country above blood. Others cursed him as impious. His own mother turned from him in horror. His spirit broke. For 20 years he lived a recluse, withdrawn from all public life. Thus, when Corinth chose him to lead, it was as if fate recalled him from exile within his own soul. Themistokles, foremost among the citizens, pointed at him and said, "Now prove yourself, Timoleon. If you triumph, we slew a tyrant. If you fail, we murdered a brother. Timoleon made a sacrifice at Delphi. As he entered the god's hall, a victor's wreath slipped down from the trophies above and came to rest upon his head, a portent that Apollo crowned him before he sailed. The priestesses of Proserpine also dreamed the goddesses themselves would journey with him. And when at night the heavens opened, pouring down a river of light, and a torch, as if from the mysteries, fell and guided his voyage, the seers exclaimed that Cora and Demeter were indeed his companions. But Sicily's news grew darker. Hyctes had beaten Dionysius back into the citadel of Syracuse, and, with a Carthaginian fleet at his side, told Corinth, "Send not your army. The war is all but won. We and Carthage shall finish it. Come only as an adviser, if you will, else be turned back." At Rhegium, their fleet, twice the Corinthians, lay waiting to bar them. Timoleon met the envoys, feigned compliance, and proposed they repeat their terms before the citizens there, so that all might bear witness. The Rhegians, secretly favoring Corinth, contrived long speeches to cover the true design. As the Carthaginian ambassadors droned on, the Corinthian ships silently stole away. When all but one had gone, Timoleon slipped from the bema, hurried to the shore, and set sail. Deceived, trapped in their own boast of guile, the Phoenicians fumed too late. He found refuge at Tauromenium under Andromachus, just prince and father of the historian Timaeus. Here he set his frail base in an island harried by Carthage, betrayed by Hyctes, and despised by its own people, who had seen Spartan and Athenian adventurers before, each promising liberty, each proving tyrant. Only the Adronites called him, in their quarrel torn between Carthage and Syracuse. So he marched 1,200 men against Hycetes 5,000. Night fell. His vanguard halted, but Timoleon seized his shield, urged them forward. Attack now, while they unyoke their teams and kindle their fires. Victory stands before us. They obeyed. They fell on the enemy amidst the laying of tents. Panic and rout ensued. 300 slain, 600 captured. Adrenum opened its gates. Men told how, at the instant of battle, the temple doors flew open. The god's spear quivered on its shaft. Sweat poured down his face. To the soldiers, it was clear. The gods marched with Timoleon. The signs at Adrenum were true. They heralded not just a skirmish, but a cascade of triumphs. Soon, many cities sent envoys, declaring for Timoleon. Even Mamercus, the rich despot of Catan, joined the alliance. But most marvelous of all, Dionysius himself, despised by all, starving in his last stronghold, preferred Timoleon's mercy to Hycetes' disgrace. He sent word he would yield citadel, troops, and arms to the Corinthians. Secretly, in small bands, Timoleon's men slipped into the fortress. Soon it was theirs. Great halls of Dionysius, filled with arms for 70,000 men, engines, horses, and stores. 2,000 soldiers surrendered with their master. Dionysius himself, with a few friends and what treasure he could seize, stole past the Carthaginian blockade, emerged not as king, but as refugee, delivered into Timoleon's camp. Gone was the lord of Sicily, the tyrant of 10 years, exile of 12 more, after inflicting countless cruelties, tasted at last his own share of misery. Timoleon sent him home, not to Syracuse, but to Corinth, the parent city, in a single ship, with a modest stipend. And the whole of Greece soon gazed upon the wreck of the empire. Many went to see him, some to revel in his fall, some to pity the uncertainty of fortune. Once master of cities and islands, now Dionysius idled in taverns and music halls, dining at cookshops, quibbling with singers about their melodies, drinking in perfumers' stalls. Some mocked him as a fool, others thought it a policy. Better to make himself ridiculous than dangerous to the Corinthians by brooding on power. Yet even then, flashes of dignity shone. To one who mocked his lessons from Plato, "Have I learned nothing?" said Dionysius. "Indeed, it is by Plato's wisdom I endure this fate with patience." When asked what tyranny's greatest curse was, he said, "That no man dares speak truth to a tyrant. By such false friends I was robbed of Plato himself." And when Philip of Macedon sneered at Dionysius the elder for writing poetry, Dionysius the younger retorted, "He wrote verses in spare hours, the very time you and I waste in drunkenness." Thus fell Dionysius. But thus also rose Timoleon. Within 50 days of landing in Sicily, he had the tyrant expelled, the Acropolis of Syracuse in his hands, and Syracuse trembling on freedom's brink. The Carthaginians, alarmed, sent their great captain Mago, with 150 ships and 60,000 men, invited by treacherous Alkibiades himself. Never had Syracuse seen such a vast barbarian host. Yet still Timoleon moved with daring. Grain smuggled in undercover storms, bold skirmishes he launched, and when Mago marched away to seize Catan, Timoleon's officer Neon struck suddenly, capturing Acradina, the proud, fortified quarter of the city itself. To lose what was held, yet fail to gain what was sought, that was the mark of Mago and Alkibiades. Still Timoleon pressed on. His reinforcements, delayed by storm and Carthaginian squadrons, at last slipped across from Italy by cunning, while Hanno of Carthage, drunk with deceit, dressed his ships with Greek trophies and sailed past Syracusans, proclaiming false victory. By the time he boasted, the Corinthians had already landed, horses swimming by their ships' sides across the straits. Now Timoleon marched on Syracuse with but 4,000 men, and fortune's hand. And fortune smote his foes more surely than armies. For in the fishing marshes outside the city, Greek mercenaries of both camps met in truces, spoke together, and mocked one another for serving barbarian masters. Soon Mago grew suspicious, his heart failing, and in the night he fled, abandoning Syracuse, abandoning all Sicily, sailing back to Africa in disgrace. On the morrow Timoleon descended. With cries they mocked the flight of Mago, calling out rewards for anyone who could find where Carthage had fled. Then, seizing the chance, he ordered the assault on the walls. Corinthian, citizen, and ally attacked on every front, from the Anapus, from Acradina, from Epipoli. The city fell. Not one Corinthian slain, not one. Such was the strange presence of fortune beside him. In days, his fame flashed through Sicily, Italy, Greece itself. At Corinth, men scarcely believed the expedition had crossed the sea, when word came that victory was complete. But most memorable of all, when Timoleon stood within the citadel of tyrants, with its glittering palaces, Dion had once spared it out of envy of the people and reliance on walls more than citizens. Timoleon did otherwise. He summoned every Syracusan, bring crowbars, ropes, firebrands. This is the true beginning of liberty. Together they tore down the towers, the tombs, the houses of despotism. And on the raised ground Timoleon built not halls of kings, but courts of justice. From tyranny rose a republic, from ruin freedom. Timoleon, plain and unarmed, had given Sicily not just a victory, but herself. Syracuse was free, but her streets were empty, her fields desolate, her once mighty walls half overrun with weeds. Horses grazed in her marketplaces, boars rooted in the ruins of other Sicilian cities. The people, long scarred by tyranny, feared politics themselves and shrank from public life. So Timoleon called upon the Corinthians once again. Corinth, true to her colonies and proud of her liberating honor, proclaimed across all Greece, "Let every exile return to Syracuse. Let every Greek who longs for a free polis come dwell here, where we will replant citizens in a city freed from tyranny." Ships were sent, safe convoys offered. heralds dispatched to Asia and the islands to gather scattered refugees. Over 10,000 answered. In time, more than 60,000 citizens refilled the city. Lands were portioned out, houses restored or sold to fund a republic. Statues of tyrants condemned one by one before the assembly as if on trial, until only that of Gallo was spared, the savior who once defeated Carthage at Himera. Thus liberty was not only restored, but people. Then came the greater test, Carthage. After Mago's disgrace, the Carthaginians crucified even his corpse and raised the mightiest army yet seen. 70,000 infantry, horse, chariots, 200 ships, and engines of war enough to shatter Sicily in one blow. In fear, Syracuse quailed, and of her multitude, only 3,000 would march. With mercenaries, Timoleon had but 5,000 men, 1,000 horses, and even of these, many slunk away in dread. Let them go, he said. Better to be rid of cowards now than in battle. And pressing on, he led his small band to the river Cremesus. It was summer. Mists clothed the plain. As his men climbed a height, mules came down laden with parsley. A groan spread through the ranks. Parsley crowned the dead. Timoleon, seizing the omen, cried aloud, "Why, this is not for graves, but for victory. For at Corinth, at our Isthmian games, this is the victor's crown." He wove a wreath about his helm, set it upon his brow, and all the troops followed. Then 2 eagles appeared above, one shrieking boldly, the other clutching a serpent in its talons. The seers cried out that Zeus himself favored them. The mist lifted. Below, across the river, came the Carthaginian host, their chariots first, then 10,000 white-shielded nobles, the citizen warriors of Carthage, glittering in bronze. Behind, ever more troops pressed in chaotic waves. Timoleon saw his chance, strike them as they cross. He unleashed his cavalry, then seized his shield, and with a cry that seemed more than human, led his men downhill. The field shook with shouts and trumpets. The Carthaginians held at first iron breastplates and helmets shattering Greek spear points. But then the fight closed, sword to sword, and the heavens broke open. Thunder, lightning, torrents of rain, hail crashing down. The tempest smote the Carthaginians in the face, blinding them with rain and dazzling them with flame from the sky, while the Greeks had it at their backs. Armor grew heavy, shields slipped, chariots mired. Men stumbled in the mud and could not rise. The river, swollen with storm, raged into flood, sweeping men away. At last their proud citizen phalanx, 400 nobles, cut down to the last man, shattered, and the army broke. Thousands perished by sword. Thousands more were drowned. 3,000 of Carthage's wealthiest and noblest citizens fell that day. Never had Carthage suffered such a wound. Rich spoils covered the field, gold, silver, armor of finest craft. The Greeks heaped heaps of it around Timoleon's tent, so much that it took 3 days before a trophy of victory could even be raised. To Corinth he sent the arms, adorning temples not with the spoils of fellow Greeks, as all other polis did, but with trophies from the barbarian, bearing noble inscriptions. Timoleon and the Corinthians, having freed the Sicilian Greeks from Carthage, dedicate these to the gods. So did heaven and fortune crown him. Those mercenaries who had deserted on the march, they were expelled, and soon perished treacherously in Italy. The gods had spared Timoleon's cause of their poison, but Sicily's despots still stirred. Mamercus of Catan, puffed with his own poetry, mocked Syracuse, writing vain couplets on captured shields. Hyctes, with Carthaginian backing, plundered Syracusan lands. Yet, at every turn, Timoleon's fortune and leadership broke them. At the river Demirias, when his captains quarreled over who should lead the charge, he drew lots from their rings, and the first bore the image of a trophy. At this omen, the men surged forward laughing, stormed across the waters with reckless joy, and scattered Hykete's force en route. The enemy fled, throwing down their shields, 100 slain, many more scattered, while Timoleon's men raised hymns of triumph to the gods, who, again and again, made the impossible turn to victory at his hand. The life of Aemilius Paulus. Among the oldest and noblest of Rome's patrician houses stood the family of the Aemilii. Their founder, Mamercus, was said by some to be a son of Pythagoras, called Aemilius for the grace and subtlety of his tongue. The family had a long record of honor in war, and even the disaster of Lucius Aemilius Paulus at Cannae proclaimed his courage and prudence. For unable to restrain his rash colleague, Varro, he stood fast when Varro fled, and fell beneath the storm of Hannibal's horse, dying sword in hand. His daughter married Scipio Africanus, and his son is the man of this life, Paulus Aemilius, who surpassed all the great names of his age by a different path. While young senators courted the crowd in the forum or practiced at the bar, Aemilius refused all such arts, not because he lacked ability, but because he set more value on truth, justice, and courage. So, when first he sought office, 12 other candidates faced him for the aedileship. He won, and all 12 afterwards rose to be consuls, testimony to the field he outstripped. As augur appointed to observe omens, he studied the smallest rites with reverence. For he said, neglect of small points leads to rule-breaking in the greatest things. His exact care restored solemnity to Roman religion, making the priesthood no longer a title of honor, but a discipline of piety. In war he was as severe with his soldiers as with rituals, preferring to make them strong citizens rather than pampered clients of a commander. Victory, he taught, was but the flower. The root lay in discipline. Sent with consular imperium to Spain, he crushed the rebels, defeated 30,000 in pitched battle, and took 250 towns. Yet when he came home, he had not added a coin to his chest. He scorned wealth, though he lived generously. At his death, no fortune remained to endow his wife. He had married Papiria, daughter of the consular Papirius Maso, by whom he had 2 sons, the elder adopted into the house of Fabius Maximus, the younger into that of Scipio Africanus. His daughters married greatly as well, one to a son of Cato, the other to Aelius Tubero, the most virtuous poor man in Rome, in whose small house 16 of the Aelii with wives and children lived. Paulus later divorced Papiria, though she was virtuous and fruitful. Is she not beautiful, chaste, and rich? Friends asked. Stretching out his shoe, he replied, Is it not fair, is it not new? Yet no man knows where it pinches me. Returning to office, Aemilius as consul subdued the Ligurians in the high Alps. With 8,000 he routed their 40,000, yet moderated his victory. He razed their walls, but spared their homes, broke their ships, but freed the captives they had enslaved. Rome's policy was not to exterminate frontier peoples, but to make them buffers against greater threats beyond. After this, he sought office again, but was refused, and withdrew into quiet dignity. He occupied himself with Greek studies for his children, surrounding them with philosophers, painters, horse trainers, and hunters from Hellas, present at their every lesson, still the most benevolent of fathers. Then came the great trial. Macedon stirred once more. Philip, son of Demetrius, had been humbled at Cynocephaly by Flamininus, but, smarting under Roman oversight, had strengthened his army in secret, filled fortresses with treasure, armed 30,000, and stocked stores for 10 years. He died before his plans ripened, leaving Perseus, a bastard some said, feeble of mind but hardened in avarice, to inherit his hatred of Rome. Perseus fought long and cunningly. He routed Roman cavalry under Licinius, captured towns, checked Hostilius in the passes of Elymaea, raided the Dardanians, wooed Gauls and Illyrians. Rome, unable to endure such affronts, turned at last from politicians and flatterers to solidity and sense. They chose Aemilius Paulus, now 60 years old, yet vigorous, grave, incorruptible. At first he refused. He did not seek commands. But the people pressed him, cheering his name, besieging his house, until at last he yielded. Yet when he was chosen, he stood upon the rostra and spoke words unlike those of every other consul-elect. Romans, once I sought the consulship for myself. Now you seek it for your defense. If you doubt me, take another. If you trust me, then give not orders, but obedience. Return no jeers, but the supplies I need. A commander must command, for if the army commands him, he is no commander at all. So spoke Aemilius Paulus, and the people, awed, accepted. They felt indeed they had chosen not a magistrate, but a general. And so the aged consul, serious, steadfast, unwilling to flatter, was given at once what they most desired, the Macedonian War, and with it Rome's last and greatest victory over the heirs of Alexander. It seemed the gods themselves steered Aemilius safely to Macedonia, for his voyage was swift and calm. But the war itself, this was no play of fortune. Here was discipline, foresight, courage, and the steady hand of a soldier-statesman who trusted not to chance, but to order. Perseus, king of Macedon, might have stood long against Rome. He had 40,000 men of the phalanx, 4,000 chosen horses, and a strong camp beneath Mount Olympus. Auxiliaries flocked to him. Wild Gauls, the Basterni, 10,000 light-footed warriors and 1,000 horses, giants of stature, masters of war's arts alone. Their presence filled the Macedonian soldiers with new fire. Rome, they thought, must tremble. Yet Perseus, miserly, refused the gold they demanded, scorning to pay, fearing more to spend than to lose his crown. As Macedon looked on, he dismissed them, sending away victory with them, hoarding his coffers as if they were Rome's already. So too he cheated his ally, THESEUS the Illyrian. Having bribed him with 300 talents to make war, he let the money be sealed up and held aside, never paid. THESEUS, thinking himself secure, seized Roman envoys and thereby cast himself into war. Perseus withheld the price, left his ally exposed, and coolly watched while Rome tore THESEUS and his family from their nest. Such was his avarice, the ruin of his cause. Yet when Aemilius came into view of the Macedonian camp, he was sobered. For all the king's faults, the army he fielded was vast, formidable, drawn up strong upon mountain slopes and riverbanks. Rome's own army grumbled at thirst. Water dripped painfully from a single spring near the sea. But Aemilius, guessing that lush Olympus above held hidden veins, dug wells at its foot, and lo, clear waters surged forth. Heaven seemed to justify his prudence. For days the two mighty hosts lay quiet, so close they could almost hear each other's movements. Then Aemilius discovered a hidden route, a pass left unguarded through Petra. He summoned the council. Eager was Nausicaa, his son-in-law, to lead a detachment around. Eager, too, young Fabius, Aemilius' son, still but a youth. By night the chosen marched, scaling the ridges, disguising their departure as though bound for the sea. At dawn they struck, falling upon Milo and 10,000 defenders Perseus had sent too late. The clash was sharp, but panic seized Macedon's outposts. Milo fled unarmed, disgracefully. The Romans pressed through. Perseus, unnerved, abandoned his fortified camp. Still, urged by counselors, he made ready to fight by the river near Pydna. His position was strong, the flat plain for the phalanx, hills to guard the flanks, rivers Ezen and Lykus before. To his men, desperate to shield wives and children, his numbers promised triumph. Aemilius advanced, joined now with Nausicaa. When he beheld Macedon drawn up, shields flashing, long pikes bristling like a forest of iron. He paused in awe. Often later he would confess, never had he seen such a fearful sight. Yet he cloaked his fear with cheer, rode his lines bareheaded, a calm and fatherly figure, warning hot-blooded officers not to meet order with rashness. Victory is not seized in a storm, he said, but won by judgment. Slowly he drew his army into camp, refusing their challenge that day. That night, the heavens gave their sign. The full moon rose, then was darkened, totally eclipsed. Rome, by custom, clashed brazen pots, raised torches, praying for her light return. The Macedonians moaned in dread. Our king is eclipsed, they whispered. Aemilius, wise in nature's laws, knew the cause was the earth's shadow. Yet he too sacrificed by night 11 cattle to the moon, 20 oxen to Hercules, until the gods signaled auspicious answers. Confident, he vowed hecatombs for victory. At dawn he set his men in order, but held them, waiting until the sun declined, so their eyes would not be dazzled. Then fate sent the spark. Some say it began with a riderless horse bursting forth, pursued by men from both camps. Others, that Thracian mercenaries attacked foragers and clashed with Ligurian auxiliaries. However it began, the storm broke. First advanced the Thracians, tall, terrible, in black tunics, white greaves gleaming, heavy blades aloft. Then mercenary bands, Paeonians and Greeks mingled. Then a chosen corps of Macedonians, youths in purple, gilt armor shining. Behind them, rank on rank, the full phalanx, brazen shields locked, spears 16 feet long lowering in one dreadful forest of death. Hilltops rang with their shout, and the glitter of their advance dazed the eye. Aemilius watched as their pikes struck the Roman shields, holding them fast so the short swords could not reach. Seldom had dread pressed so on his heart, but he raised his voice, appealing to gods and men alike, urging courage. And Perseus? Polybius says cowardice smote him, that he slunk from the field on the pretext of sacrifice to Hercules. What sacrifice could Hercules take from a coward's hand? Others say he was injured by horse and spear, and withdrew unwillingly. But whatever the truth, the king who had boasted vanished, and the god of strength gave ear to the Roman praying sword in hand, Aemilius Paulus. And thus the greatest battle of Rome and Macedon was joined, destined to end the proud kingdom of Alexander's heirs beneath the steady discipline of Rome. The phalanx seemed invincible. Shield locked to shield, pike driving through armor, they thrust the Italians back. The Polygnian leader, Solovius, snatched his regiment's standard and hurled it into the Macedonian hedge of spears. For all Italians, to lose a standard is an unpardonable sin, and so, with reckless fury, they charged. They seized its spears' hafts with their bare hands, hacked at them with swords, pressed forward only to be skewered through shield and breastplate, their bodies lifted and flung aside like discarded armor. Still they came on, until the front ranks fell in heaps, and the rest staggered back up the slope of Mount Olocris. Aemilius tore his garments in despair. The Romans stood baffled before this wall of bronze, a palisade of death. The legion's short swords could find no opening. But then Aemilius saw it, the ground uneven, the phalanx too long, its perfect order broken where the combat surged. Gaps, intervals, bulges of the line. Now the great strategist perceived his moment. He broke the solid Roman front into companies, ordered them to slip into the breaches, to strike the enemy in many places at once. As the maniples wheeled into the gaps, the phalanx shivered. Romans struck from flank and rear. Once broken into fragments, the Macedonians lost their strength. Their daggers could not pierce the great Roman shields, while the Roman sword cut deep through armor and target alike. In moments the impenetrable wall dissolved into a slaughter. It was not without cost. Marcus, son-in-law of Cato, lost his sword in the melee. To him, raised in austere Roman honor, to surrender such a prize was to lose life itself. With friends about him, he scoured the field, fighting, killing, searching, until the blade was found among heaps of fallen men. With a shout, they pressed on again. 3,000 chosen Macedonians fell where they stood. The rest fled in chaos. The LYKURGUS ran red with blood the next day. 25,000 lay dead. Rome's losses, by contrast, were but 100. The battle had begun at the 9th hour. By the 10th it was decided. But even in triumph, sorrow. Aemilius' beloved son, the younger Scipio, was missing. The joy of victory turned to gloom as torches lit the camp. Men and officers alike searching through corpses, crying his name. He was found at last, late into the night, returning with companions drenched in blood, not his, but that of his enemies, whom he had chased in boyish ardor. That youth would one day storm Carthage herself, the greatest Roman of his age. But on that night he was only a headstrong boy, and Aemilius wept in mingled fury and relief. Perseus fled. Through Pella he rode, stripped of crown and robe, abandoned by friends who feared his cruelty more than Rome's steel. At Amphipolis he killed his own treasurers in rage. At Galepsus he bribed the Cretans with Alexander's golden vessels, whining later that he wanted them back. Betrayed, deserted, he slunk to Samothrace and clasped the sanctuary of the Dioscuri. The kingdom he abandoned yielded itself wholly in 2 days to Aemilius. Macedonia lay prostrate. Perseus, cornered, tried at last to creep to the sea, his wife and children clambering through a window like thieves. Tricksters took his gold, but sailed away without him. His children were betrayed, and at last he surrendered, not proudly, but sprawling in tears. Brought before Aemilius, he prostrated himself, grabbing at the Roman's knees, weeping. The conqueror raised him up, but with pity mingled with scorn. "Wretched man," Aemilius said, "why shame fortune by proving yourself so base? You make my victory small, for valor gives enemies honor, even in defeat, but cowardice. Rome can only despise it, even when it prospers. Alexander's heir should have been a worthy opponent, yet here you lie." He handed Perseus to custody, then gathered his sons, his officers, his sons-in-law, and sat in silence. At last he spoke. "Who are we that we rejoice? In 1 hour we have trampled underfoot the successor of Alexander. We feast while kings once followed by tens of thousands beg bread at our table. Is this a cause for pride? No, this is fortune's lesson. Victory should teach us awe, not arrogance. For if Rome has risen today, tomorrow fortune may look elsewhere. Be humble, young men, lest heaven balance our glory with grief." In this spirit Aemilius marched through Greece, restoring laws, bestowing gifts from Perseus' immense stores of corn and oil, raising shrines to Rome's triumph. At Delphi he set his statue where Perseus would have stood. At Olympia, gazing at the colossal Zeus, he whispered, "This surely is Homer's Zeus." So ended the kingdom of Macedon, and Aemilius Paulus, like the gods he served, walked among men as the calm hand of fate, victor of Pydna, but wary of fortune's smile. When the 10 commissioners came from Rome, Aemilius restored Macedonia, its people free, its cities independent, paying but half the old tribute they had rendered to kings. He gave feasts, spectacles, sacrifices with a vast treasure of Perseus, but the greatest marvel was not the plate nor the pomp. It was the man. For even arranging where each guest sat, greeting each by name and rank with precision, he showed the same genius that marshaled armies in battle. The same mind, he said, smiling at their wonder, may order an army to strike terror, or a banquet to give delight. Yet he himself touched none of the gold. The heap of spoils from Perseus' treasury he reserved for the Roman state, only letting his sons take the fallen king's library. All else went to the quaestors. To valor he gave rewards, not riches, but honor. His son-in-law Tubero received a single silver cup for his bravery. It was the first silver ever seen in that austere household. Then came Epirus, and here lay a darker page. Rome had decreed that the army which broke Perseus should be spoiled from Epirus towns. Aemilius, torn between Roman policy and his own gentle nature, obeyed. 70 cities were suddenly sacked, 150,000 souls sold into slavery. Each soldier received but 11 drachmas for the ruin, a trifle bought with a nation's agony. The world shuddered. After this, Aemilius sailed for Italy, up the Tiber in Perseus' own galley of 16 banks of oars. Decked in trophies, flags crimson, shields hung bright upon the rails. The ship moved as a triumph before the triumph, while Rome poured to the riverbanks to see. Yet in the city his triumph was contested. His soldiers, coveting spoils they had not received, murmured against him, stirred up by the demagogue Galba. In the capital they even voted against his triumph. Then Marcus Servilius, scarred veteran of 23 duels, bared his breast before the mob. You refused triumph for the man who beat Macedon, though you granted it for petty victories? Shame, Romans! Would you rather be ruled by a demagogue than by a true general? His words broke the mutiny. The tribes reversed their vote. So the greatest triumph of Rome was celebrated across 3 days. On the first, 250 wagons rolled by, laden with statues, pictures, works of Greek art. On the second, the arms of Macedon, gilded shields, line upon line of pikes, helmets on greaves, swords within wicker shields, arranged so that they clashed as they moved, rattling with a sound that startled even in victory. With them came 750 jars of silver coin, for men to each jug, straining under the weight. On the third day came the climax. Trumpets blared not to march, but to battle. Fat oxen with gilded horns and garlands walked, destined for sacrifice. Then 80 vessels of gold coin, Perseus' own plate and jewels, the consecrated bowl of 10 talents. Then the king's chariot, his armor, his crown. And after a pause, the most pitiful sight, his little children, led by weeping nurses, stretching hands to the crowd. Rome wept, for their innocence made the father's ruin more tragic. Perseus himself walked behind, clad humbly, eyes vacant, friends weeping at his side. Once he had begged not to walk, to be spared the humiliation, but Aemilius had answered coldly, "That choice was once in your hands, and still is, if you have courage." Perseus lacked it, and so was shown among his own spoils, conquered body and spirit. At last came Aemilius himself, laurel in hand, clad in purple starred with gold, standing radiant in his chariot. The army followed, laurels on their brows, sometimes jeering in old rustic songs, then raising paeans of victory in chorus. All Rome gazed, not grudging, but reverent. Yet fate must clip even the loftiest wings. In the very days of triumph, death visited his house. Of 4 sons, 2 died within that week, the one a boy of 14, the other of 12. Rome mourned with him, stunned by fortune's cruelty to strike so soon upon a household so full of glory. But Aemilius stood firm, burying his grief within dignity. "I always feared fortune," he told the people. "She gave me too fair a gale in this war, and now her retribution is paid. My triumph is balanced with tears." So Perseus lost even pity, yet Aemilius, though bereaved, won deeper reverence. He reminded Rome that no mortal joy is secure, and that victory itself is a summons to humility. Perseus wasted away in captivity. Some said starved himself, others that guards drove him mad by denying him sleep. 2 of his children died. The survivor lived obscure, working in Roman workshops, skilled in craft, but no longer a prince. Aemilius' victory, however, relieved Rome of taxation for generations. So immense was the wealth he brought home. Censor too he was made, stern and incorruptible, yet beloved of the people. And after long years his body failed him, not with a swift death, but with slow decline. The man who had led Rome to conquer the heirs of Alexander left life as he lived it, disciplined, grave, uncorrupted, proof against fortune, whether she smiled or struck. At last, worn with years and sickness, Aemilius heeded his physicians and sailed to Paestum, where he wandered in quiet meadows by the sea. Yet Rome longed for him. In the theaters, the people prayed aloud that Paulus would return, for they missed his presence, as though a beloved father was absent. When the time for sacred rites came near, he considered himself strong enough and returned. Surrounded by his fellow priests, he offered sacrifice. The people pressed close to congratulate him. The next day, he performed a thank-off for his recovery. But that same evening, he fell into delirium, and within 3 days, the conqueror of Macedon, the man whom fortune had carried so high, was gone. He had wanted nothing that men desire for happiness: dignities, triumph, children, renown. Even his funeral bore witness to the affection he inspired, not in gold and ivory, but in the voices of nations. Iberians, Ligurians, Macedonians thronged to bear his bier. Old men walked behind, praising Aemilius as their savior, for he had subdued them with gentleness, given peace as well as conquest. His estate was small, scarcely 370,000 sesterces. Such was the measure of a man who brought Rome a kingdom's fortune and kept none of it. One son, Scipio, renounced even this inheritance, giving it to his brother, because he shared the wealth of the great house of Africanus. So lived and so died Paulus Aemilius. Comparison of Timoleon and Aemilius Paulus. Both men's lives resemble one another in grandeur. Each fought not petty wars, but against the greatest enemies of their day, the Carthaginians in Sicily, the Macedonians in Greece. Each destroyed a dynasty. Timoleon cast down Dionysius and all tyrants in the island. Aemilius brought down the house of Antigonus and the 7th king of Macedon. It may be said that Aemilius faced Perseus at the height of his strength, whereas Timoleon fell upon Dionysius when worn and powerless. Yet Timoleon's achievement is not the less, for he overcame not one, but many despotisms and the might of Carthage, with no Roman legions, but a rabble of mercenaries, a feeble, disordered army. To gain equal victory with such unequal means gives him, in some sense, the higher praise. Both were men of incorruptible justice. Yet Aemilius had the good fortune of being bred in a nation sternly trained to discipline, where integrity was the Roman habit. Timoleon had no such aid. He lived among Greeks corrupted by bribes and treachery, yet kept himself unsullied, accepting command only at the prayer of his countrymen, using it not for himself, but to end tyranny forever. This springs from his own nature, not his institutions, and is perhaps the greater virtue. When we compare their use of wealth, both stand untainted. Aemilius would not even look upon Perseus' treasure, passing it wholly to the state. He gave only books to his sons, and a silver cup to Tubero, his son-in-law. Timoleon accepted gifts of a house and land, and none blamed him. Yet while it is no shame to take honors, it is a higher thing to refuse, to live poor amidst abundance, as Aemilius did. So too in fortune's changes. Aemilius bore the death of his beloved sons with calm and measured dignity, showing that his spirit remained as unmoved in grief as in triumph. Timoleon, though he acted nobly in slaying his tyrant brother for the good of his country, was broken by sorrow afterwards, withdrawn for 20 years from public life. That nature, cautious not to offend, was mild and kind, but could not rise to greatness. Thus both men stand among the best of their nations. Yet if Timoleon shows more innate purity in a corrupt soil, Aemilius shows that higher balance of fortune and virtue, invincible in victory, and majestic in loss, which approaches nearest to the divine.